Roughly 10 feet above the neck, the sinister edge of a sharpened blade casts a shadow over a head of sable locks. A man is trapped under the guillotine, under the darkest, most fearsome shadow that could ever loom over one's very soul. He stares, bright green eyes empty and hollow when faced by the inevitable might of the shadow that lingers ahead. The green-eyed man cannot help but wonder how things came to this. A watching lady in the crowd asked what their lordship had done to deserve such humiliation, and a man scolded her, saying that she should watch her tongue or she'd be next. She should have seen enough to know what ruthless jerks ruled over them. The only thing that the common people could do in this situation was to keep their mouths shut and to stay out of the way. Now that war was upon them all across the continent, common folk like them had no choice but to stay as quiet as mice. Ravens and crows caught above the guillotine as many gathered to watch the eventual execution. It was a time of war and strife. Once the embers of bloodshed took hold of the entire eastern continent, the deadly conflagration simply refused to subside, leading to the hallowed noble house of Marbas to fall as the latest victim of this hellish conflict. The last heir stood kneeling before the people, trapped in the execution device as he waited for his death to come. So, fate exacts its heavy toll. The strong do as they wish while the weak steal to survive. Unlike the strong, the weak had to risk their lives with each passing day, hoping that they would not end up food for the birds. Unlike the strong, the weak had to dance with death itself in the end, one way or another. The gates of hell were the only place that the weak could await the sweet release of their demise. This was the infernal hellscape to which the continent had been reduced. The Lord of House Sylvester, a rival clan to House Marbas, Count Alan de Sylvester, sat with a cocky, disgusting grin on his face as he regarded his victory. The man called for the show to commence and murmuring rang through the crowd. The executioner, a young man who bore a strange and striking resemblance to the man who was supposed to die, was frozen on the spot, earning the disdain of the Lord of Sylvester. The wicked lord called again for the execution to begin. This time, the look-alike struggled forward, wobbling as he moved, hands tightening on the knife he held. The bound form of his victim was before him, and the man came to a stop beside the rope of the guillotine, hesitation thrumming through him. The Lord of Sylvester could barely hide his joy and asked for the boy to quickly cut the rope. Once again, the executioner trudged forward and loomed over the rope that held another's life. Slowly, the arms of the look-alike went up, the inevitability of the situation weighing heavy on his heart and on the hearts of those who watched. The Lord of Sylvester sat forward in anticipation as the rope was cut in a sharp slice. The dark truth was that the deadly sound of the sharp blade severing a person's neck was no different from the chop of a cleaver upon a butcher's block. The executioner stared in empty-eyed horror as drops of crimson blood found a macabre pale canvas on his face. The blood barely registered, and neither did the tears sliding down his face. All it did was lend the inescapable reality to the grim painting within the stench of iron. In fate's cruel fashion, this was the impossible burden that the young boy was charged to bear. To rid the world of Rune von Marbas. No, to cut all ties between the mortal realm and his own father. The blood pooling on the ground belonged to the one who had once sired him and held him safely in his arms. Indeed, the green boy with the empty eyes looked so much like the one who'd just died because they were related by blood. The boy was Leon von Marbas, the son of the late Rune von Marbas, and a kinslayer who served as his father's executioner. The patriarch. This was what one often called the Lord of the Noble House. As the term suggests, not only is the patriarch a member of the aristocracy, but he also comprises a core pillar of the nation. However, as a certain playwright once wrote, uneasy lies the head that wears a crown. The burden of power must only be granted to those who can bear it. Now, Leon sat at a table among a gathering of nobles. He was now the new Lord of House Marbas, and he watched as the nobles bickered amongst themselves angrily. Some were upset at how quickly House Sylvester was growing each day, and there was no telling when they might invade Marbas territory outright. A member in the seat of government said that it would be important for them to bolster their defenses, and they insisted that their patriarch make up his mind at once. They wanted to hear his sage answer. However, Leon just dismissed them. He told his government to remain patient just a little longer, and he was afraid that he needed more time to ponder. The others were, of course, not pleased to hear this, saying it was an urgent matter. The current situation boded ill for the once great house of Marbas. With the demise of his father, Lord Rune von Marbas, Leon von Marbas had risen to the seat of the patriarch of House Marbas at the tender age of 14. House Marbas was once feared as a powerful clan of necromancers, though that reputation had long since faded into the annals of history. The boy paused before the hanging portraits of his deceased parents. His mother and his father were no longer of this world, and he wondered what they would have him do in their stead. The boy knew that his plea would go unanswered, for the dead tell no tales and his parents could not offer wisdom from the great beyond. Nevertheless, the young heir was in sore need of guidance as to how he might restore glory and prosperity to his house. So, he kept walking till he came to a room with large wooden doors. The boy glanced at the portrait that hung above this one, the portrait of Wellen von Marbas, the founding progenitor of their house, and the sole necromancer of the continent in his time. It is said that their house first rose to prominence as the original Marbas patriarch made his name on the battlefield. However, ever since the heyday of their founding patriarch, their lineage had long since struggled to produce another full-fledged necromancer. This then led their family fortune down a path of decline. The young lad sighed. In the end, he had been made to take his own father's life, and he opened the door to his study, stepping inside. The boy strolled over to the table and dusted a copy of the chronicles of their family lineage. The founding Marbas patriarch, Wellen von Marbas, was a nigh mythical figure. With a wave of his hand, he would sweep away his foes like a lethal tempest, summoning waves of the undead in an unrelenting death march. By the time the eastern regions had been subjugated under his conquest, barely 2 months had passed in total. It was said that Wellen had struck a pact with the devil Marbas and unlocked one of the great mysteries of the continent, namely, the secrets of necromancy, using the dread tome Necronomicon. This then granted their founder the might that was needed to rule as sovereign of the continent. Now, the young leader was looking at the Necronomicon itself, a big black tome with an eye in the center of its cover. It was a priceless heirloom that had been passed down from their progenitor himself, and the very time that led to the rise of House Marbas as the sole family of necromancers on the continent. Of course, all those glory days are gone now. Leon casually flipped through the tome, but froze when a voice called out. The voice asked the young patriarch to listen closely. Leon was stunned and wondered where that voice was coming from. He wondered if a telepathic message had reached the patriarch's office despite the anti-magic field. Deciding to get right to it, the young lad asked who he was speaking to. The voice replied that Leon had no reason to be afraid and that it posed no threat to the lad or to his relatives. The young lord asked why he should trust such a bold statement, and a magic red circle appeared around him, overwhelming him with a bright flash of power. Leon managed to crack open his eyes and looked up in shock and surprise to see a great demonic beast standing before him. Shocked, the young lord asked where he was, and the demon hummed, asking if the family's predecessor had neglected to tell them of his existence. The boy was surprised, asking if the beast knew his father. The beast did indeed know his father, and he knew him by name. The creature sensed that the thread tying them together had been severed, so now he had come to Leon. The beast growled, saying that he had long fretted that Rune's nature was way too kind for the lord of a dark house. He should have known that Rune would meet an untimely demise. At any rate, he was not going to cry over it, and he approached Leon, asking who had dealt his father's dying blow. A very awkward conversation had come up, but the dead-eyed boy simply replied that the one to kill his father had been none other than the one standing before the beast. Leon von Marbas had been the one to take his own father's life. This provoked a roar of rage from the Marbas beast. The creature was surprisingly enraged, and he said that he would ask the boy one more time. With a dangerous snarl and an aura that bubbled with ferocious power, the beast asked if Leon was the one who slew his oath-bound contractor. Once again, the young, empty-eyed child replied that he had been the one to kill his father. The demon's eyes bubbled with red furious rage, and he lunged at the boy with a roar. The boy stared at the incoming beast, only a mild look of surprise on his face as he stared into the jaws of death. He could still recall the blood stains on his hands. It was like the demon was browsing through his memories. Marbas saw the fallen body of his former lord and the dead-eyed tears that the young boy had shed. Seeing the truth, the demon declared that Leon had been robbed of his senses. The hands that cut the rope had been his, but the child had not been the one to truly take his father's life. However, Leon insisted that this analysis was not the truth. The demon looked at the desolate boy, slight amusement on the great lion's face. The boy's despair aside, what truly eluded the demon's understanding was the abyssal aura that he could sense within the child. The all-consuming darkness lurked beneath the surface of the young lord's skin, and the demon could not help but wonder how such a young boy had come to be this depressed. A child should not harbor such a potent reserve of magical force. There was a ripple in the waters as the boy stepped forward, and looking closer, the demon could identify power bubbling underneath the boy's feet, red and malicious, with many bodies writhing within. The demon was shocked and thought that the sight he was currently witnessing was just plain absurd. The boy before him had the potential to perhaps even surpass his ancestor. Marbas cleared his throat for a moment and decided to introduce himself. He was Marbas, one of the 72 demons of hell, who turned his back upon the demonic realm and chose to exist alongside humankind instead. A lifelong friend of Wellen von Marbas and the source of the necromancy that became the unique art of House Marbas. The boy recognized the demon from the tales. When the progenitor founded House Marbas, the demon was the one who taught him the forbidden art of necromancy. Indeed, the great beast was the very same one that the boy mentioned. However, he was now bound to the Necronomicon, as he was a formidable demon once upon a time. Marbas the Black Lion, the founding patriarch, often said that necromancy was in the blood of the members of their noble house. However, Leon could not understand how it came to be that the great lion forsook them in the end. The boy's eyes burned with silent anger, and the demon was confused by his accusation. The lion asked why the boy would harbor such a notion, so Leon explained. Ever since the time of their progenitor, Lord Wellen, House Marbas has not been able to produce a necromancer of his caliber. This was certainly a sign then that the lion of their family had abandoned them. The lion listened to the boy's words, paying rapid attention, and then he decided to make one thing clear. The reason why the noble family had been unable to wield the true might of a necromancer was that they were too weak to offer a fitting vessel. The boy was confused and asked more about this vessel thing. Not a single member of the House of Marbas could hold a candle to the sheer talent that Wellen possessed. This was but an omen of their bloodline's decline. Leon was silent as he considered this answer to his question. Then, he decided to take the lion's word for it, and the demon acknowledged that the boy was quick to accept the truth. Of course, for the weak to suffer defeat in times of war was merely an unchanging law of the universe. The lion wondered aloud if this was how the boy had come to terms with the death of his father. The boy said that it made no difference. In all honesty, there was nothing special about his father's passing, and that said, unless the demon had completely turned his back on their house, the boy had a favor to ask of the Lord Marbas. The great lion was curious about this favor, and he decided that he would do no such thing. A favor was an act of kindness in which one possibly stands to make a loss. The boy would refer to any dealings with a demon as a pact or a deal. So, the young patriarch accepted a pact for the power of necromancy. The two locked eyes and Leon asked if it was within the lion's means to grant that power to him. The great demon scoffed with his head in the air, saying that a mere boy had no business questioning his means. Besides, he wondered what exactly he had seen of the boy to make him bestow him with his power. Did the boy really believe that he had the potential worthy to wield his powerful necromancy? Without missing a beat, the boy said that he did have the potential, and had he been some talentless peon, he would never have been permitted to exchange words with such a lofty demon after all. It was said that ordinary folk needed only to simply converse with a demon before they were robbed of all mana, suffered hallucinations, and ultimately lost their lives once the demon was done with them. Considering that the boy remained standing for now, it could only mean that he was worth at least trying out. He would have some modicum of potential. The beast could not fault the young lad's logic, as he himself could see that the boy had talent and grit. Well, Marbas said that any request of a demon would be a pact, and it was important to remember that. The boy said that it was not foolish to believe that he may have something to offer in return. The demon stared at the boy for a moment before he just burst out into mad laughter. There was no way this child could possibly offer anything of significance to the great beast. However, he was amused by the offer. Intrigued, the lion said that he would make a pact with the young lord of the Necromancer's bloodline. Then, Leon asked what price the demon would demand of him, and the great beast grinned maliciously. With a wicked smile, Marbas made it known that his price would be every facet of Leon's being. The empty-eyed lord stared long and hard at his family heirloom, and smiled just as wickedly as he said that this was a relief to hear, for he would gladly surrender every part of his meager existence. It was a great relief to hear, as Leon would happily surrender every part of this meager existence, and the lion flinched for a moment to see such a wicked smile on such a young lad. Meanwhile, back in the council room, the nobles were gathered and they sat in silence. Finally, the old man spoke up, saying that as most of the gentlemen were aware, their current patriarch, Leon von Marbas, commanded very little authority to make decisions of grave import that affected the entire house. Though dressed well, the old man had clearly brought some gutter behavior in with him through the door, and he asked if the other members of the Marbas council were in agreement. As they didn't protest, he took that as agreement and continued. As such, in the old man's capacity as the uncle and closest kin of the current patriarch, he planned to take charge of all matters concerning their house for the foreseeable future. The boy had stepped out for just a few minutes, and his council was already plotting to backstab him. Now, the uncle said that he would allow the rest of the council to speak their minds regarding his appointment as steward of the house. One of the other nobles said that they would be foolish to disapprove, given that the alternative was a mere pup who had not even come of age to inherit the house, or anything in particular. So, the man with the slicked back hair voted for the uncle to take over, saying that they could not leave these crucial decisions to an unworthy child. He believed there was no better fit to take over the matters of the house than the uncle, Sir Kirchhoff. Be that as it may, the mustached noble opposed the motion. Lord Leon was the only direct lineal descendant of the previous patriarch. There was no precedent in their family history for appointing the next patriarch in violation of direct lineage. However, the other man argued that precedent would not help them if their entire lineage got wiped out. He made a very forceful argument. The armies of those Sylvester brigands were marching against them at that very moment. Slicked Hair could not fault Mustache for hesitating and raising concerns regarding proper birthright, and whatnot, but they had to know that voting against the uncle was choosing to perish with the clueless young lordling. Slicked Hair, on the other hand, would tend to his own survival first. Mustache slammed his hand on the table, accusing the other noble of speaking out of turn. Every last one of them was granted a place at this table by the grace of the late lord. They owed it to him and to this house to fight to the very last, not bicker like a bunch of jackals. Even if the sitting patriarch was yet to gather his own faction, Mustache would not stand by and watch his uncle usurp his rightful place as heir. The uncle was a wicked, domineering presence, almost as leery and as unforgivable as the man who'd killed the late lord, and Mustache hoped for guidance from Rune's spirit. It was very unfortunate that their good lord had left them in the clutches of this shameless vulture. The uncle chuckled, saying that it was a bold yet amusing opinion indeed. Leon von Marbas, their current patriarch, had at least one loyal vassal, it seemed. Mustache asked the uncle to speak plainly, as he had no time for games. As loyal as Mustache may be, he lacked any kind of shrewdness that seemed to be required in politics. The uncle, on the other hand, had way too much shrewdness, and he could see that the matter was already a done deal. No other noble at the table had opposed the situation, and Mustache stood with worry on his face. Pullen, his name was, and he was a dear old fellow, so the uncle told the man to take his sage counsel and to let the matter drop. After all, the uncle had gathered them all today, and it was not because he had any regard for Pullen's opinions whatsoever. The mustache man would not be bullied, and he cursed, realizing that this situation was by the wicked uncle's design. Herschel told the plump man to consider his next words carefully for the sake of his family, if nothing else. The mustache man stiffened as he was reminded that they had all gathered for one purpose alone, to make an unsavory choice that would nonetheless be the least of all evils for the house. The plump had no need to stand in the way of their survival, and all they asked was for him to let their wisdom take its course. The mustache man was beginning to realize that he was merely a pawn in the uncle's game from the very beginning. The man begged the old lord's spirit to forgive and have mercy on a pitiful vassal who failed to protect his legacy. While all this was going on, Leon was busy gaining some fancy new demonic powers. He stood before the great demon Marbas, and the lion hummed, noting that all was well, except for one thing. With the change in the subject of the pact, the true extent of the lion's power had been curtailed. As soft and naive as his father Rune was, as Marba's contractor, the man had possessed a far greater mana reserve than his son had currently. Come to think of it, the boy did seem to recall that any demon who made a pact with a human had to draw magic energy from their contractor to replenish their own reserve. The boy then wanted to know what he had to do in that regard, and he wanted to get the process done sooner rather than later. The great lion mentioned that there was precious little that the boy could do as he was now. However, they ought to be sparring with his mana for now. With a snap of his fingers, the big book opened, and the great lion took on a more manageable form to work with the amount of mana that the boy currently had. He now appeared much like the world's fluffiest black kitten. This form should be less burdensome to maintain. Leon was not discouraged, and he figured that this made sense. The creature was certainly adorable enough to pass as a pet. The boy barely got far with his compliment before Marba's demon shadow burned with his true form, as he threatened the boy to never dare call him adorable again. He might be small now, but he swore to make a maze of bite and claw marks all over his contractor's face. Leon was not very deterred by that threat, but for the sake of getting what he wanted, he went with it. The fluffy kitten huffed, saying that now that they were in accord, it was time for them to depart. The boy was surprised and asked where they would be going. Obviously, the young lord wished to obtain strength that would rival even his progenitor, and he did remember asking for that. If he was to stand any chance of ascending to the same heights that he did, then what better way to follow in his footsteps than to literally retrace his footsteps? It sounded good enough to the young lord, so it was time for them to journey to the hidden shrine of his progenitor. He was completely oblivious to his noble seat getting snatched right from under him. The perils of the journey they were about to take could claim his life, and Marbas asked if Leon still wanted to proceed. Of course he did. The boy couldn't care less about staying alive, and he did not get why his resolve kept getting questioned. The kitten was rather proud of him and began to lead the way, telling the young contractor to keep up if he could. So, the young lad followed, and the two proceeded into the nearby forest. The lad recognized the mistwoods of the house Marbas. The forest could be an inscrutable labyrinth for those who were not of his bloodline. Then the boy recalled that his father had told him that only the rightful patriarch may set foot inside the secret shrine itself. However, the boy did find it odd that the place was supposed to grant his predecessors the power of necromancy, but it had failed to do just that. The kitten explained that none of the predecessors had passed the trial, and they had likely been found lacking when it came to the most fundamental requirement of all. Only those who possessed the purest shade of black, the element of the abyss, could clear a path to the shrine. No one to date had been able to satisfy this first condition to make it through the dense bubbling and magic purple fog. The boy could see that it seemed evident enough. Marbas raised a paw, and the fog cleared to reveal a door. Without further ado, the kitten smiled, eager to begin the first trial. Wind whooshed inside the place, and Leon was granted the permission to enter as a descendant. The boy stepped forward, taking in the bricks covered in moss. The boy was warned, of course, that he would no longer have the demon's aid. The boy accepted this as the kitten had mentioned that it was going to be a test after all. The cat grinned as said that he did have one piece of counsel to offer. The boy was to follow the Necronomican's instructions at all times. It would lead the boy on the path toward his reward, the power of necromancy. It was dark at the bottom of the stairs, but there was sufficient lighting with lamps in the glowing necromancy book. Leon paused when he suddenly heard a screech in the dark, and he turned to look down the dark corridor. One of the lamps lit with a green light, and a bunch of green, bulky and muscular people appeared in the dark. The boy stared down and saw beside him a girl tied up before the creatures that seemed to be goblins. With barely any reaction to the situation around him, the boy grabbed his purple book and opened up a few pages. He found the guide on how to utilize the maximum potential of the divine relic, the Necronomicon. The first secret was reanimating the dead. The boy stared at the book in silence for a moment, and he looked at the empty hallways and the goblins that were now charging at him. There did not seem to be any dead to raise, so the boy looked back at the book that said he had to begin by taking a life. Well, he'd already done that once before, so Leon closed the book and picked up his dagger, his eyes shining with the fiery determination of a killer. He took note of the bound bodacious stranger in ripped clothes. Obviously, goblin entertainment, and the goblins growled to see him ogling their prize. The young patriarch stepped forward, knife in hand, and then there was an explosion as one of the goblins leapt into the air, screaming murder. The boy was unfazed as the goblin approached, dodging the creature's first blow. Then he swung his knife, slicing the charging creature before him. It seems the boy had taken some time after patricide to practice his murder a bit. Blood poured from the fallen goblin, and the boy turned, eyes glowing with death, to see who was next. The gloomy boy once found himself in a cemetery, surrounded by the dark air that often accompanied such a somber environment. Then, his father had told him to listen closely. In the great house of Marbas, he asked the child what entity that they held with the highest regard. The answer was simple, of course. The noble house was the kind that idolized death itself. This was because they were a clan of necromancers, with dominion over the undead. Due to this, the noble family had to revere death itself with the highest of regard. The young boy pondered his father's words and then asked what on earth that meant. How was it possible for them to revere death? He thought that necromancers were the kind to take lives whether they wanted to or not. After all, they had to gain more power as dark mages. The boy's father smiled, his green eyes filled with kindness as he noted that his dear son had been studying their family history. Yes, it was true that they were a family of dark mages that were feared by countless people across the continent. However, that did not mean that they had to become heartless villains themselves. That is why the kind father made his son promise him one thing. No matter who Leon faced in battle one day, as long as he held dominion of life or death over them, then Leon had to swear that he would make their end as peaceful as he could. The boy with the empty eyes regarded his father, and he wondered now if his father would still want him to keep his word for every foe that he faced. Now, the boy faced goblins in a dark underground passageway, their shameless lust apparent in the woman that they held captive. Without hesitation, the young noble had cut down one of their numbers and he stared emptily as he was surrounded by the next challengers. His foes held no mourning for their fallen comrade, wicked grins stretching out on their sick and twisted lips, each sure that they could best the young boy. The fallen goblin bled red at the young lad's feet, and he had to ensure to aim for the cervical vertebra with deadly precision. He would kill them with one strike, keeping the promise that he made to his father. There was no better way to dispatch an enemy with as little pain as possible. The little Marbas watched the young noble, noting that it did not seem as though Leon had had much practice with a sword. Yet, the boy had struck the vertebra with pinpoint accuracy. It was amazing to watch the young lad fight. The lion demon wondered if the first strike had just been a fluke, a stroke of luck, or a possible inborn gift of some sort. Grinning with glee, the demon knew that he would soon find out as many goblins made their way towards his young charge. Leon noted that he had managed to take one of them down, but that was more luck than skill. Goblins were a shrewd species and devious by nature. Their eyes glowed red with the anticipation of cutting him to pieces, and he had to keep his guard up. The boy held tightly to the handle of his weapon, bracing himself for their next attack. The darkness did make it a little difficult to judge the elevation, and not only that, but the young boy's vision could darken with each passing moment as it got later in the night. He recalled that a torch flicked out with the first goblin he slew, so he ought to acclimatize to the dark while he could and defeat a large number of foes. Then, instead of cutting through the enemy, the boy should look to pierce and dislodge as precisely as he could. Moving swiftly, the boy leapt behind yet another foe and charged at them, his eyes promising death as he descended to eradicate his foe. The weapon struck true, and yet another green enemy went down with a tortured scream of pain. Just as Leon had suspected, another torch flickered out as the zombie hit the floor. Another goblin growled with a screech, charging at Leon with surprising speed. However, the Marbas noble was ready for him and he swooshed around just in time, dodging out of the way when the goblin brought its weapon down. Two had come at him from different sides, and they met each other in the middle in vicious combat. Taking advantage of their distraction, Leon dispatched yet another goblin, slicing quickly through its throat, and yet another light went out. The boy's eyes were growing used to the dark, so he should be able to see well enough even if more torches went out. It was quite unfortunate, though, that his dagger was starting to suffer damage from his clashes with the vicious beasts. He could not expect the blade to hold up for long. After all, it was just a ceremonial blade. Suddenly, a shriek pulled the boy out of his musings. Yet another goblin came at him, weapon raised, with murder glinting in its eyes. The boy raised his defense immediately, slashing at the creature in a smooth strike that made contact with the evil creature's face. Unfortunately, the cut he made was much too shallow this time, barely more than a ridiculously small scratch. The lion demon was shocked to see Leon abandon his weapon, and the boy raced ahead as he managed to dodge his enemy's strike. The boy's eyes glinted a calculated green, and Marbas stared, impressed and excited. The young noble lunged, escaping the goblin's hit and grabbing the discarded weapon. Leon grabbed the fallen weapon of one of his opponents and faced the goblin again, this time with more vicious tenacity. The boy stomped and leapt forward, slicing at his enemy again with renewed vigor. This time the boy's slash produced better results and a waterfall of blood rained down from the goblin's guts. A quick slice left the beast in shambles, and the boy stepped back as yet another goblin dropped to the floor. Without wasting time, Leon spun. The Marbas boy had eliminated all of his enemies, and he stepped forward with pride and confidence, walking slowly towards the bound girl in the dungeons. The young lady was bound with a rope at her mouth, and she mumbled in fear. After all, she had just seen her young hero make very quick work of monsters twice her size. The boy took the rope out of her mouth, and the poor girl cried with grateful tears in her eyes. She thanked him for saving her life, her expression the picture of perfect gratitude. She spoke more on how she owed the boy so much, but the poor girl did not go far in her speech before she was then stabbed. The boy's bloody sword had pierced right through the shocked bodacious maiden. Her own hero had taken her life. The girl was speechless, staring into the empty and dark eyes of her rescuer, and he just pulled the sword out, dispatching her as quickly as he had ended the goblins. Leon stared at the girl, saying that he was reminded of yet another piece of wise counsel from his father. He had been told of monsters with the ability to mimic human beings, which his father had encountered during his travels through the continent. This was why it was so easy for him now to end the lady before him, and she fell with a guttural monstrous cry. The monster now revealed herself, growling with claws drawn as she regarded her enemy. The boy's father had also told him to never forget that those who deceived and exploited the trust of others did not deserve peaceful ends. Those kinds of people had to feel the exact same fear and despair that they pushed their victims through. And to that end, Leon's eyes beamed with dark green unfiltered malice as he thought that the demon girl could do with a little lesson in suffering. He felt she should agree. Her screams echoed through the dungeon as he got busy with her, and finally the last torch went out. There was dancing, ladies in beautiful red dresses, charming the audience with their great moves. The banquet hall was packed with drinks and cups, with Leon's uncle at the center of it all, laughing it up in glee because his evil plans were finally coming into fruition. It would not be long before the accursed house was firmly within his grasp, and he celebrated by having his arm in very suggestive positions around two babes. The babes encouraged drunkenness and partying since they wanted his money anyway. A distinguished gentleman like him had to be the head of the household over a baby-faced boy. That made so much more sense after all. The other lady agreed, saying that Sir Kirchel was nothing short of incredible. She never could have imagined that he would use the Sylvesters to get his way. That evil backstabbing cretin had cut a deal with the enemy house to rise to the top. The girls cooked and fed the man's ego, saying that it took a real man to be a backstabbing jerk. The man laughed, buying the flattery, saying that he had to bow and scrape to the Sylvester scum. However, he never had to worry about that anymore, and he happily gulped down a jug full of wine. Bowing and scraping was by far the lesser of two evils when compared to his nephew, whom he called a wet whelp. The man was sure that his nephew would drag House Marbas down a path to extinction. Indeed, it would be 100 times more preferable if he took power instead. After all, who was there who could deny that the man had played this game flawlessly, and he had won? The wicked creature laughed darkly, and all those around him laughed as well, especially that slick-back moron that agreed with him in the first place. Speaking of Slick Hair, he wanted to know what happened to Leon. The boy had wandered off, and Slick Hair wanted to know the plan for disposing of the young patriarch. The people of the estate were deeply loyal to the boy's father, so it would be a little difficult to get rid of the little brat. However, the uncle was mostly unbothered, and he felt that matters did not need to get complicated at all. Smirking wickedly, the old man revealed his plan, saying that the boy's demise would be justified after the fact. After all, dead men tell no tales, and neither do their sons. Slick Hair thought this was well said, and he supposed that the last time anyone heard from the dead was centuries ago when the founding Marbas patriarch had wielded the power of necromancy. More drink was poured, golden and beautiful as the men continued to laugh and celebrate their wickedness. They made a toast to their next and rightful patriarch of the Marbas house, Sir Kirchel. There was laughter and heavy levels of mad drunkenness. The enjoyment went on with the girls dancing suggestively in the background as the wicked men giggled with their girls by their side. Meanwhile, back in a very important house, the patriarch of House Sylvester wanted to be sure that his plan to subjugate House Marbas was progressing as planned. His associates, of course, gave him the relief that he wanted to hear. The Grey Eminence, Kirchel von Marbas, was essentially nothing more than a pawn in their employ. They only needed to wait for the official approval for all-out warfare from the imperial household. The wicked man smirked, laughing at the incorrigible fools that were playing into his hands. They were rather dim to presume that the Sylvester patriarch would hold off on the second course of war as if it had not been long since the first. It created a rather convenient opening for the wicked blonde man. Of course, none of this would have been possible without the Lord's remarkable strategic foresight. The Lord of Sylvester took note of the files that they had no Kirchel. To think that the centuries-long history of House Marbas would come to an end at the hands of some short-sighted dunce of a traitor. It was truly pitiful. Still, the Sylvester noble smiled as he dreamed of the night of delights. He told his men to hasten their preparation at once. Nothing would get in the way of his perfect victory. First, he killed the father, and now the man eagerly looked forward to delighting in the death of the son. The wicked man could scarcely wait to hear the sweet sound of their cries of peril. Meanwhile, the son in question had just successfully eliminated the last of the monsters that he found within the underground. His blade spilled blood on the floor as he pulled it from the body of his latest victim, and those green eyes adjusted to the pitch darkness that now surrounded him with the torches snuffed out. The girl seemed to be the last of the monsters in there. Suddenly, there was a bright flash of light and the entire underground area instantly became illuminated. The boy stared at the fire that now crackled and popped in its stand, and he ran his fingers through his hair in part exhaustion and part awe. Marbas thought that the young lad was incredible. The kitten pounced with joy as he was yet to meet such a deranged contractor in all of his existence. The demon found absolute delight in how insane Leon was turning out to be. The boy was shocked and found himself knocked right into a pool of blood, losing his weapon and everything, as he did not want to hurt Marbas. The happy demon felt like his new charge surely possessed enough grit to survive in a camp full of orcs since he was so good at keeping his wits about him. Tiny paw pads happily kneaded Leon's face, and the boy just stared emptily as usual, probably wishing that he was not sloshing about in blood. Marbas continued to laugh and praise him, somehow figuring out the demon in disguise as a human, and how the boy had not hesitated to run it through with a sword. Leon finally rose, saying that he would prefer to avoid any run-ins with orcs if at all possible. Then he gently set down his new kitten on the floor. The boy knew all about how orcs despised humans above all else as a race. That was no matter to the demon, as he wanted to know why Leon had known to suspect that the girl was in cahoots with the rest. The boy fell silent as he considered the answer to that question. It was actually quite simple for him. When all the other torches had gone out, there was still one that stayed lit, which must mean that another monster remained. Yet the only one left was the girl. The demon was deeply interested in this logic, and Leon explained that when they first set foot in that place, he had realized that the torches in the area burned a different color than what they had seen thus far. The torches burned green to signify the goblins that they had to slay. Green was the shade of the dead, and sure enough, with each monster that he slew, the torches flickered out one by one. However, the boy then noticed that there was one more torch flaring bright in the color of green. So obviously there was one monster left, and the boy could not move on until it was dead, although its death had been a bit more brutal than the others. The kitten stared at the boy who sat in a pool of blood, excited by how frightfully cold-blooded his new charge was. The demon had not expected a mere boy of 14 to surmise so much under such dire circumstances. Now the boy was just looking around, taking in his blood-soaked shirt. When one's life was at stake, it could be difficult enough to read the situation, let alone spring to action without a moment's hesitation. Yet, Leon did exactly that in an instant, dispatching all the enemies by himself in the end. Perhaps there was more to the young charge than just the vast mana reserve that he contained. It could be that the young noble was hiding something truly special as well, something that even the boy did not know existed. This thought truly fascinated Marbas, and the demon smirked with joy. It was rather entertaining. He could not wait to see what the boy showed him next. Then, Marbas lifted the necromancy book. With Welland's first trial behind him, it was time for them to proceed to the next step in learning necromancy. The book's pages flipped open and then stopped on the next lesson. After taking the life of a living being, it was then time to raise the fallen. The boy stared at the book for a moment, and hummed as he understood that he had to raise the undead. There was a nice selection of corpses for him to use, freshly departed, so the boy smiled rather wickedly, eager to begin. It was time for Leon to raise the undead. The instructions were clear and pretty easy to use in theory. He was just to gaze at the goblins that he killed and then to direct his mana to his eyes to maximize his vision. The boy did just that, mana collecting in his dark green eyes as he stared at the corpses that he made. He would see on each body a threat that linked it to some unknown place, possibly the afterlife or something like that. Sure enough, the young noble turned to the corpses and he saw each string linked to them just like Marbas had explained. In the parlance of necromancers, this thread was apparently called a death line. This was the line that crossed the bounds of death and linked each soul with the thread from this world to the next. So it was apparently the thread of reincarnation. The kitten smiled at how fast his disciple was learning, and he plucked at the strings of death with ease. A necromancer separated the lingering souls of the dead from their bodies to revive their spirits, and then breathed new life into the bodies by combining the souls with the necromancer's own mana. The goblins slowly pushed to their feet as Leon commanded their reanimation as the undead. The goblins smirked wickedly as dark crosses etched onto their head. It seemed that they shared their creator's smile. Each evil goblin came alive, now bubbling with a purple aura surrounding them. Marbas then happily demonstrated to his watching disciple. The goblin lunged at Leon, who stood holding the book, and it stretched out its weapon to the boy, but of course, it did not hurt him. This process was referred to as branding. There were, of course, other means of creating undead minions, but the demon said that the sole method that worked on monsters was branding, and he would save the other methods for another time, as they were still covering the basics. The boy noted that and got to his feet. Now, the demon gave his young charge leave to try controlling the dead by himself. However, before doing any of that, Leon had a question to ask. It had been on his mind for a while. Sure enough, Marbas permitted him to proceed with his question. So, the young boy revealed that his predecessor once told him that it was far more complex to turn a human being undead than it was to turn a monster. The boy, who had only just started training, wanted to know if he had reached a level where he could turn a person undead. The beast laughed as his charge had spoken much like one that may have a need for such a feat. The kitten grinned and asked wickedly what wretch the boy wanted so badly to reanimate, and the boy with dark eyes called upon the name of Kirchel von Marbas. The man that the young boy so badly wanted to turn into a corpse was his own uncle. Meanwhile, his uncle was still somehow happily whining and dining. The man had no sense of self-preservation and was truly the kind that only liked to live in the moment. It was rather embarrassing to watch, especially for a man with so many enemies. He sat with his lackeys and wenches, giggling and getting drunk, and the girls in turn squealed and giggled along with the finished man. Kirchel laughed that the late patriarch was a fool, yet his life had been smooth sailing ever since Rune died. This was the life of a man of opportunity, and he laughed as his girls agreed with him. The man was wasted, and his senseless yes-man was all too happy to agree with him. Now all that remained was to take care of the soul heir. Slick-back hair was sure that Sir Kirchel must be feeling the weight lift somewhat from his shoulders, and the man scoffed, saying that murdering the boy hardly presented that much of a problem. Once again, he asked his cronies to raise their glasses and to drink their fill. There were precious few days that were as auspicious as this. Suddenly, they heard a loud noise and paused. The rumbling continued through the building, and a few things snapped as the place began to shake. Karma was coming, and the girl squealed when the chandelier came down. The old man suddenly scowled and became alert, wondering what was happening. This establishment was supposed to be the kind that could be protected by a magical artifact. It should take more than mere wind to shake the whole building. The old man then got even more serious, telling the girl beside him to be quiet. This was no normal quake. The old man yelled into the dark, asking who had come at this time. There was not a soul remaining in the Marbas territory with the gall to make an attempt against his life, and the man was unafraid. Leon could not help but ask exactly what had given his uncle such a notion. The boy appeared now, his eyes as empty as always as lightning flashed behind him. The uncle stared with amusement, foolishly unafraid of his nephew. The young patriarch of a downtrodden house was what he called him as his own men showed behind him, ready to cut Leon into pieces. The boy stared at his uncle, stared at the man who should have been family, who should have been protecting him. Then, Leon said how gracious of Kirchel to recognize his patriarch. His uncle laughed, seeing no reason why the boy would visit unannounced at such a late hour, and he asked the boy what business he had with him. Now that was truly an odd question. The young patriarch, the lord of the estate, did not require a reason to visit a subject, much less a vassal like his uncle. He did not need to announce his intentions ahead of time for his convenience. Kirchel glared, saying that he supposed any other worthy lord should have no need for such courtesies, but he thought of the young boy as far from worthy to lord over even a box of mice. The man laughed, asking if the boy was frightened that his seat as the patriarch might be taken away from him. It was entirely too late, and the boy's hapless father was no longer around to keep him safe. The man jeered and mocked and laughed at Leon, who just stared coldly at the old man. Then, Leon pushed aside the curtains that separated them, stepping into the chamber where his uncle sat. The boy said that he was not afraid now that he had the means to keep himself safe. The uncle jeered, asking the boy what his newfound wisdom told him about coming here alone. It was bold of the boy to seek out his uncle as if he had multiple lives. However, the young patriarch did not believe confronting his uncle required any manner of boldness. It was bold of the old man to assume that the young boy had come alone. The uncle now frowned, wondering what his nephew was babbling about. That is when the building rumbled once more, and the uncle looked around in shock and confusion. This was bizarre, and these shakes could not come about from some common magic. The magic that thrummed along the walls and the floors was that of the abyss, and now the old man realized that he knew this sensation, and he recognized this darkness far deeper than any mortal could know. The old man flinched, hoping that it was not what he suspected, that after years of dormancy, his worst nightmare could not possibly come true. However, that was exactly the case, and goblins stumbled into the room. The undead had come, and Leon confirmed their existence as the undead. The old man stared, pale with fright, asking how such a thing could be possible. Not even his late brother could harness such a might, talkless at a young age. The boy looked bored, saying that it should be obvious. The house Marbas was in is once more a clan of necromancers. The old man gritted his teeth in rage at this explosive level of bad luck. He yelled and pointed, asking his guards to cut down those unsightly abominations at once. The guards rushed forward to attack the undead, and the undead enemy awaited their approach. The armed men flew forward, swarming the undead with mass numbers and deadly skill, all racing to cut down the boy with the empty eyes. However, the undead got there first. The undead goblins fought to defend their master, grinning with wicked delight. The men were shocked to see the undead fighting back, as they had underestimated the boy's potential. The undead did indeed fight back, and it sliced right through one of the armed men. The man toppled in a splash of blood and fell to the floor before the uncle and the rest of his guards. The old man stared in horror as he realized that he was now in some very hot soup. The goblins made quick work of the other guards, flying at great speed to dispatch the armed men. One by one, more guards fell, much to the alarm of the other guards watching, and the uncle called the boy a monster. The guards were sliced and cut down, blood splattering the scene as the old man watched and looked on in abject horror. He could not believe the sight before him, and he felt like something was amiss. The groans of death surrounded him, and blood was splashed throughout the room as the man detected that something terrible was amiss and the situation was completely out of the ordinary. Unless the old man's eyes were deceiving him, he could see that his young nephew was actually commanding the art of necromancy. The old man's gloved hand moved quickly, gathering as much dark energy as he could into his hand. However, he could not fathom how such a thing had happened. The magic hardened into a purple ball in his hand, and the old man prepared to fight back. He called the apparitions a mockery of the founding patriarch's power, but his nephew did not care, saying that it was not odd for the patriarch of House Marbas to have the ability to command the undead. The old man roared that the situation was preposterous. Necromancy was a long-lost art, buried in the annals of history. Not even the boy's father could make use of it in life. There was no way that the uncle would accept that a useless brat like him would be any different and actually be able to use necromancy. The old man refused to entertain the boy's nonsense. The young lad was still unbothered, and said that if his uncle really found that so hard to believe, then he had no choice but to prove his abilities. His already dark eyes became even darker and menacing. However, Leon warned his uncle that he would not like the results of that choice at all. The goblins in the area grew even more menacing. Their wicked smiles were wide, and they lumbered forward, advancing towards Kirchel. The goblins then raced ahead, eager to slaughter their prey, and the old man amazingly stood his ground. In an interesting display of courage, the man really thought that he could easily fight the goblin warriors that had appeared before him. The old man screamed for the monsters to go back to the abyss and unleashed purple fire right at them. One of the goblins screeched, and it looked like that attack would be effective after all. The goblin's body turned to ash, and its undead form began to crumble. The old man smirked with joy and triumph, relieved to see that he could beat the monsters after all. But he had only taken down one, and it was much too soon to start rejoicing. The fallen zombie's skin began to peel off, and it slowed with odd cracks and pops. However, although the monster had taken some damage, it suddenly rocketed forward with a screech of rage, harmed but not beaten, as it lunged at the Lord Kirchel. The old man was shocked to see that he had not even successfully taken down one monster, and he called for his guards to help him. To the old man's shock, all the guards were at his feet, long since dead. The old man cursed and gathered even more purple magic, flinging it at the boy before him. The goblins easily dodged the attack, now understanding that it could actually harm them. They approached faster, brandishing their sword at the evil old man. The uncle had to admit that his prowess with magic was only marginally superior to a novice, but he yelled that there would be consequences for the boy's betrayal, as if the old man had not planned to betray him first. The old man was further held back by the effects of liquor that he'd soaked himself in that night. He was currently in danger, though he kept yelling that it was not a matter that he would brush aside lightly. While he was talking cheap threats, a goblin leapt up beside him and stabbed him through the chest. This was a huge shock to Kirchel, who had not seen that coming at all. The old man groaned in pain, blood leaking from his wounds, but he could still summon some magic to defend himself. However, the magic had started to flake out and shatter. The man could barely hold his concentration. After all, he was drunk. So, he settled on cheap morals, calling the boy out for daring to turn against his own flesh and blood. The man muttered that the child would never be forgiven. Leon just said that he recalled that he once read a treatise on the continent's history with his father. There were victors and the vanquished, with the cold gaze of hindsight separating the two as time went on. The uncle growled at getting lectured, but there was a lesson to be learned from Leon's words. As devoid of emotions as the young boy was, he imagined that he had yet to fathom its true meaning. However, there was one thing that the child learnt from the book. He had learnt that forgiveness was the privilege of the victor. Now the young lad had walked all the way to his uncle, so that they were now standing nearly side by side. The boy knew that his uncle had once been a victor, once upon a time. He supposed that was what his uncle was when he stabbed his father in the back and made his bid for survival. However, times have changed now. The uncle went purple, growling and telling the child to shut his mouth. However, Sir Kirchel von Marbas would not bid farewell, and his nephew hoped that he would suffer every step of the way. The boy would always cherish this day as the man's day of defeat. As for the man's punishment, Leon would take from him the ambition of seeing another day. The goblins leapt at the man with mad glee, their weapons raised. In the name of the patriarch of House Marbas, Kirchel von Marbas was cut down, and he screamed in agony. His cries were music to Leon's ears. Eventually, the man's hand flopped in defeat, and he was dead. Encouraged by Leon's ire, the goblins kept energetically stabbing and cutting into Kirchel even long after the man had passed away, and the Marbas kitten huffed in amusement. The boy was truly deranged as he had suspected, and he was sure even the devil would be moved by this display. A novice necromancer could suddenly wield that with such skill despite this being his very first time. One might think that the boy had been commanding the undead for a decade already. The boy stared as he considered that statement, and then suddenly thought of something. His face back to malicious glee. He had just come up with a rather amusing idea. An idea that probably only he found amusing, and the Marbas kitten wondered what this terrifying idea might be. The next day, a board meeting was called and all the nobles were present. Well, almost all of them. They were surprised that another meeting of the council had been called so soon, and they asked if anyone knew why Sir Kirchel had summoned them once again. Most of the gathered nobles were clueless and had simply come because they'd been called. It seemed that his little sidekick on the council was yet to arrive as well, so they decided to be patient a little longer. Still, another noble worried that an urgent meeting of the council was no laughing matter. His hands shook, wondering if there was news that House Sylvester meant to break the peace treaty and strike while they were in disarray. This was worrisome news, but another noble said that they would not encourage paranoia within their ranks. The man hardly thought that they would be so brash as to break an agreement between two great houses. Besides, the resumption of war would require an official approval from His Majesty himself. The man supposed that the other noble was right, and in any case, they had to stay put and wait for the council head to return. All their doubts would be cleared as soon as Sir Kirchel became the head of their household. Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps and the creak of the door opening. The nobles turned to see their young lord appear before them. The boy walked past the nobles in silence as he made his way to his seat, and they whispered amongst each other, alarmed because they had thought that this meeting was called by Sir Kirchel. They did not know why Leon was there, and if he meant to challenge his uncle since he was the rightful heir. They were even shamelessly whispering as if he could not hear them. But even they knew that the cruel old man had no regard for such formalities. However, the nobles could not figure out why the boy was here. Suddenly, Leon glanced at all the men before him, and he asked if they had expected to see his uncle instead. Unfortunately, his uncle would not be joining them for this meeting. To put it more clearly, his uncle would be permanently unable to attend. This made the other nobles rather nervous, and they asked the young lord to clarify. He happily did so, taking his seat as he informed the other nobles that his uncle was dead. They stared at the young boy, horror in their eyes, and he confirmed his words, adding that he had even been the one to put an end to the wicked old man. Now, if that answered their question, he asked if anyone had something to say. Maybe some of them would be interested in joining his uncle. The nobles all stared at him in shock. These guys were confused and knee-deep in disbelief. They could not believe what that man had just said. For a moment, they were speechless. Then one of them slammed his fist on the table, saying that if this news was true, then their Lord Patriarch had to explain himself with more than just a few words. How on earth had the most senior elder of House Marbas died when they had scarcely even mourned the passing of the boy's predecessor? Leon thought that was a very good question, and he had a very good answer for that one, too. The other nobles joined in on the outrage, yelling that the boy may be the Patriarch. But he owed them at least an explanation on matters such as the sudden death of their evil leader. The boy stared at the nobles coldly and declared to them all that Kirchel von Marbas was a traitor to their name. They all flinched because they already knew this. Not only had the evil old man turned against his father and surrendered vital information to their enemies in House Sylvester, but the man had even sought to usurp Leon's rightful place at the head of their clan. Now, the other nobles that had supported the old man were starting to sweat. What the boy did find the most curious, however, was that despite all valid grounds for a summary execution, all the other nobles seemed to defend that horrible old man with such zeal and loyalty. Now the other nobles were really starting to sweat. The call to assemble for a meeting of the house had come under Kirchel's name, yet they had all appeared like he was the head of the house. The old man being nowhere in sight lends credence to the claim that he had been slain. Another noble thought that it was quite foolish of the old man to be murdered by a fresh-faced boy, and other panicking nobles noted that this was not the time to be fretting on Kirchel's behalf. If the young Leon somehow managed to assassinate his uncle without a single soul to do his bidding, then they were all in serious trouble. One of the nobles suddenly leapt to his feet, saying that he never suspected that the awful old man could be planning such an evil thing. He even dramatically cursed Kirch's name for daring to commit such a grave offense. It could be that the boy had come into the possession of some strong magical power, and the brunette noble did not want to face the consequences for that. The blonde noble gulped as well and stood, declaring his innocence on the matter as well. They said that they could not have possibly known what the old weasel was plotting, especially something that dastardly. However, the young boy just tapped on the desk in front of him, his eyes dark and threatening. He told them all to be silent. Their claims of innocence and ignorance could be true, but that would nonetheless render them all guilty of a grave crime. They had all been rather negligent for failing to uncover the traitor among their household. The nobles cursed internally about getting baited by Leon, and they'd fallen into his trap. Another noble agreed with the young lord, but he did want to know whether Sir Kirchel was a traitor or not. The noble asked if there was proof of the claim. After all, who was to say that their young lord had not slain an innocent man? The young boy heard the noble out, and then he suddenly got to his feet, saying that they all acted precisely as foreseen by one far more discerning than himself. The other nobles wondered who they could be, but they could not see Marbas seated cheekily on the boy's shoulder. So, that was not their business and they would have to stew in their ignorance. Instead, the boy glanced at them, his eyes dark and malicious. If his nobles wanted proof, then he would provide them with proof. The young lad opened the great book of necromancy and said that they should allow him to demonstrate the betrayal of Kirchel von Marbas. A dark aura swept through the council room, taking all the nobles by surprise and fear. Leon was the trueborn son of House Marbas, and he called forth the name of the damned soul that wandered the realm. Sure enough, from the pits of the underworld, his cackling goblin squad rose with their weapons braced on their shoulders. The other goblins fell out, cackling and laughing as they pulled up in their squad. The book poured out the undead under Leon's control like they were water, and the other nobles watched in horror as the boy used the spell to summon the undead. They could not believe a boy this young could do something like that. Then, from the depths of the underworld, Kirchel von Marbas rose. The man's clothes were tattered and torn, and he cracked his way to the surface. Somehow, the boy Leon had discovered the forgotten magic of the Marbas house, and the nobles stared in horror to see the undead body of Kirchel von Marbas. The boy asked his noble uncle to confess his crimes with whatever remained of his mind. The nobles were absolutely shocked to see the old man in the state that he was now in. They could not believe that this was possible, and the young lad sighed that he was starting to tire of hearing that same question over and over again. He did not think it should be so shocking to see a necromancer from House Marbas when the very foundation of their house was built on necromancy. The goblins screeched with glee as they charged forward, and one noble yelled for everyone to flee for their lives. They truly were terrified, and one noble yelled for the other to make haste. However, they had barely started to run before the noble lost his head. The other noble stumbled back, horrified to see his colleague now missing a head. The shaken brunette turned, a nervous sweat gathering on his brow as he saw the blonde noble begging for mercy. His legs had been cut off, and the man groveled in pain. However, his eyes widened in horror as the young Leon stepped in front of him. The boy said that the meeting was not quite done yet, so none of the nobles were allowed to leave. They would do well to heed their patriarch until he had nothing left to say. With that, the undead uncle marched his disgusting way to the other nobles, his body cracking and crunching with each step he took. The old man was clearly not very fit, and his nephew said that he would ask Kirchel von Marbas if there was a single soul among those present who had no knowledge of their vile deeds. The old man looked at the cowering nobles with his dead eyes, and he confessed that all those who served the last patriarch of their house were turned against him, down to the last man. Not a single man present was ignorant of the uncle's evil ways. That was all that the young boy needed to hear. The nobles cried out in fear and anguish, asking for the young lad to forgive them. They all cried, saying that they would confess to their crimes, and they begged for a chance to prove their loyalty. But these were all men who had led to the young boy being forced to execute his own father. The boy had no mercy for them, and one by one, they were all cut down. Leon watched all the nobles fall and then realized something. By the power vested in him, Leon von Marbas, he therefore proclaimed before the council as he raised his book, that the dark art of necromancy had been restored to the House Marbas. The boy stood over the corpses of those who had plotted and seen to the death of his father. Staring at the room with dead and empty eyes, the man wondered where on earth Sir Pullen had gone. A shaky brunette popped up from the back and explained that the noble Sir Pullen had been cast into the dungeons below on the charge of sedition. So, the dark-haired boy asked the servant to lead the way. The shaky man hopped right to fulfilling his lord's wishes without any hesitation, as he was in no hurry to join the others on the chopping block. The dark-haired boy halted when he came before the door, recalling something. Then he said that the rest may choose to flee if it pleases them. The other maids and servants cowered on the floor, in shock at the slaughter that they had just beheld. The young Lord of Marbas warned that he could not be held accountable for what would happen next if they chose to stay. For all of their sakes, he would trust that they would make the prudent choice. With that, the boy left the meeting room, leaving the servants and guards in shocked and terrified silence. Meanwhile, a door creaked open as someone appeared before the Lord of Sylvester. The man greeted his Lord Patriarch before announcing that a letter had just arrived for the man. The Sylvester Lord took the letter and checked out its contents. As the man read with dubious curiosity, his face then morphed to a very amused and very wicked smirk. It was excellent news, and it seemed that even the imperial household was ready to turn its back on the House Marbas. It was only a matter of time that such a thing would happen. After all, outside their progenitor, the house never had much to show for their inflated renown. The little that they had in capital and manpower was also rather laughable. The Lord of Sylvester agreed, saying that they possessed even less of the former than the latter. In any case, the man would proceed as planned for now. The House Marbas would be brought to its knees at last, with the War of Noble Houses due to take place next month. Their enemy was sure of it. Then, the Lord asked if his man was up to the task, and the dark-haired man replied that he was ready beyond a shadow of a doubt. There was no chance of their defeat, unless a full-fledged necromancer was to somehow happen to grace the House of Marbas after centuries of mediocrity, or their founding patriarch Wellen von Marbas suddenly returned from the grave. With no chance of either of those two happening, the odds of House Sylvester losing were negligible at most. The man with the mustache smiled, and then said that this war was entirely theirs to win. Meanwhile, in the dungeons of the Marbas home, Sir Pullen cried out and bowed deeply to the young lord, thrilled to see him. He asked for the forgiveness of the young boy, saying that he should not have allowed Kirchel's dark ambitions to fester without his notice, to the point that he cast the young boy in mortal danger. The noble groveled, saying that he deserved nothing short of death, and the nervous manservant was scared of getting a round two of the upstairs show. The boy with the empty eyes regarded Sir Pullen. The man was one of the few loyal vassals left in House Marbas, and the only one to openly oppose his uncle. The sobbing man was someone that the boy had to recruit at all costs, so he told the man to rise. There was still much work to be done, and the boy needed the man's services. The noble was surprised, asking the young boy what he wanted with a wretch like him, and the man did indeed look wretched in the moment. Even the boy had to stop to consider how messed up the noble looked after a night in the dungeon. So, first things first, the man had to go take a bath and then meet the boy later in the patriarch's office. There, they would discuss the details of a new line of government. The nobleman was thrilled, saying that the young boy had his eternal gratitude. The man pledged to serve the young lad with everlasting fealty. So, the boy departed and now looked out of his grand gigantic windows, because, Lord forbid, a house has normal-sized windows. The kitten demon hopped on the boy's shoulders and licked his paw in satisfaction. He then asked what the boy would do next now that he had achieved a decent amount of vengeance. Even the young Marba's lord had to ponder that for a bit. The choice was Leon's and they took some time to ponder a bit more. After a bath, Sir Pullen pulled up, and the man flinched, saying that he thought it was quite perilous to make contact with the Sylvesters while impersonating Kirchhoff. It would take an extraordinary performance to feign the man's demeanor convincingly, as he was a very nasty man. Leon already had an idea on how to go about that with a swoosh. He summoned a rather odd-looking demon. It was a monster that began to blend its face as it appeared, taking on the body of his uncle, a rather fearfully convincing appearance. The demon uncle loomed over Sir Pullen quite menacingly, and the man could not help but acknowledge that it was a rather convincing and terrifying appearance, an unholy miracle. The mustache man wondered how the Lord Patriarch could be so nonchalant about the entire affair of being able to raise the undead. What was more, the boy had even made an undead minion of his own uncle. The vassal had been as much as the other vassals, but the boy truly was beyond comparison. Sir Pullen cried tears of joy, beaming that the boy had somehow mastered the art of necromancy. He was like a proud father, and the young lad agreed that he had indeed learnt the art of necromancy. In House Marba's heyday, the young Leon could have laid claim to all that he desired as a true necromancer. It was so cruel that their house had been so unfortunate over the years. The mustache vassal cleared his throat, saying that, naturally, commanding Kirchhoff in his undead form might allow the boy to fool House Sylvester for a time, but they would eventually see through the ruse sooner or later. The undead had no way to recreate handwriting, behavior, or even a manner of speech, and this would be difficult when they confronted people who knew Kirchhoff well. The young Leon agreed that such a situation could present such difficulty, except that the apparition that he had manifested was not an undead created from Kirchhoff's cadaver. The creature that stood before them was merely the undead form of a doppelganger that the boy had somehow happened to find, just lying on the ground. That kind of thing. It was a monster capable of replicating a person's appearance, living memory, and even their abilities to an extent. The fake Kirchhoff even manifested the old man's ghost flames just to prove that point, and the mustache man stared in amazement. The young boy was silent for a bit as he recalled killing the doppelganger and watching the last light go out. The boy had panted, leaning down as he took in the corpse of the fallen woman. He had then asked if the monster had a name. Marbas had explained that she was a doppelganger. It had the power to partially copy a victim's appearance, memory, and abilities, a very unique kind of monster. It was a foul creature that liked to mimic a traveler who was lost or lagging behind, and it would ultimately murder the original and even devour the rest of the victim's companions. The boy pondered such a useful beast, and the demon had chuckled in amusement, giggling that the apple didn't fall far from the tree. Well, after all, Leon had indeed made the decision to claim the doppelganger among his ranks, and he yanked her to her feet. Marbas grinned as he watched this, saying that it was rather kind of the progenitor to leave behind his most previous minion for his precious descendant. The doppelganger body rose as Leon commanded, and she stared at him with the empty eyes of the dead, but the brilliant blue eyes of her demonic form. The boy regarded the girl for a moment, and then asked his mentor if he should be pleased so far. Marbas said that the current situation was definitely a win. The doppelganger creature was quite formidable after all, and it could only transform into a target that the Necromancer had already encountered. However, any target with a more potent magic force than the caster cannot be reanimated as a doppelganger by any means. As long as the boy accepted the terms of the contract, then they could proceed. As talented as the young lad may be, he was still a mere fledgling, and even if he did manage to trap his uncle's soul, it would be moot without any way to maintain his hold over it in the long term. Eventually, the man's soul would return to nothingness. So, the demon suggested that the boy depart from House Marbas for a time, if only to find a solution to this predicament. However, that suggestion was completely out of the question. The boy would not turn his back on his bloodline or on the people that needed him the most. It was clear as day what would happen in his absence. The innocent people of the estate would get massacred at worst, or subjugated at best by the invading Sylvesters. Then the demon asked if the boy was really willing to place his life on the line for these people, and the boy confessed that he would gladly even die for them, since he had no regard for his own life anyway. The demon was surprised to hear this, wondering if it had to do with some misguided sense of loyalty to his household. Well, there were more urgent matters at hand, so the kitten could ignore the current problem and help them move on. The doppelganger then switched to its true shadowy form, and it stared out at its master with cold silver eyes. The kitten smirked, telling the boy to go forth and turn the wretched into his undead, and they would find much use for him after all. The young boy asked his mentor if he knew the doppelganger, and the demon said indeed, he did. It was one of the undead minions that Wellen once commanded, and the boy may find the creature rather a handful to deal with in his current state. Leon needed to be rather mindful that his temperament could be somewhat vexing. Well, keeping all this in mind, the boy went ahead to form a demonic contract with the creature, calling upon the soul of the dead to heed the call of the Marbas heir. Leon summoned the creature back from the land of the dead. The monster was quite large, with small silver eyes and a massive aura of dark purple, with huge pecs too. The creature's eyes glinted with dark malice, and its menacing aura was completely ruined by the black kitten suddenly charging it and telling it to rise and shine. It was time for its idle slumber to end. First things first, they had their first contractor in centuries. The doppelganger was a little mystified and fretted for a moment. Marbas did not have the patience for that and scolded the poor confused thing, telling it to at least take up a different form before it spoke or they would not understand a word that it was trying to say. The doppelganger paused for a moment as it had to choose a form. Then, it had a really great idea, pressing its hands together in a pretty awesome seal form. The doppelganger began to transform and its body began to change, from peeling off as it claimed a whole new identity. When the smoke cleared, the doppelganger had turned into something that looked almost too much like Leon, and it scolded the demon for its pompous words. The demon, of course, hissed in rage, asking if the creature had a death wish. The doppelganger had completely disrespectfully turned into Leon, and he smirked mockingly at the little kitten, pointing out that it was already dead. Then the two boys looked at each other, the dead with eyes of life while the living boy held dead eyes. Now, Sir Pullen sat strategizing with the young Lord Pullen, saying that if there was a way to emulate Kurtzl down to his minute habits based on his memories, then it might just be possible to fool the Sylvesters with his undead form. The vassal could guarantee that the ruse would work. The man, Sir Pullen, should see to it himself, no matter what it took. It was just the answer that the boy had wished to hear. The vassal then asked his lord if he could ask one final question. It was a given that the Sylvesters would indeed secure the approval of the imperial household and strike House Marbas once more. So, the vassal had to ask his young lord why the boy was insistent on staying despite the approaching danger, even though fleeing would surely offer better odds of survival. It was the same question that the demon had. It would be better for Leon to depart from the noble house for a time, if only to find a solution to growing his powers a bit more. However, the boy revealed that it was his duty to protect this household. That was all. That was the reason that he would stay. The vassal was surprised and then said that he would serve his lord's will to the best of his ability. Still, the vassal pried a little further to understand the reason behind the boy's resolve. The boy pondered the situation for a moment. To tell the truth, he had pondered this matter himself for quite some time. The matter of his resolve. However, the boy could not claim to have some high-minded purpose in mind. In truth, he merely wondered how he could become a worthy head of the household. In fact, he even wondered what it meant to be worthy in the first place. The answer remained unclear for now, in all honesty, which was why the boy chose to buy as much time as possible to find the answer for himself. He then smiled a little wickedly, saying that to that end, he meant to swiftly thwart all those who meant to take from them. As long as the boy did not repeat his father's mistake and he safeguarded all that they had again and again, then one day, he might just find the answer to the question of why he fought so hard for this land. That was as much thought as the boy had put into the matter, so he smiled, triumphant at the conclusion that he had reached. Later, the boy was back in his bedroom with his kitten mentor and his look-alike. The doppelganger mumbled that the house really had fallen so shamefully low and the young lord really had his work cut out for him. The kitten hissed, saying that the crow should call their young master as his lord and that it was a taboo to address his contactor so casually. However, the Lord Marbas himself did not seem to care much for formalities. Even so, the demon thought such crass behavior was just plain abominable. Then, the kitten cleared his throat as he noted that their young lord seemed rather insensitive to social cues. The young lord admitted that this was the case. The demon had a hunch that this would be the situation, and he hopped off the bed. In any case, the crow, also known as the doppelganger, was one of Welland's treasured familiars. In other words, the crow was left to Leon as part of his inheritance. The crow was a loyal servant and an assassin in the service of his ancestor. The boy thought about that and he could see how the ability to shapeshift into any target would be rather handy as an assassin. The crow was really good at killing, and that offered a lot of use to a contractor, unlike a mangy cat with ego problems. It seemed these two did not get along much despite having the same master a few centuries ago. The lion hissed in anger, refuting the cat's claims, and he threatened to send the crow back to the abyss for his insolence. Well, in all seriousness, the Lord of Marbas agreed that he did have need for the shapeshifter's abilities. The crow and the cat had started fighting, but Leon ignored them and asked the crow if he could take up the guise of his late uncle Kurtzl. Such a thing was a piece of snake, according to the crow, though the correct term was a piece of cake as Marbas pointed out. The crow thought that information was not important and that no one should waste their time with human confections when delicious snake venom was available. The young Leon decided to each their own, even though the demon did not encourage humoring the doppelganger. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and the young lord asked who it was. It was indeed Sir Pullen, and he brought to the lord a letter from the Sylvesters. He had come in haste to deliver it to the young boy. The boy read through the letter that said that the Marbas household had abandoned their duties for over a century. In reproach of House Marbas, which gleefully feasted upon the blood, sweat and tears of its subjects, House Sylvester, under the rightful leadership of Count Alan de Sylvester, hereby challenged the House Marbas to a war of noble houses. Should House Marbas surrender in due course, there will be no all-out warfare, and its people will be accepted with open arms. However, if these terms were declined, then House Sylvester's arm would march to the Duchy of Marbas in a month's time and lay waste to all that stood in their way. It was indeed an all-out declaration of war. In service of His Majesty the Emperor's sage guidance and will, Count Alan de Sylvester signed his letter and sealed it. Thus, the storm approached, and they had only a month to prepare for war. The demon curiously asked the young lord what step he would take to solve this dilemma, and if his young lord was frightened. They had precious little time, and they could still flee to fight another day. However, the boy was misunderstood. What Leon truly meant was that he was not sure if he had the patience to wait for a whole month before gleefully cursing the enemies that killed his father. The kitten laughed maniacally and said that the boy was, without doubt, one unhinged contractor. The enemy's army would number in hundreds, and it would be an entirely different level of threat compared to fighting his uncle. Still, the boy was ready to stand and face them regardless. He smirked, saying that they would make it through just fine. And this time, he would not need to spare any thought for mercy. Instead, he would happily use the undead to snuff out every life in sight. In the town, the people talked excitedly among each other, asking if everyone had heard of the rumors that everyone was talking about. Apparently, Sir Kirchel had disappeared overnight. Many people had indeed heard the rumors, and they feared that this was a dark omen, especially since it had only been a few days since the previous patriarch had passed away. Most of the people hoped that the young lord was doing well after losing both his father and his uncle. The poor lad, they were sure he was heartbroken after losing his close blood relatives. They worried about whether he had the grit to weather the storm ahead. The people, however, had a lot of faith in Lord Rune's boy, and they were sure that he would do just fine. After all, it was not like the Sylvesters would come storming through the gates again anytime soon. The townspeople sure hoped that their positive vibes would keep them safe. Meanwhile, Sir Pullen cleared his throat behind them. He then reminded the good fellows that loose lips tended to sink ships and that they should be very careful about the things they say. The young lad was right behind the older vassal, and the townspeople bowed immediately, apologizing and saying that they were just swapping small talk in their free time. They, of course, offered their condolences to the young lad for the loss of the uncle, as it was a very unsavory business. Losing an uncle was tough enough at the best of times, and they could not begin to fathom the depth of the young lord's suffering. On the contrary, the young lord said that his uncle was just fine and still alive. The man was merely on his sick from a sudden bout of illness. The boy figured it would be best to have the realm believe that his uncle was still alive if their ruse was going to work anyway. That said, the young noble told his people not to fret with a smile on his face. The trick to deceiving the enemies was to first deceive a person's allies. Sir Pullen would then ensure the silence of the surviving house vassals and any witnesses to the incident for the time being. The vassal would happily do as his lord commanded, telling the boy that he could depend on him. On that note, the vassal then asked if there was a purpose behind the young boy's visit to the town center. The vassal could have easily procured anything that the young boy needed. All he had to do was ask. Leon much appreciated the vassal's efforts, but there was something that he needed to see for himself. The kitten finally identified what they were looking for. The kitten sensed a potent magic force within the building that they approached. It loomed ahead of them rather menacingly, and the boy asked Sir Pullen to wait there for his return. The vassal was worried, of course, about the young boy going ahead by himself. The young lord was insistent on this matter, and he was ordering the vassal to seal the door behind him. There was much that they had to prepare for. Not a single soul was allowed to enter or to leave the place that Leon approached. The vassal stood outside with concern as the door creaked open, letting the young lord in. It was a place of blood and death. The windows were splattered with dirt, and a lot of the furniture was in disarray. Inside were a bunch of seemingly innocent people cleaning up the floors and the discarded furniture. Inside, the boy spotted a person with cat ears. Leon asked if that was the person they were looking for, and the kitten said that it was without a doubt. A person with cat ears and short silver-white hair, who exposed a bandaged neck and ribbed abs with a scar on his chest. The creature radiated power and handsomeness, and he knelt with his claws to the ground, cleaning up his blood-stained floor. It was such a pity to let such immense talent go to waste. The kitten smiled and said that he supposed it could not be helped that the young lord's household lacked any vassal with a discerning eye for the gifted. So, the young lord stopped before the beast man and asked for a moment of his time. The boy immediately bowed with his head to the floor, asking his mother for forgiveness. He was afraid there was an altercation in their establishment last night due to some rowdy guests, and they were just trying to clean up. They would be most grateful if he would return to enjoy their services at another time. The slave was just apologizing when some lousy woman came out of nowhere and kicked the poor guy when he was already down. She called him Balter and yelled that he spoke rudely to their lord. The unfortunately beautiful lady then smiled and apologized to the young lord, saying that it was not their intention to let a lowly beast man welcome him to their tavern. Then she turned around and slapped the poor guy again for good measure, an amazing display of both racism and unnecessary violence. She even growled and asked the man if he had any idea who he was talking to. The woman pointed at the great Lord Marbas, and the poor bruised beast man apologized for daring to speak to their lord. He was new to the area, so he did not know. Still, Leon insisted that he would like a moment of his time, ignoring all of the social cues present in the building. The lady beamed and said that she would be delighted to offer the young lord her time. But he had no interest in her whatsoever. No, our guy Leon had not come for the attention of women. He would like to speak to the big strong man at her back instead. The boy had a war to fight. He had no time for cuddles and kisses. According to the demon Marbas, this beast man held immense potential for growth. The beast would make an essential vassal for their household. The beast man was shocked to say the least, and just in case he had heard wrong, he kept his head down to avoid getting kicked again by his jealous master. The man could not believe that the lord of the place had come for him. Such a young boy was the head of the house Marbas, and he clearly was messing around with some dark scary magic in his hands. That was very ominous. The beast man was not sure how he felt about that, and he could feel the dark aura pressing against his muscles. Yes, the situation was very ominous. Suddenly, the dark magic bathed him with power, and the beast man was shocked to find that his wounds were healed. For the last time, Leon asked again to have a moment of the creature's time. The lady was shocked that the lord had come to speak with her personal slave of all things, and she would have gotten great benefits from that had she been nice to her slave at all. The beast man had no right to grant the lord permission to his time. If anything, the lord should be asking her for such a favor. The young lord took a look at the lady who was the proprietress of the tavern where the boy had happened to take his uncle's life. It was quite fortunate that she had not been present at that time, or she would not have lived to tell the tale. At any rate, she did not know any better as all the witnesses were dead, so the boy instead grinned as he did have a couple of questions. First, he asked when the Duchy of Marbas allowed the ownership of slaves. Second, though it had been quite some time since his predecessor was taken from him, the boy wanted to know why the lady insisted on addressing the young lord of Marbas by his childhood title. The boy then smiled, asking if it was possible that the lady before him, and all the workers around, who had started to tense, did not recognize him as the worthy Lord Patriarch of House Marbas, and his evil powers grinned along with him. The kitten laughed wickedly, thoroughly enjoying what his bold contractor had to say. Though the boy was young, the demon would not tolerate disrespect to the bearer of his pact, and there would be no mercy for her awful behavior. Leon then said that the wolf boy was not the only person that he was concerned with, and he said that he wanted all the slaves owned by the tavern to be freed immediately. The woman was enraged as the boy informed her that she had 10 minutes to carry out his command, for he would not grant another opportunity for his grace. The lady laughed, asking if the young lord was prepared for whatever happened next. She really thought that she still had the influence of his uncle to use against him. She then laughed mockingly as she had used the wrong title, clearly on purpose. The boy ignored her, saying that he had heard worse after all. Then he turned to the wolf boy, who did not know what he had done to earn such kindness from the young lord. He was just a worthless slave. Suddenly, the beautiful lady snapped her fingers, and a barrage of thugs showed up. She declared that the jig was up and that Sir Kirchel would have their back anyway, so they were free to attack and beat up the young boy. Oh, that poor lady had no idea of the line that she had just crossed with that statement. Leon was usually the forgiving type, but these guys attacked with the aim to seriously hurt him. The wolf was nervous, but Leon just stretched out his hand and waved the dark magic around. It splattered to the floor, congregating in a mess that generated the energetic and excited goblin zombies. Those guys were always happy to leap into action, and they made quick work of the man who had come to attack their master. The poor lady had only just realized the huge mistake that she had made, and her eyes widened in horror. The boy then asked the goblin to lend him one of their blades, as his was rather chipped. Leon retrieved the sword that he desired, and then he walked forward, undeterred by the surrounding chaos. Easily, the boy killed and destroyed, slashing those who stood in his way. The owner of the tavern was speechless and horrified. She had heard that the young heir was just a spineless little boy. She had no idea that Lord Rune had raised a perfect psychopath. She had no idea how a boy that she had thought was useless had gained so much power. The wolf boy was also speechless, and Leon responded that the wolf saw himself as a worthless slave. But in truth, the wolf was very essential to his cause. The wolf was flabbergasted with no idea what the head of the house was even saying, and how a noble would have use for a slave. The wolf was just a drifter, shunned across the continent, and he groveled in the mud on many occasions, begging people to stop hurting him. However, people just kept picking on him, adults and kids alike. They beat him and called him a mongrel, blaming him for all sorts of natural disasters. In the boy's childhood, he could not possibly understand why the human children bullied him so much. He had no understanding why they loved to make him suffer. He had been a child, and none of it made any sense. Now, the boy knew better, and his wolf instincts had activated the more the children beat him. Arising with the power of an edgy protagonist, the wolf arose and howled, screaming in rage as power coursed through him. He had yelled, asking why they would not just leave him alone. There was no particular reason why the children made his life hell. They just beat him because he was different. Enraged, the boy had yelled at his abusers. He had become the target of their hatred, just because he was different. One day, the boy had suddenly come to a realization that he had been too naive to understand before, as he stared at the corpses of the children that he had killed. At first, the wolf could not bring himself to accept it. The bodies had not been created by him. He had not murdered these children. He was too afraid to face the truth and he ran away screaming. The wolf could not accept that he was a heartless monster just like the other boys said that he was. Now, he was in a room with yet another heartless monster that had just shamelessly killed the people who had tried to kill him first. Leon handed the weapon back to the goblin and now faced the arrogant lady of the tavern who was still clutching to Sir Kurchel's name with her life. The poor thing really had just his uncle to go on, and she had the gall to still hurl insults at the young lord, saying that there was nothing he could do to stop them. That was all very amusing, and the boy said that the lady was more right than she knew. That being said, he had no intention of remaining a useless little lordling who made no attempt to fight in the face of injustice. Stretching out his hand, Leon declared that he would soon become a patriarch worthy of House Marbas, and the necromancy magic bubbled in his hand as he faced the terrified woman. The madam had no place in his vision for this estate, as she was just as corrupt as his uncle. The woman yelled and still cursed out the young lord. Well, he made quick work of her, and his face sailed back to his emotionless mask. The boy then turned to the slave, who stared at him in shock and awe. The wolf now considered Leon a murderer with blood on his hands, but somehow he felt no fear when facing the young lord. Leon then smiled, asking to confirm if the wolf's name was Walter. The lord of the manor asked for help as he had need of the wolf's services. It was rather bold of him, but the wolf wanted to know one thing before he offered his allegiance. His blue power bubbled around him in ferocious waves, and his eyes shone black. The wolf was a cub of the demon wolf tribe, and his kind was especially reviled even among all the beast folk. The wolf then asked with pain in his eyes if he would be treated with disdain for the rest of his life. He asked how long he would have to live in shame like a feral beast. Leon reassured him that there would be no more of that. The wolf was surprised, eyes widening at these words. The noble admitted that he knew little of the wolf boy's plight nor the intricacies involved. That said, if the wolf's life was weighed down under baseless prejudices, then from this moment on, those prejudices would no longer be tolerated. The wolf would become a trusted vassal of House Marbas, and the former slave looked in awe at his new master as Leon gave his word with the first kind smile he'd offered to anyone. Leon said that it should be known that the wolf would now be a trusted vassal of House Marbas. The boy gave the beastman his word, and the poor wolf cried in relief. Shakily, the wolf took his new master's hand, and the youth smiled, saying that he would take the wolf's silence as an acceptance of this new life. The wolf happily bowed its head, accepting its new fate at its master's side. He would be more than happy to serve him. Meanwhile, in the grand and opulent palace, a king was greeted by someone as he sat on his regal throne. The man with the crown on his head did not look nearly as fancy as his palace. He was Esteban von Archheim, the emperor of the Archheim Empire, and the crown prince, Louis von Archheim, stood by his side. The prince spoke to vassal Eldores, asking why he had requested the royal audience. The vassal explained that a letter had arrived from the house of Count Sylvester, and the prince was quite annoyed that he was being asked to fuss over a mere count when he was to be concerned with the affairs of nations and duchies. The prince said that his father, who looked quite dead despite being alive, would be incensed by the notion of this insulting approach. However, the vassal on his knees proclaimed that he would not dare to insult the prince. The vassal's sole purpose was to rush in there to deliver good tidings. The prince was a little curious about said good tidings. At present, the crown prince was the most powerful man in the entire empire as the king was currently indisposed. The man did not dare to incur the wrath of the prince in the slightest. The crown prince smiled as he considered the news that had been brought. House Marbas had been the object of the crown prince's hatred for years. That was not great news for the crown prince as House Marbas was one of the three houses of the abyss. Now the vassal asked for the prince to take the opportunity to lend a hand of support to House Sylvester so that they could defeat their common foe once and for all. It was indeed an interesting notion, and the prince chuckled at the thought of it. However, they could not forget that House Marbas was gifted with the power of necromancy, and open warfare against them would prove very tricky. The vassal grinned that the crown prince was rather insightful. However, the renowned noble family currently lacked any heir capable of wielding that monstrous power, so it was the perfect time to strike. Meanwhile, the might of House Sylvester had grown to be on par with that of Duke Marbas. The prince was intrigued and decided that would work. The bowing vassal was told that he could then proceed with his little gambit, as this was as good a time as any to rid the empire of those insufferable grave robbers. The vassal bowed, honoring the prince's name and joyfully saying that the mission would definitely be led to success and victory. The man rushed away, and the prince grinned wickedly. Thanks to his father's magnanimous rule, the prince would finally remove the thorn in his side, the remnant of a bygone era. The prince reassured the tortured-looking king that his legacy was in good hands. The king really looked like he was going through a lot. Soon, everything in the kingdom would belong to the crown prince, and he would wield it under his evil dictatorship. Meanwhile, back at House Marbas, Leon was checking out his allies. He now had a doppelganger, an old vassal, and a beastman dressed in more formal attire. The common folk were still a little wary around the wolf boy's type, so for now, they placed an artifact around his neck. The vassal wolf, of course, was held in the highest regard by the short noble and the lord of the manor. However, they could not very well neglect public opinion. So, for now, Walter's ears would be hidden by magic. The wolf boy was amazed, reaching for the top of his head to find his missing ears. For now, it was best that they did not do anything to hinder the young lord's cause, and they had to work together to achieve excellence. The wolf boy understood the situation, and the vassal smiled at how astute the young man was. Now that they were done getting Walter to look a bit more presentable, the young lord himself intended to speak too, especially regarding a few salient issues of sorts. First of all, the young lord insisted that his new team make their oaths of fealty more than just mere words. So, the young Leona asked if his new servants were prepared to devote undying loyalty to him and to him alone. The vassal burst into tears of joy and admiration. Sir Pullen fell to his knees, immediately swearing allegiance and dedicating his very life to the young boy. He would serve the house of Duke Marbas until the end of his days, and he begged the wonderful young man to grant the lousy vassal a chance to fulfill his oath. It was an oath that bordered on worship, and even the boy was rather overwhelmed by their tear-filled allegiance. The doppelganger himself was rather impressed at how easily his young lord had bent the old human to his will. Even the kitten said that domination and subjugation were core tenets of the House Marbas. To be honest, though, it had taken no effort on Leon's part. The wolf then said that he felt the same way, and his hand pressed to his chest. The young lord sighed, saying that the tenets were the making of his two demon companions, and he had very little to do with it. Though Walter did wonder who the young lord was speaking to. At any rate, before they began in earnest, the man proposed that they strike a deal in a pact bound in mana. Any who refused this pact would be taken as an outsider with no intention of joining him. Walter was surprised and a little worried about a pact bound in mana. This sort of mana-bound covenant was about converting each party's magic force into a pattern. It bound and entwined the two into an unbreakable bond, allowing the two to share all manner of secrets that must be kept in the dark. An invisible magical chain that sealed them both together. The young lord rose to his feet before his supporters. As he had heard no objections, it was time for them to begin. The young lord summoned up his purple and bubbly necromancer magic with a wave of his hand, and a scroll opened before all those in the room. The lion Marbas finally reclaimed his place and form, shooting from a kitten to a wild and strong beast so that the pact could be made. As the house deity of the noble house of Marbas, and the demon that had lent its name to their bloodline, he would stand as witness to the mana-bound pact. Now the other two could see the giant intimidating beast as it asked all those who swore fealty to the contractor to be bound in their soul to the dominion of Marbas. That was some deep demonic binding, and the great lion told them to look upon their lord, who stood before them shining like a firework of purple energy. The sovereign of the undead had risen. The great lion of Marbas was gigantic and tall, towering heavily over the two vassals that beheld the great red lion for the first time. It was truly a magnificent beast, and they were both left speechless for a hot minute. The young boy figured that was enough of the theatrics, and he wanted his trusted vassals to be treated with respect. After all, they chose to stand by his side during a time of peril. The lion huffed and figured that he would take it that they all acceded to the pact. Now, they would know that the price they paid for this pact would be their very souls, and no breach of their pact with the undead sovereign would be tolerated. Sir Pullen bowed before them, saying that he would never conceive of such treachery. The vassal was both amazed and intimidated by the appearance of the mighty beast and wondered if this was truly the demon Marbas with whom the first Lord Marbas made a contract. There was no other explanation as to how Lord Leon was able to wield the power of necromancy. The room was now filled with such a crushing density of mana that the wolf began to sweat. His kind was usually finely attuned to mana by nature, however, the amount of mana popping out of Leon now had frozen him in place with ease. The wolf could barely keep himself from trembling in his presence. This then begged the question, what was the true nature of the young master Leon? As for the ominous black lion that loomed above the young lord, the massive creature suddenly began to shrink, and it sank lower and lower until the fluffy black kitten was once again before them. The wolf was shocked to see the adorable creature, but Pullen immediately slammed a hand over the wolf's mouth before the boy caused any form of permanent damage. The kitten licked his paw, asking the wolf boy what he had dared to say, and the vassal elder just laughed, saying that the young beastman had just been marveling at the demon's immense frame and fearsome presence. Pullen imagined that the young vaulter had never seen such an awe-inspiring sight. These words, of course, flooded the little kitten with pride and haughty satisfaction. However, he did warn the two vassals not to divulge his existence to the mortal realm. After all, they were at war, and in war, knowledge could mean life or death. The demon's form was only visible to those whom he had chosen to reveal himself to. For now, that included Sir Pullen and the wolf boy. The way the demon saw it, the so-called nobles of the human realm had little interest in this Uncle Kirchel to begin with. The wolf boy recalled that name as his old master, the horrid lady of the bar, had gotten a letter saying that it was to be passed to Sir Kirchel. This was great news and would serve as a fine lead in their preparations. The young lord immediately asked where he might find such a letter. The wolf, of course, had no idea. However, the doppelganger crow smirked, saying that he knew where it was. He called them fools as he pulled out a box from thin air, asking how they could dare to leave behind the spoils of war after all of their trouble. It was a treasure box overflowing with jewels and pretty stones. The kitten groaned, realizing that he should have remembered that the crow was such a greedy little minion. Since they had destroyed the entire tavern and had taken care of the proprietress, it seemed that Crow believed everything left there now belonged to the victor. The emo boy accepted this much and tossed open the box so that he could rummage through its contents. Besides the jewels, he finally found the letter that he was looking for inside the chest. They had it, and the boy raised it with as much triumph as his emo self could muster. It seemed that the doppelganger could indeed prove himself rather useful once in an eon, and he even earned a nice compliment from Marbas. At any rate, the young boy was going to read the letter out loud now, so they all had to pay attention. Adversaries of the House of Marbas were to heed the letter. It had come from the so-called Honorable House of Sylvester, and they hereby purported to serve the will of His Majesty the Emperor in declaring a war of noble houses against their duchy. Despite the Marbas' immense force of arms as a ducal house, they had neglected their duty of serving the ruler, Emperor Esteban von Archheim. This declaration of duty was no light crime, and they would hold him to account on behalf of the crown himself. They were then granted a month to raise the white flag and surrender at that time. This declaration of war would then be withdrawn, and the House Marbas would be absorbed into the House Sylvester as the rightful penalty for its crimes. On the other hand, should the Necromancy House choose to resist, then they must prove their innocence upon the battlefield. It was signed by the Lord of House Sylvester, Count Alan de Sylvester. The others were in shocked silence at this news and what it spelt for their future. They had a month to prepare, and the kitten asked if this time would suffice. The boy saw no issue with the time, but he did, however, have a very amusing idea. Now that the young lad had the ability to control the undead with his mind, it occurred to him that there might be some fun to be had after all. The boy glanced at the doppelganger who watched them curiously. There was a mission for Sir Crow to take on after all, and both the young lord and the kitten smirked wickedly. The declaration of war had been issued to the House Marbas, and the soldiers smirked, saying that the lord should have seen the look on that weasel Kirchell's face. The old man had clung to the soldier's breeches in such a pitiful sight that the man had almost put the backstabbing noble out of his misery there and then. The Lord of Sylvester laughed in mockery, saying he was sure that the backstabbing lord would rue the sting in his back by now. That said, they had to keep the old noble alive for now. For all intents and purposes, Lord Kirchell was a rather useful idiot, and the power of House Marbas was better off in his bumbling hands. Speaking of which, the Lord of Sylvester wanted to know what happened to the young Marbas boy, the so-called rightful heir to the house. Surely, Kirchell would have disposed of the boy by then. Leon von Marbas, the guard, reported that there had been no particular news of him, and he imagined that Kirchell had the boy killed. The Sylvester head smiled in great satisfaction. Then, the guard could not help but ask why their good lord would be concerned about a mere boy of 14. After all, the young Marbas was nothing but a little brat. However, Sylvester had asked his own question. He asked what the guard thought was the greatest injustice a human being could experience. The guard was shocked by such a deep question, as he was no learned scholar, so he could not say. The lord fell silent, and then he said the greatest injustice would be to be faced with an overwhelming foe against which there is no hope, no means of resistance, only watching helplessly as one's entire world comes crashing down. There was no greater suffering than that. Then, the lord asked the guard what he imagined to be the cause of this kind of injustice. The guard was silent for a bit, so the lord replied that it was an inborn talent. That was it, talent of such immense depth that one could not even stand to gaze in awe. The guard was curious at this odd turn in conversation, asking what talent that brat could possibly have. The lord dismissed the man, telling him not to be a fool, while in von Marbas' bloodline was not to be underrated. Nothing could be surprising from that accursed lineage, which was exactly why they must be ready for all possibilities. Meanwhile, back at the Marbas' house, Leon was admiring the doppelganger's new face. It was indeed impressive as Crow was once again wearing his face. Human speech seemed so alien to the Crow in his original form, yet he could take the young lord's memories as his own and even mimic the boy's speech with utter precision. The Crow smirked and postured grandly before his master, declaring himself more useful than mere magic force, unlike a certain kitten that shared the house with them. Naturally, Marbas did not care for such an insult and hissed. The kitten attacked the shocked Crow, but just as easily as his face fell apart, it twisted and swished right back into place as the boy smiled in amusement. The kitten hissed at the doppelganger in anger, calling him a worm. Valtas watched the exchange with wonder, asking Sir Pullen if things were always this dramatic, and the vassal just told the young Valter to be quiet more often as he would live longer that way. More importantly, they should begin as they had only a month remaining to prepare for the incoming attack. Leon fished down a sword from the wall and handed it to Valter, asking the beast boy to demonstrate his talents within that time. In other words, if the boy was to fail, then his talents were not worthy, then he would not be a part of Leon's cause going forward. Well, the young boy had no interest in the service of a vassal who was sure to perish, and the choice was his. The wolf boy held tightly to the sword that he held, and he pledged to overcome whatever obstacle stood in his way, and he would earn a place by his master's side no matter what. Once the wolf's place was secure as the lord's most trusted swordsman, he asked if the young lord would grant him one wish. The dark-haired lord nodded and said that he gave the wolf boy his word on that matter. Then, Sir Pullen cleared his throat. In that case, the man would oversee young Valter's martial training. The extent of the aptitude should be made clear by training alongside the Knights of House Marbas. So, Sir Pullen was given permission to go ahead. The kitten smiled, and it was time for them to be on their way. The Wolfman was not the only one in need of training, and the young lord himself was far away from reaching his true potential as he was. The young boy admitted that he would take his word for it. Onward then. Meanwhile, two swords clashed as the training began. The wolf boy was now in training as he fought against a fighter training him in the way of the sword. Muscles bulged as their swords clashed, steel sliding against steel. Meanwhile, the young necromancer maintained his training and harnessed his talent. The young Leon worked on summoning the undead, and the young Volter worked on fighting the undead. This was a matter of life or death, so neither youth could be sloppy in the matter of harnessing their skills for the greater good. Blue fire burned as the young wolf slashed at the corpses of the undead, his wolf flame burning bright in his veins. No more would Volter be shunned for being different, and he took a moment to catch his breath. Then, the boy crouched for a moment and bowed before the Lord of Marbas. In the short time that they had, the wolf's skills had increased and improved considerably. The young lord welcomed him to House Marbas, and the wolf would now arise as his very first knight. The wolf smiled. His face lit up in joy and relief that he was now accepted as a true member by his young lord. A month later, the day of the War of the Noble Houses came, and the three who headed the House of Marbas stared out at the army before them. The messenger called out, saying that he bore a message from the Patriarch of House Marbas. It was Lord Sylvester, and he yelled that despite his gracious final offer to accept their peaceful surrender, the noble house had stubbornly refused to see sense and lay down in his arms. Now that the fools had chosen to fight, their choice would surely result in the death of their innocent subjects as well. Thus, it began. Those nattering jackals had shown up at their gates with no concept of honor. The kind Sir Pullen cursed at them, but their demon mascot warned them not to be baited. As he saw it, there was naught but fear in their hearts. Their roars were simply whimpers that echoed their unease. Sir Pullen wondered if the enemy truly was afraid, despite the very difficult situation that they were now in. Host Sylvester had the House of Marbas at a great disadvantage in every conceivable way. There was yet an opening. After all, the man had not forgotten their little scheme had been foiled. The house had planned to use the late Sir Kirchel against them after all. Had the old man been alive for this moment, House Marbas would have no doubt flown the white flag at the first opportunity. That said, they really wondered if his death alone would suffice to shake their composure. However, the kitten snickered that mortals were indeed fragile beings. The slightest shift in fortune often caused endless turmoil within, and they would lament, wondering why their enemies had not surrendered and what gambit had bolstered their morale. Likely, the Lord Sylvester was hesitant, and the moment those fleeting doubts started to take hold, their might of arms may as well have been halved by that point. Sir Pullen admitted that logic made sense, but even at half strength, the man was afraid that their forces still greatly outnumbered theirs. The kitten smirked, saying that a worthy contractor of his would prevail against their full strength, let alone half. The vassals had no reason to be afraid, because Lord Leon was much stronger than what they thought. The young lord did smile, and the older vassal was amazed at the young boy's composure in a time of strife and peril. Immediately, Pullen put his trust in his lord. Indeed, even the demon was rather shocked by his young lord's sheer talent. During the time of training, the boy had gathered an incredible amount of necromancy mana. He had pulled it up from around him, and it bubbled and danced in waves. The kitten smirked in amusement, tapping his paw once to send red charges through the gathering mana. Many corpses raced at the young boy, charging with the intent to kill, and Leon was prepared to face them. With a flash, the corpses of the young Lord of Marbas rushed forward to compete with the undead wielded by the little kitten demon. They fought and clashed, weapons smacking against each other with each bash that they fought. The undead wielded by Marbas were quite intense and very strong. While there may be the weakest of the undead minions one could summon, it had barely been a week since the boy learned to channel his magic force. Yet, the young lad already knew how to read the flow of mana even with his eyes closed. It was rather impressive, and the demon thought that, truly, the depth of the young boy's gift boggled the mind. The contractor this time around was a true prodigy, and even Crow was rather impressed. The youth was like the rising star that the first patriarch had once spoken of. Indeed, the kitten grinned, saying that Leon had the potential to plunge the continent into a bloodbath once more. In time, the young boy might even find all that he desires well within his grasp. The crow was excited by this idea, as what he desired was tasty snacks like peanuts, as much as he wanted. The kitten solved the doppelganger and told him to aim higher. The youth may yet unlock the most forbidden of all dark magic, the terrible domain of time regression. The young Leon opened his eyes, and he pushed himself to his feet after his undead had proven victorious against the enemies in the training. Then the youth turned to Marbas, saying that it was done. Then, the boy wanted to do even more training. He would do as much training as he needed to, in order to avenge his father. The corpse was left defeated on the floor, and it was done. The young Leon had defeated the enemies, and he had passed the test, so he asked his little mentor what test he would like him to undertake next. For now, it was best that they moved on. The demons stood together, saying that the next skill that they would master would be dark magic. Leon had heard of it before, and he already had some training in it within their household. The kitten smirked, saying that whatever cheap parlor trick his uncle showed him did not even classify as dark magic. From now on, the boy would have to forget every part of the utter travesty that was called dark magic. The boy then figured that it stood to reason. Considering the swiftness with which progenitor Wellen conquered the entire eastern continent, it would be far-fetched to think that he relied on the undead alone. Their progenitor had loomed over the world with a sort of dark intensity, and the doppelganger crow encouraged this line of thinking. With a snap of his finger, he had switched to our dude's form, and he explained that at its essence, necromancy was just one school of dark magic. In other words, a reserve of mana and proficiency in the dark arts was a necessity in commanding the undead. The boy waved his hand, and a bright purple light hovered over his palm. The Lord Pullen smiled and cooed, saying that it was spoken like a true vassal of their lord progenitor. The kitten just huffed, saying that he was no vassal of the lord and that what they shared was a friendship, a bond much deeper than vassal and lord. Make no mistake, they stood side by side as equals at all times, unlike the shape-shifting Fu. Crow then scoffed, saying that unlike the cat, he had no regrets as to his loyal service. The demon then growled, asking how dare the crow speak so bravely when hiding behind the young Leon's likeness. However, the doppelganger mocked and said that he was unafraid of a kitten. Well, the bickering aside, the young lord wanted to know what sort of magic he would be learning now. Before the boy learned anything, there was something of a prerequisite that must be fulfilled. The cat told them all to be warned, as it would require them to venture into their own subconscious. The boy was surprised to hear this, and the kitten smiled, saying in case they were not aware, the hidden depths of the mind is a vessel of sorts wherein lay a vast reserve of magic force. Once the boy had gained the ability to channel this immense energy, a war of noble houses would be a mere child's play compared to what the boy would truly be capable of. However, the cat would note that dark magic exacted a hefty toll in mana, and the young lord had suspected as much. That being said, the demon highly doubted that the young boy had any cause for concern. If the youth could believe it, the demon actually sensed a great mana reserve in the boy quite equal to or even greater than that of the progenitor of House Marbas, though it remained to be seen whether it would be a blessing or a curse. At any rate, the boy had no choice but to embrace it to revive his household. Leon smiled in relief, and the demon chuckled, adding that the process would not be devoid of risks. There was a way of drawing the boy's hidden potential within their limited time. However, the cat could not even guarantee the boy's safety during the process. Leon was unfazed and simply asked what this miraculous method could be. The demon smiled at the glimmer of life that had come to the boy's dead eyes. It was clear in hindsight that there was only one urge that animated the young Leon. First of all, the boy would have to start by exhausting his currently existing mana to its utter limit. The boy's sense of curiosity seemed to spark a fun reaction in the youth. After the mana had been drained, the boy's potential and subconscious would surely guide the way. So, the boy was ready to let the test commence. The young, seemingly sweet, boy had a primal lust for power, the greatest motivator of all, as it could be seen in Leon's eyes as he banished all original forms of mana from his body. The purple flowed in wave after wave, and the boy sighed in relief when it was gone, figuring that would suffice. The boy nearly fell over from the effort, and Lord Pullen rushed to catch him. The vassal cried that the young lord could not deprive them of his leadership at this very delicate time. However, the demon hissed at the vassal, telling him not to disturb the boy. He had to have faith in the so-called patriarch. The man cried, saying that Lord Leon may be their patriarch, but he was also just a boy. The crow sighed and told the old vassal to pay attention to their words. Their current contractor could well be the most gifted that they had ever seen. It was really the truth. Supposing Leon's potential rivaled Welland's, then he would most certainly return to them. There was no need to worry, and the old vassal could spare his tears for another time. The old vassal cried, saying that he would try his best. Just then, Walter burst into the room, beaming as he announced that he had achieved his success. Now he was a new master of basic swordplay. But he cut off his songs of joy when he spotted the young master flat on the floor. The wolf also immediately started crying that his master could not leave them at this point. But the old vassal told the young Walter to be calm, as he had already made a fool of himself on both their behalf. At any rate, the young wolf had faith that his lordship would make it through. The kitten smirked as these mortals were often alike. The kitten then wondered how such immense talent could have gone undiscovered all these years. It was no surprise that the lineage teetered on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, the young boy seemed deeply asleep, but actually he had been transported to the depths to begin his training. Inside the darkness, the boy looked around, his eyes as dead as ever. The boy stepped forward, exploring the ruins that he had found himself in, and he spotted another waiting inside. The person greeted Leon, saying that he had a feeling that the boy would come. The boy then paused in shock, eyes widening, and the man turned to smile at him. The older-looking man inside his vision told the young boy that it was time for them to walk for a while, as they had much to discuss. Meanwhile, the young boy was still rather stunned to see his father. The place they had transported to was desolate and broken down, with ruins surrounding the area. The boy stared after his father, who had already begun to walk away, but the young boy was transfixed in his spot. The older man halted, realizing that his son was not following, and he called to the boy, saying that his very presence here likely meant that the youth had chosen to channel his dormant magic force. The boy accepted that, but he could not exactly tell how well he was faring. However, he did have a coterie of vassals who rallied to join his cause. The man smiled, calling his sweet son rather fortunate. As the boy might have suspected, his father was just a figment of his mind, and he had already met his demise at Alan's hands. This form was merely a magical record of sorts. The boy noted this information. The reason why his father had ended up this way was none other than his inherent lack of potential. It was a fate that was cruel indeed, and he said that the boy would have to agree. However, Leon fell silent as his father explained that, no matter how he had ended up there, he would still lend his aid to the young boy. As Leon already knew, his father had failed to earn Master Marba's respect, and he was unable to command the Necronomicon, the sacred relic of their lineage. The boy had stared sadly at the book when he was younger. However, by some luck, his son must walk a different path. In life, the man had developed a magic spell that would pass on every bit of their predecessor's mana into the boy's magical reserve. Naturally, the boy would only have partial command of this vast reserve at first. However, it would undoubtedly aid their bid to consolidate power as the house patriarch. The boy blinked, admitting that the father had once said so himself, and he still remembered it. His father had warned of the dangers of taking on someone else's mana as his own. His father had spoken of the risk that the foreign magic force could spiral out of control and shatter his mind altogether. The father noted that his son listened well and that magic energy printed with a specific case's pattern did not lend itself easily to be absorbed by another. However, the young boy was the exception. It may not make much sense to him now, but the young boys should consider themselves a blank slate. The boy considered that idea for a moment, echoing his father's words. Since Lord Welland von Marbas, the progenitor of their bloodline, no one else had possessed such a perfectly pure reserve of dark mana. The father then demonstrated as he gathered up some mana in his hands to show the young boy. The youth was blessed with the greatest gift of their lineage, and the young boy watched the mana gather with awe in his eyes. There was a rumbling of bright purple magic, burning within him like a gorgeous gem. The rumbling caused the already broken down surroundings to dance and swirl around them, charging up with power and strength. This intense and overflowing power was who Leon von Marbas was. The figure of his father reminded the boy that he must always remember this power. The rumbling got even louder as the surrounding area was charged with magic and amazing purple light. The man smiled at his child and then reached out to ruffle the young boy's head. It seemed that their little reunion had finally come to an end for now. The young child looked up with hope in his eyes, asking his father if they would meet again. The man smiled, saying, of course. The figure, after all, still had so much to teach him, and more to teach the young boy as his father. The man waved his hand in the air, and the bright purple awe thrummed with power. The beautiful item passed on from the former lord to the new lord of the house. The young boy regarded the power with wonder. The boy had never felt such immense magic force in his life, and the power swished in and out of him, finally settling in his heart. This amulet was named Greed, and as the name suggested, it would devour everything that the boy set underneath his feet with feral glee. The man reminded the young boy to never forget, holding the amulet gently in his hands. Greed. The young lord swore that he would bear this in mind. The ground beneath their feet began to crack, and it was time for the father to move on. The next time they met, the boy would return when his heart desired, and Leon bowed, saying that may that day soon bring them together again. Then, the young boy was gone, and his father was left in the spiritual realm. The man then said softly to himself that if wishing made it so, then he hoped that his child would shine radiantly as the continent's most wondrous rising star. However, the future was not his to see, and there was no telling whether this power would lead to the boy's glory or to his downfall. In the man's darkest despair, he feared, deep down inside, that it would be the latter. Meanwhile, all three vassals and the demon Lord Marbas hovered over the young boy as they patiently waited for him to wake. Leon was deeply asleep, believed to still be training hard to regain the power of his ancestors. Sir Pullen then asked if they were quite sure that the boy would awaken. The vassal did not dare to question the demon's wisdom, but the little boy was barely 14 years old, and the vassal worried that an ailment would occur and leave a permanent effect. They hardly saw how they could possibly face previous patriarchs in the afterlife if the poor boy died. The Amon huffed that the vassal would sooner join the ancestors before his little prodigy. Besides, if the young lord was incapable of withstanding such a basic trial, then he was indeed better off dead. Then, Marbas told the vassal to set aside his worries and to wait patiently for the patriarch in good faith. The wolf agreed, saying that he was sure that the young lord would pull through. There was no need to worry. Even the crow tried cheering up poor Sir Pullen. The doppelganger thought that the elderly minion fretted too much. Suddenly, there was a burst of purple aura and vast energy surrounding the little boy. The demon beamed, saying that he could now see that there was a reason behind the boy's delayed awakening. Walter was both surprised and concerned, asking what was behind the odd magic force. The wolf had never seen something so dense and vast. The little kitten hopped up, dancing around on the sleeping boy. Soon, Leon would return, so they had to make ready to greet him when he did. The others were told to be on their guard as the patriarch who would arise would now be a different being altogether from the boy whom they once knew. The young boy suddenly snapped his eyes open with a jolt, and the old vassal was beyond relieved to see the boy. The youth stared with a blank look on his face, and he muttered, understanding why his chest had felt so heavy. Then, he asked his mentor to kindly get rid of him. However, his mentor was not interested in doing that. Later, Walter was back to practicing his sword fighting in the training grounds. The young Marbas lord was there as well, firing up his necromancy magic. They had even prepared the few soldiers they had left, positioning them and running them through drills in the preparation for battle. House Sylvester would show up in 4 days, when the War of Noble Houses was to begin. The Marva's household had to be prepared as the heavily guarded and armed army of men marched through their borders and to their fortress. The Lord of the House of Sylvester sat on his grand chair and then finally pushed to his feet. The time had come, and all the soldiers of House Sylvester heeded him. On this long day, the centuries-long history of the once proud House Marvas would fade away into the dusty footnotes of history. The man roared, telling his soldiers to follow him to write history anew. The men had cheered, giving glory to the House of Sylvester. However, the doppelganger Sir Kirchel just stood among the crowd, listening to the Lord of Sylvester's plans. A black bird sat in the dense forest, fog surrounding the area as a group of men rode through the leafless forest. The Lord of House Sylvester smirked as he passed through the area, noting the weakness in their deployment with the fewest soldiers. It was indeed an excellent insight once again, and the Lord was quite grateful to Sir Kirchel for selling out his people. The fake uncle was also pretty grateful himself, saying that this was the least that he could do to repay the man's magnanimous treatment. Still, the wicked lord found himself rather surprised. He had thought those sentimental Marvas fools would have guarded the tombs of their ancestors more zealously. It was even extra foolish of them to deploy the bulk of their forces on a wide open field such as this one. The fake uncle laughed, saying that they were a house of necromancers, not strategists. The man supposed that there was a tendency to err on the side of caution so as not to destroy the ancestral burial sites. The Marva's family name may have plummeted into the dirt long ago, yet still they struggle in futility to uphold their former reputation. Kirchel supposed so, and this made the Sylvester head rather suspicious, asking why his sidekick had paused. He asked if the old man had something to report. The old man said that he had nothing to say to Lord Sylvester, and instead he suggested that they continue on their way through the dark and rather desolate-looking graveyard. Suddenly, the Lord of Sylvester slowed as he noticed something odd. There seemed to be a ground approaching as they rode through the mist, and they identified the young Lord of Marvas riding beside the Wolf of Marvas. The youths looked rather intimidating in the dark, and the army paused before the Lord of House Sylvester, both houses having met in the middle. The young Marvas lord smiled, saying that just as they had agreed, the Lord of House Sylvester was a rather punctual man after all. The wicked man laughed, saying that he had come expecting the weak spot of a fallen house, but here the boy was with 100 soldiers all armed to the teeth. The man immediately pulled out his sword, slashing without hesitation at Kirchel as he suspected that there was some deception at play. The man's head truly did fall off, but instead of blood, dark purple magic bubbled from his severed neck. The man's head flew, separate from his body, and the crow huffed in annoyance, saying that only his master had the right to strike him with a sword. The head floated up, already changing shape, much to the horror of the Lord of Sylvester. Dark purple smoke still spilled from the body's neck. Suddenly, the head reattached and the old Kirchel stared at the shocked enemy house lord, smiling as he said that it was indeed a novel experience. Now the enemy lord was concerned. He had slit the old man's throat clean and the old man should be dead. This was just the beginning of the new nightmare because the fog began to clear as the old man casually rode up to join the young lord. The Lord of Sylvester screamed in rage, saying that the old man and the house would be punished for their insolence along with their patriarch. They had no chance of prevailing against him with a meager force of only hundreds, and this was an insult against the head of House Sylvester. The young Marvas said that the idea was ridiculous. After all, the Lord of Sylvester would have to be a threat to be worthy of an insult at all. The boy's eyes were dark with glee as he regarded the wretch that had caused his father's death. Sylvester was enraged. There was a reason that the young Lord of Marvas had agreed to this war, and he sprinkled out an odd purple dust in the air as he stood before the man. See, the little Leonso desired to put the arrogant Lord of Sylvester in his place. The powder turned to goo and made a loud splat when it hit the ground, and a bubbling started beneath the ground. Suddenly, from the dirt burst an army of the undead, their eyes glowing red as they charged at the Lord of House Sylvester and his men. The man of the house, Sylvester, was horrified to see that his enemy could use necromancy. The young boy noted that Count Sylvester was as sharp as ever. The man already sounded astounded that a house of necromancers could call upon the powers of the undead. Honestly, Leon was quite tired of correcting their surprise. Necromancy was his birthright, and it should not be so surprising to see him exercise it. Meanwhile, the Lord of the House, Sylvester, was stunned as he stared at the approaching demons. He recalled how he had asked the guard about the greatest injustice that a human being could experience: to be faced with an overwhelming foe against which there was no hope, no means of resistance, and to only watch helplessly as one's entire world came crashing down. That was what the man felt now, the greatest suffering in the world. All of this suffering had come as a result of inborn talent, talent that he had overlooked, talent that he had naively assumed would not be that much of a problem. The old man had been deadly wrong, and the talent of such immense depth had appeared that all he could do was stand in awe. There was no other variable upon the battlefield that was quite as consequential as the dead eyes that Leon now used to regard him as his soldiers were slaughtered one by one. The men fought bravely, but they would be no match for the undead, and quickly the walking corpses speared through the handsome men. Then all was said and done. The enemy was still a young boy, and one soldier thought that there was no amount of raw talent that could possibly prepare him for the brutality of a tooth and nail melee. The man lunged through the undead, racing to take Leon's head. However, the soldier was stopped by the appearance of yet another fighter, a sword wielder with shocking snow-white hair. Yes, it was Walter, and the Beast Boy had not come around to play, knocking the sword of his opponent aside. The man yelled, asking who dared to stand in his way. And the Beast Man stood with his sword drawn and his eyes red. He was afraid that he could not let the mad soldier anywhere near their young mother. That was the young wolf's duty, and he meant to stay true to it. The wolf then smiled that he had found a very nice purpose. Meanwhile, the battle raged on as men and monsters clashed in an epic fight. The man of Sylvester yelled for the mage company to commence the onslaught, and the mages moved forward, hoping to defeat the necromancy with their own magical power. Their blue light of magic crackled with intensity and burned bright with his purity. There was a huge explosion as they fired off their magic amongst the undead. Then the Lord Sylvester called to the Knights of the Vanguard, telling them to storm their ranks at once. As long as the Lord of House Sylvester stood steady and without wavering, he could still lead his team to victory. They charged forward and clashed as they fought with their swords, stabbing and crashing at each other. The young boy watched the battle move, keeping his eyes on all the important pieces at play. The Lord Sylvester fought, keeping morale bubbling in his team as he swung his sword. The man with the blue eyes said that he was a fearful man in his inborn nature, and it did not matter if his foe was his eldest brother, who should have been the rightful patriarch, or his elder sister. The man had never once considered his siblings as his kin in any earnest sense of the word. Now, Leon asked why he should care at all about the Sylvester family drama, as it did sound rather boring to listen to at the moment. The boy's hand trembled with necromancy power, and the evil man started with burning eyes of anger of his own. The Sylvester Lord said that a spoiled lordling who was handed everything on a silver platter from the day he was born could never hope to muster the sheer grit that it would take to defeat him. The man asked the young patriarch to answer his question. Did the young boy crave vengeance? If this were so, then the Sylvester Lord promised that the boy would die empty-handed with only his regret left in his stomach. With these words, the evil Sylvester Lord charged at Leon with his sword drawn. However, the young Leon said that there were two flaws in the Lord of Sylvester's assumptions, and the boy would happily explain. The eye of the necromancy book shone as the boy faced the man who had ordered his father's death, and those once empty eyes shone with the green light of a predator seeking out his prey. Leon had no lust for revenge, nor did he consider the Lord of House Sylvester powerful enough to make a dent in his life. A few days ago, everyone was gathered around the campsite, setting up and cleaning up. Meanwhile, the Central Council sat together and deliberated on the next course of action. The dark-haired boy sat, the kitten groomed, and then he spoke. Marbas had heard of worse stratagems in all of his eons, to be sure, but the young boy's strategy entailed far too much of a risk. Leon had chosen a very good place as their area of operation, but other than that, the kitten was doubtful. However, the young boy assured the kitten that there was no better plan of action than the one that he had just come up with. It would be foolish to err on the side of caution when the optimal solution was staring them in the face. Even the crow has faith in the master's plans, even if it was just for the sake of gaining an opportunity to mock Marbas and call him a silly lion cub. The wolf quickly said that he would also follow the Lord's strategy, not that he bore any disregard to Master Marbas's wisdom, obviously. The kitten flopped over and muttered about them disregarding his entire opinion anyway. Anyway, they could do as they pleased. For his part, Sir Pullen would request the mobilization of all the forces that they could muster. On his honor as a vassal, he would not leave the young lord to march to war alone. Since that was settled, it was time for them to make their move. Then, Leon said that before they adjourned the meeting, there was something that he would like to add and say to the good Master Marbas. The boy pointed out the amulet, asking what the kitten knew about the consequences of putting such dark material to use. The golden thing glinted in his hands, and the kitten muttered that he wasn't sure, but the consequences would likely be death. The boy's father may not have given him the whole truth, but that amulet that he now wears on his neck carries a power akin to poison. Its immense might was too much for him to bear, at least in his current state. Leon had imagined that the amulet had been passed to him, nonetheless, with a purpose in mind. The kitten sighed, saying that he would not deny this, but the moment for it to be put to use was yet to come. For now, the boy was as powerful as he needed to be, and lusting after any more power right now would be heavily inappropriate. The gift that the boy possessed far outstripped that of ordinary vessels. However, it cannot be denied that the boy's potential was a fruit that had yet to ripen. The boy was silent as he listened. His subjects were loyal to him, but no mortal was infallible. As a mortal himself, the boy had precious little insight into the true innermost thoughts of his subjects. It was possible that they could turn against him in a heartbeat, and some of them may have indeed betrayed his father, Rune. So, what exactly made the young boy believe that these mortals would be worth the risk that the boy sought to undertake? The young boy was silent for a moment as he listened. Later, looking through the necromancy book, the young Leon had quickly dispatched various enemies from the Sylvester house. His eyes glinted with dark light as the head of Sylvester mocked, asking if the child really thought him incapable of snuffing out a life. The boy continued to glare, and this time the Lord of Sylvester jolted, unconsciously aware that there was something really odd and really off about this boy. A dark aura of purple smoke soared and twisted through the camp, spreading out over the soldiers of Sylvester. The older lord was shocked to see such a nigh unfathomable depth of mana with an aura of pure darkness. The boy was applying precisely and only the necessary amount of magic force at any given moment. The man could not believe how the boy had mastered such controls. The young Leon then commanded that all loyal servants of Marbas who wandered the underworld were to heed him. No matter what manner of spectacle they were about to witness, the Lord of Sylvester was determined to stop it at all costs. He yelled to his soldiers to stop the boy from casting the spell. Still, Leon remained uninterrupted, calling upon the lineal heir of the House Marbas to call them to arms. He bid them to answer his call and serve dutifully under his banner, and the ground beneath them began to rock and tremble with a great and very mighty rumbling. From the ground crawled the undead, their weapons sharp and their eyes shining red. They roared and clawed out of the ground, the Lord Sylvester overwhelmed by their number and ferocity. The dead multiplied in waves as they pulled from the ground, surrounding the enemy and his team. There would be no escape, and the men screamed in torment as they were cut down one by one. The kitten watched in amusement, mumbling that the boy was truly unruly and disobedient, just like his ancestor Wellen. Leon had used the amulet, and the creatures roared in rage, charging forward to kill and destroy. The monsters yelled and screamed, fighting the Sylvester Knights and tossing them like they were merely scraps of paper standing by the side. The monsters roared, fearsome creatures with powerful muscles and fists. No human stood a chance against them. The Sylvester Lord cursed, noting that this was a trap and the boy had lured them to the graveyard for a reason. He now had an army of the undead at his command, and that army was coming at the full fore. The Lord Sylvester then paused, and he noticed something. The young Leon seemed to be struggling, with a hand on his chest. He coughed out blood from the force of expending up power and energy. So, the Sylvester Lord yelled for Leon to stop at once, for he was placing his own life at risk, which was rich coming from the guy who also planned to kill him. The Sylvester Lord then cursed again, giving his word that Leon and his subjects would be spared, so the boy was to stop this senseless display. However, Leon did not mean to disappoint the Lord of Sylvester. Unfortunately, back when he'd had the talk with Marbas, who had asked what made Leon believe that mortals were worth the risk that he sought to undertake. Until the boy's talents had fully matured, the kittens urged that he refrain from any selfless folly for the sake of others. The kitten knew that the boy was yet to gain the kind of might that would allow him to care about the misfortune of others, let alone their lives. The boy was silent, and then finally spoke to Master Marbas. The boy asked why they must always wait until a fruit is ripe before it is plucked. He did not think it would be so awful to pick it first and then wait for it to ripen, which was what Leon had done now with his spontaneous attack of raising the undead from their graves. The Sylvester soldiers had already started to limp in retreat, but Leon walked forward until he finally stood before the fallen Sylvester Lord. The man's eyes were wide with despair. Now both the boy and the man had matching pairs. The rain dripped from the sky, water falling in rain over the defeated army of Sylvester and his fallen and broken men. The blonde lord sat with his head hung, asking the boy about his goal, since he had said vengeance was not what motivated him. The boy agreed, so the shameless Lord of Sylvester asked the young child to show him mercy, even though he did not deserve it. The man begged, giving the child his word to never antagonize House Marbas again, nor would he breathe a word of the boy's power to the rest of the empire. The man begged the young child to grant this request. The boy stared at the man, begging like this. Then, he asked if they were ever on such amicable terms as to grant each other such favors. The blonde yelled that if they continued like this, it would only spark a cycle of vengeance and hatred. However, the young boy stared at that old man with empty eyes. This filled the Lord of Sylvester with dread. The man begged still, yelling that his hand was forced to commit atrocities. As another head of a noble house, the boy had to understand. It was their duty to take whatever action was necessary for the prosperity of their house. The boy considered this duty, agreeing that there may be something in what the man was saying. The mantle of the patriarch hung heavy upon the man's shoulders after all. Even the blonde admitted that his mantle was a crushing yoke that he did not dare shake off. He was compelled to these atrocious acts by the weight of his position. Nevertheless, Leon could not see how any of this gave him cause to grant the man mercy. Lord Sylvester was stunned speechless. See, the man should make no mistake, there were no hard feelings involved. Truly, his only calculus in taking the man's life was the iron certainty of the cold, hard logic that the blonde's continued existence would not serve House Marbas in any way. So, the boy bid the evil man who had orchestrated his father's death a swift farewell. The blonde grunted as he gritted his teeth and showed his true colors, cursing and yelling, calling the boy pompous. It would be much too late by the time the boy realized what he would have done. The power that the boy wielded so frivolously was not a child's plaything. Well, Leon had had enough of getting lectured by a guy that he did not even like, and the man was swiftly beheaded. The boy stared now at the corpse of the man who had been a thorn in his side, watching emptily as his head rolled away. The house of Sylvester was defeated, and the boy grunted in silent pain. He should have known that there would be a heavy toll for summoning so many of the undead. The boy then fell forward, and the wolf ran to him, a thing the young lord of Marbas. Marbas told the wolf not to fret, as the boy was just suffering from the depletion of mana. Young lion's talent was, without a doubt, equal to that of his progenitor in the days of yore. That then begged the question, should a mere boy be permitted to hold such vast potential? Within the boy lay a monstrosity, the likes of which not even the demon could control. It was indeed a perilous bargain that the demon had made in return for every facet of his being, and he smirked wickedly just thinking about it. On a more pressing note, the kitten glanced at the glowing pile of jewelry on the fallen noble. It appears that demons had begun to interfere in human affairs, an ill omen to be sure. The other rushed over to help clean up the aftermath of the fight. When Leon finally opened his eyes, Sir Pullen was, of course, overwhelmed with joy and sobbed dramatically in relief. Finally, the lordship had awoken, and the vassal cried for forgiveness for failing to keep Leon safe. The vassals were willing to amend his wrongs upon an executioner's block. The kitten scoffed, saying that he would not stop the old man, as that would be interesting entertainment. As cuddly as Marbas was, the foolish lion cub lacked both tact and empathy, which was noted by Cor as he tried once again to pick a fight with Marbas. The demon was on his last straw with that doppelganger, and he threatened that he did not at all approve of the crow's constant insults. The young lord smiled, saying that the executioner's block would be quite unnecessary, as the man had fulfilled his role with distinction. He assured him of that. The Sylvesters now seemed on the brink of total collapse from the loss of their lord, which worked great for them. They could imagine that the people would not attempt another invasion anytime soon. Rightly so. Under the young lord's sage guidance, House Marbas was again back on its feet at last. However, there was one elephant in the room that they had to deal with. The boy asked what the problem was, and the vassal admitted that as much as it shamed him to say it, the House Marbas was almost entirely penniless. They'd been prepared for a house collapse, but they had not spent time thinking of the house treasury. On top of that, there was even a rather sizable debt to its name. This news was rather concerning to the young lord. The kitten scoffed, saying that he hardly saw an issue, much less an elephant. This was something that they could solve easily by billing the Sylvesters a princely sum in reparations, at least. Ordinarily, that would be so, however, the imperial household had expressly forbidden any demand for reparations. That sounded like a very unreasonable rule, and even the kitten hissed, asking why such a law would be put in place. See, the issue was that houses Lienhaber, Satyr and Marbas were the so-called three demonic bloodlines and were kept strictly in check by the imperial household. It may well be that the imperial household put a stop to any talk of compensation to hinder their rising fortune. The kitten scoffed at this stupid mess. Fighting was one thing, but doing the actual legal work was another. The young boy was also rather nervous about this and asked how much they owed. The man, Pullen, just raised a hand to indicate, so the young boy began to play guessing games. They did not owe 50 million in gold, so he tried 500 million. But that was still not enough. Surely their debt could not be as ridiculous as 5 billion in gold, and 500,000 in gold would be easy enough to repay. However, the vassals said that the young lord was out. The debt owed by the House Marbas was 5 billion in gold, an earth-shattering mind-bending amount of debt. How did they even incur that? That was the kind of money that would be sure to see them stripped of both house and home. Meanwhile, someone very beautiful had just shown up in the land of House Marbas. He looked almost exactly like Leon but had sparkly blue eyes. He was Richel de Flamel, the head acolyte of the prestigious Tower of Mages, and the founder of the Eremita School. Someone popped up to greet him, a beautiful lady with long flowing hair. She was Carly, head of the southern branch of Lunati, the premier criminal organization on the continent, ruthless loan shark. Rail was surprised to see Miss Carline, as he believed that their school's trust in her had long been stalled. The woman then huffed, asking why the man would come all this way for that. Her business was not with him this time, and he apologized as he recalled the goons flexing muscles the last time he had an encounter with them. The man was afraid that he had yet to overcome his previous dealings with predatory lenders, and they had low-key traumatized him. At the time, it felt as though the tower's very existence was at stake. The lady laughed and winked, saying that was precisely why they advised all their clients to read the fine print. Well, they had had enough small talk, and they had both come to see the same person after all. Sir Pullen had just revealed to the gang that the debt owed by the House of Marbas was actually 5 billion in gold. Both the older noble and the young noble lord were speechless after this revelation. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and everyone turned. The older noble hurried to answer the door, leaving the young boy to mull over how hard he'd worked to save his people, just to find out they were cooked by debt anyway. Leon shuddered and dismissed the kitten's worries, but something did not feel right. The older noble returned quickly with news that they had visitors to the manor. The young lad asked how many guests they had, and the older noble revealed there were two, one man and one woman. This made the young family head a little nervous. Tea was set before the guests, who sat patiently waiting in their respective chairs. They thanked their host for his hospitality and then introduced themselves. The man was Mage Richel, head of the Eremita School, and the woman was Carlian, the chief of the southern branch of the Lunatics. There was an awkward silence as the young lad and his entourage regarded their guests. Then, the young noble welcomed the odd guests. The man with the winning smile, and the woman with her eerie smile. They both seemed rather threatening in their own unique way, and the wolf worried if it was a good idea to meet them. At any rate, Leon was no pushover, so they were not too worried about the situation. Well, Carlene forged ahead to lead the conversation, saying that they had recently received news of the boy's victory in the War of the Noble Houses, and she smiled as she gave her congratulations, saying that the spoils of war should surely be more than enough to settle their enormous bet. The boy decided to inquire about just how much they owed the ladies' group, bearing in mind that their house's credit was at rock bottom at the time of the loan. It also did not help that 4 out of the 5 billion the house borrowed was owed to Carlene and the Lunatics. That organization was arguably the largest criminal organization on the continent, and they were hardly the kind of people that he could easily mess with. The lady was indeed the worst kind of loan shark that they could be ensnared by. Any debtor who defaulted on payments was sold to the dark mages as a living test subject. A very difficult reality to accept after he'd worked so hard to win the war. Meanwhile, Carlene was flowery and relieved that the boy was familiar with their work. However, the lady in black wanted to quickly cut to the chase, so Leon asked again about their current outstanding balance. Carlene fell silent for a moment, assessing her prey, then said that she was so afraid that they must insist on an immediate installment of 10% at minimum, after which they were at liberty to pay back the remaining 90% as they pleased. The lady, however, did recommend that they bear in mind the 30% annual interest charge on the principal, though she was sure that the boy would settle the debt at his earliest convenience. It was indeed a very difficult situation for Leon, as the lady was demanding the sum of 400 million gold to be paid in one. At an annual rate of 30%, even after that first payment, the entire loan would compound by an additional 1.8 billion a year. That was a criminal amount of money she was demanding. The boy really could not imagine who on earth would sign such a ludicrous agreement. The poor Sir Pullen bowed his head and confirmed the lad's suspicions. It was indeed his father. One really could not pick their relatives or their intelligence levels. The other man in the room tried to ease up the tension a bit. After all, he was of the belief that the young lord should celebrate his victory for a moment. Besides, the man highly doubted that the young boy had such a large amount of money. However, the cutthroat Carlene spoke. Her eyes flashed dangerously as she reprimanded Richel for daring to interrupt their business discussion. She seemed ready to pack up the mage and sell him, too, if it got her money back faster. She even threatened that the price to pay for an insult to her could be a scarily fatal one. This quickly silenced the mage, who found that minding his business was his true life's calling after all. He even got up and was ready to go, even though Carlene chuckled that it would be a waste of good tea. Well, Leon was still worried about this situation, and he tried to speak up, but he was greeted with a sharp threat from the lady in black. If he dared say that he didn't have the money, or even dared to ask for more time, then she did not need to hear it, as his father had said those words before. This situation was so difficult that Leon considered just getting rid of the woman, body and soul, but Marbas advised against it. That dangerous lady was a foe that the boy would not stand any sort of chance against, and an attack would likely annoy her at best. The boy might find himself torn to shreds in an instant. At this rate, things were looking bad for the family of Marbas, and they would be left with nothing. Sir Pullen apologized for the depressing atmosphere. The late Lord Rune had truly borrowed for the best interests of the estate and to keep the place standing. Now, they were faced with a dilemma, and they looked to Leon, telling him to have faith in his sagacity. The boy was silent for a moment as he considered the situation. Then, he decided to ask a question. The boy begged the lady to take pity on them. A bold move that left absolutely everyone speechless from the raw and shameless audacity. Meanwhile, Richel was outside, admiring the grand halls of the Marbas family and thinking of the young Leon. It was worth the trip here merely to see the new family head, and the mage smiled in satisfaction at the grand portrait of the Marbas progenitor. The young boy had seemed normal to human eyes, but the mage had been able to detect the vast amount of necromancy power that radiated from him. The youth's vast mana reserve coursed deep within his being, and the mage wondered how he could coax the young lady into joining his school for mages. It would be a great boon to their academy if Leon joined them, and the man smiled at the thought. There had to be a way to win the favor of the young noble and to save him from being devoured by the debt collector. The mage bubbled up some blue magic in his hand, and it formed around him like a big blue wispy shield. The magic in his hands crackled and spun, and his focused gaze remained on the orb that spun in his hold. The young mage had called up the academy, and an old man popped up, scolding the headmaster for disappearing on them once again. The academy was always in utter chaos whenever he left, and Richel knew all of this. This was old news, and he would explain it another time. However, right now, Richel had a more pressing matter to be attended to. The young mage beamed as he took a very crazy risk and asked just how many gold coins they had in store in the Aramita vault. The old man groaned and slapped his head, knowing their young headmaster had come up with yet another crazy idea, and knowing that he was going to go along with it. Meanwhile, Carlene was barely holding back her laughter at Leon's shameless request. She asked if the youth held the lunatics in such low regard, as if they were a gang of cutthroat maniacs. It was ironic that she should say that. She summoned a small golden orb of magic, shooting it right at the cut before the boy, and it shattered before him. Now, the debt collector was halfway into cutthroat mode, warning the young noble that they were a lot more calculating than he thought. The wolf could not stand for this insult and whipped out his sword, asking how dare she threaten their young lord. The lady laughed that their wrath was reserved solely for those who defaulted on their loans, which meant that she had no reason to drag the rest of the vassals down with Leon, not unless she was provoked. The boy was nervous and now stood between the devil and the deep blue sea. They had absolutely nothing to offer the lady, but she was not about to take no for an answer. Debts needed to be paid. In the quite literal sense, the Marbas coffers were completely empty. There was no generational wealth for Leon to inherit, just generational problems. Carleen was speechless, and then giggled as she stood, saying she understood now why the boy trembled like a scared puppy. However, she was about to demonstrate exactly what happened when she pulled up and did not get money. However, before the lady could truly showcase her manic side, Rachel returned and told her to halt. There was a temporary ceasefire. Carleen was not at all pleased to hear that her customer did not have her money, even after all these years, and now he was trying to sell her a sob story that she was not buying. She was getting her money one way or another, even if she had to sell both the house and the house lord. Right before the lady in black could leap into a fight, the blue-haired mage popped back inside. Rachel yelled for everyone to stop, and then he turned to Carleen, telling her not to be so rash as to trample the fledgling of the future Eremita. Leon was confused, but he was not about to argue with someone who'd come to save his life. Even the wolf was a little stunned, but he quickly jumped right into the pretense, laughing and giggling that the young Master Leon had definitely planned it out all along. Leon had no idea what anyone was talking about, but he had heard of the Eremita school. Carleen was still a little fiery about this as she took in the situation to assess what had changed. The blue-haired mage had suddenly come back, and now he was smiling at Leon like they were friends or something. First, the cutthroat lady calmed her flames, much to the young noble's surprise. The young boy then asked his vassals to step aside for a bit. He needed to sort out just what on earth was going on. So, the boy had a sit down with Rachel and Carleen, and then he finally understood the deal that was being made. On the condition that Eremita formally recruited him, they would pay off 10% of the debt that House Marbas owed to Carleen. The young boy was surprised by the lengths that Eremita was going for him, and the blue-haired mage smiled as he confirmed this news. It had been noted that the young noble had used undead magic in his recent territory battle with Sylvester. The dark-haired lord immediately tried to deflect. However, the mage knew it was the only way that the youth could have won that battle. Carleen likely suspected as much, which was why she'd chosen now to come. The lady was much calmer and back to her sly, foxy ways, saying that mages were so impatient. It was not like his family's necromancy powers were a secret anyway, and the former head of the Marbas family had thought that they could regain their original power, and came looking for the family glory. The boy then asked if the lady really believed that he could give back the money that they had borrowed. In truth, the brunette did not think so at all. She had not at all expected to get a full payment right away, and then she wondered if they could clear out the entire debt for now. The debt was a lot of money. Was Eremita going to pay for that, too? Well, Rachel tried to recruit him, and now Carleen was trying to clear out the debt. Leon did not know how to confirm it, but he wondered why they were so sure that the power to control the undead had returned. They might have requested reinforcements from another family or hired mercenaries, but using that logic, Carleen reminded the boy that he was broke. Well, that was hard to argue, and both the mage and the debt collector knew that the boy could never win the war with money. So, Rachel had immediately suspected Marba's strength. There was a chance that the necromancy skill had come alive. If this power could reach the state of the first family head, then there would be a pretty good chance to open up the world and become the strongest. Just to make things clear, the young boy asked if he still needed to pay back that money, and Carleen said that he did. She was a loan shark, not a charity organization. She even had a Glock tucked in her family jewels just in case Leon felt like backing out. Rachel then tried to play peacekeeper once again, asking for a moment to talk with the young noble alone. The man really wanted to recruit the young, talented noble, and the lady sighed that it could not be helped. She put away her weapon, reminding them that her priority was to get her money back anyway. Then, she turned and left. Both men breathed a sigh of relief with her tension out of the room. Though Leon said that the blue-haired mage was not necessarily someone that he could trust either. Speaking frankly, he barely knew the guy. Besides, the boy also suspected that the mage in front of him was not human at all. The man smiled, feeling very proud of the young talent. Then he pointed right at Marbas, a creature that no one else should be able to see, and asked if he was the one who kept the 72 demons by his side. The kitten chuckled, impressed by a mage who could see him, even without his permission. Yes, the boy was indeed very impressive. The demon then began to change, growing and expanding as his true form was slowly revealed. The great lion stood behind the chair of the tense young noble and demanded to know exactly what kind of creature they were facing. The boy before them also started to transform. Horns grew on his head, a reptilian tail thudded on the floor as he smiled at the beings before them. Rachel was a dragon, a truly impressive creature, and even Marbas had to be impressed. The rumor was that dragons had been wiped out in the war against the demons. Well, even Leon had never seen a dragon before, but the distinctive horns and tail were a dead giveaway. The blue-haired mage was also one of the 72 demons. He had been curious about staying with humans, and he did not know the exact connection, but it was clear that there was a link to the first family head, which was why he had come to visit the house Marbas. Leon then spoke boldly, saying that his family was the kind to stand beside the humans, and Marbas would not hurt humans either. Marbas was different. Even the Great Lion agreed. Since that was the case, it explained why they had both gotten involved in human affairs. In that case, the young noble did have a question for the dragon. He wanted to know what responsibilities he would have if he did choose to join the Eremita. Well, Eremita was fundamentally a hidden academy that carried out collective decisions and strived to elevate the status of mages. This was their mission. Then, the young boy asked if they had any other missions to carry out, and they wanted to hear the full truth. Rachel chuckled that they were fast to notice, however, he would tell them everything. The condition for joining Eremita was that Leon would not be allowed to join any other school, and he would not be allowed to carry out another school's missions either. Seemed a small price to pay for escaping death from debt. Marbas asked if this condition was to prevent other schools from growing. That was indeed a part of the reason, but the biggest reason was something else. Then, Rachel slid out a menacing-looking amulet for them to see. Among the two prestigious magic schools aside from Eremita, at least one was definitely worshipping a demon. Marbas was startled to hear this news and wondered if the demons were finally making a move. If only he had awakened earlier, but that was old news. He wanted to know their goal. The demons were, of course, planning to bring back the Demon King, because goodness forbid they do any independent ruling and conquering by themselves.
The anti-demonic war. It was the first all-out conflict between humanity and the demon kind. Many monsters rose from the underworld, and it resulted in the tragic demise of the human sovereign King Solomon. The old king held tightly to his staff, powering it up with magic and power that seeped from it and flowed to the ground like roots. Many powerful monsters flew forward, skeletal figures creaking and rattling their chains as the rumbling around them suddenly grew louder. That was when they heard the sound of melting acid around them, and a book opened before their eyes. There in the middle of the war stood a figure with long black flowing hair, raising his necromancy grimoire high. The necromancer read through the book and then raised his gaze, determination seated in those eyes as it regarded the incoming monster. By the war's end, King Solomon devoted his final breath to seal away the demon Baal, and yet the potency of the seal proved to be no exception to the decay of time, to the extent that the demon may break through the seal at any moment. Now, the young main character seemed to recall some ominous whispers regarding His Majesty the Emperor's acumen of late. The man was once a ruler of profound wisdom, but he now bore the dubious title of the Whiteless Emperor. The young lad asked if this had anything to do with the demon that had been described. The other said that the young lord was rather astute. Demons had a way of exploiting even the slightest cracks in the human defenses, and they figured the boy probably knew that better than anyone else, considering that he had a demon companion at his side, and all that. Marbas huffed at being acknowledged, proud as ever despite his small form. The young lad had been taught that the anti-demonic war was just as much of a massacre for Dragon King and other species as it had been for humanity. Rachel had spoken the truth about how there was no innocence among demons. Still, as for the principal reason that this person would seek to bind the main character to their school, the boy asked if it was because the mark of a demon had been discovered in the possession of a rival academy. Again, the other was impressed by how astute this young lord was. They wanted the dark-haired boy to join the Eremita school so that he could have the unvarnished truth. They believed that the sacred hall of learning had much to offer him in addition to such abundant knowledge. An abundance of funds would be preferable given their current situation, but the guest just chuckled that he could not lend them more aid on that front, and he did regret it. Even so, the young lord asked the guest if he had any leads on procuring coins on a regular basis. They could not very well just let their household sink into poverty and all that. For a debt of 5 million, they would need all the help that they could get. The blue-eyed guest considered this request and then smiled as he thought of something. There was indeed a solution that he could suggest, and this was the Adventurers Guild. So not only was Ardu getting recruited for homework, but he could also consider the option of a full-time job. The young lord might be surprised to hear it, but the guild master there was a close friend of Carlene. If the young lad took enough contracts to earn himself a gold crest, then he might soon find himself taking on jobs for 10 million gold apiece. Now our dude was marveling at the thought of earning 10 million a time. That would not only cure his debt, but it would fix all of his problems. In that case, he bowed and humbly asked that they pass on his best regards to the Lady Carlene, because he planned on working hard enough to get her money immediately. The old demon chuckled about how the mighty had fallen, but the shadow teased the lion cub, telling him not to insult their little lord. It was important for their leader to first acquire currency in order to make some currency. The little Marbas scoffed and asked who exactly had given the shadow such sparkly pearls of wisdom. The shadow beamed that the old man butler had dropped the tea, and the lion cub just sighed. Then, the blue-eyed guest turned and called out to Lady Carlene, saying that she had no need to be bashful considering that he knew that she heard every word that was just said. Surely, she would not ignore those in such dire need. The woman sighed and tossed open the door. though she did curse the one who knew her way far too well. She found herself staring at the young lad whom she'd recently had an awkward encounter with. The blue-eyed guest then decided to give a more formal introduction this time, since they were in the august company of a demon in service of Lord Lion. The lady sighed that first she'd been forced to meet a necromancer, and now she was being introduced to his demon as if any of that was normal. There was never a dull moment in this household, it seemed, and her friend just smiled. The sky was very bright, and the greenery was fine. The little company set off with the lady, our main character, his lion cub, the blue-eyed guest, and some unidentified blonde. First, the lady asked exactly how her close friend had roped her into escorting the Lord Marbus to the Adventurers Guild of Owl Laces. The blue-eyed friend chuckled, saying that he was sure that his friend could afford to go a little above and beyond for a client that owed 5 billion gold. The Lady Carleen should be kind enough to have a heart. The young boy asked what manner of guild they would be going to and if they would need a full escort to reach it. The demon was wondering the same since he did not recall any institution like that back in his days, and he found all of these mortal pursuits very amusing, but only because he could choose which ones to participate in. In the simplest terms, it was an agency that took on perilous missions at the behest of others. It was a place for adventurers to form parties of their accord and split the proceeds while seeking to elevate their own worth by whatever means they desired. Of course, those who lacked the means to succeed tended to perish and be forgotten without so much as a word of mourning. However, the prospect of scoring potentially tens of millions for the right mission was a powerful temptation indeed. It was an enticing flame for 1,000 muths to check their fortune, and that seemed about the gist of it. Blue Eyes chuckled that he would not put the situation in such bleak terms. For a start, the Adventurers Guild was situated in neutral territory by principle. By making a name for oneself, any guild member had a chance at being recruited as a knight or a mage by one of the surrounding nations. In truth, adventuring may well be the most lucrative line of work for anyone who possessed the means to make it. Speaking of which, Green Eyes wanted to know if they could tell him more about these crests and rank business. Blue Eyes was happy to, and then passed the ball to the Lady Carleen, because he had been talking for a while and figured he should get the chance to rest his mouth. Of course, she was not particularly pleased about that, and she fumed, wondering how dare he order her around like she was no more than his personal tour guide. Well, the situation was that mercenaries of the Adventurers Guild were divided into 5 separate ranks. These ranks were bronze, silver, gold, white gold, and black. In ascending order, the color of each crest denoted a more powerful adventurer, which entitled one to take on missions of greater magnitude. Then, our dude immediately aimed for being a black crest adventurer just so that he could target the highest earning potential. They knew the young lord had some very high standards, but Blue Eyes figured that it was barely worth mentioning given the near impossible odds of reaching the rank. There were fewer than 10 black crests across the entire continent, and each black rank mission cost at least 100 million gold in fees. Clients of such affluence were few and far between, so even if they had the highest earning power, they were expensive, so people often were not crazy about hiring them. So, they continued their walk towards town and went into the city. The Lady Carleen then suggested that our dude should first see whether he would even be eligible for a bronze crest. The adventurer standards were high after all. Imperial law made it rather difficult for a boy of his age to register as an adventurer after all. Already the boy had a difficult obstacle to overcome, but the blue-eyed man told his friend not to train on the kids' parade. First things first, they had to sign him up for an entrance exam. The boy then looked up at the guild that they had gotten to. This was certainly what one might expect from an adventurer's guild. The young dark-haired boy looked around and admired the place, and someone seemed to have spotted him, noting that they had some rather unusual guests. Perhaps there was trouble on the horizon. A white-haired, pale girl appeared, and she looked like paper because that was how white she was. In fact, some sheets of paper had way more color than she did, because the most colorful thing on her form was her clothes, and even those made her look like the human personification of a yeti. So, the crew walked into this guild, just looking around at all the muscular men and the different types of individuals gathered in the area. The men were laughing and having fun with each other, and the lady with them had a stoic face, because she did not really feel like laughing with anyone. In fact, her face was so stoic and terrifying that it sapped all the laughter from the room. They immediately recognized Carleen, who had an infamous reputation for having the eye of a starving wild cat. They were sure she had come here to hunt down someone. It looked like an easy way to make money too. They wondered what such a terrifying woman was even doing at the guild all of a sudden, and next to her was Richel, the head of the Aramita school. That disgustingly handsome guy had his own crowd of jealous enemies. They muttered about how he looked so young, and yet he became the magic tower master. They were so heated about that. Well, it killed their mood to drink, and the world was really unfair when people like that could just exist. Richel could not stop his smirk at the jealous gossips just milling around. He chuckled that it looked like this crowd really did not like him. The lady told him to just quit talking nonsense and walk faster because they had a lot of ground to cover here. She told him that he did not have time to worry about every single one of those people too. Our main character followed obediently behind them, asking if they had found the person that they were looking for yet. He was going to have to exercise way more patience than that. The place did not seem like there was anyone particularly strong nearby, and the lion demon admitted this was untrue. He could feel some kind of mana that was on guard against them. The blonde who had not been named so far seemed to stiffen at these words because it seemed he could finally see Marbas for the first time. The boy continued to walk with the demon on his shoulder, bothered because he had much bigger things to wrestle with in his life. There was a circle extended around our dude, and he stood at the center of it. That circle touched within the area that he existed, and anyone with strong enough power in the guild was starting to notice. Our dude then paused because he figured that he had found who they were looking for. However, that was when the Yeti girl attacked. She had been so inactive that it was easy to forget that she even existed in this scene, but there she went flying out and ready to kill. Her eyes burned with the determination for violence, but Carlene moved fast with her gun in her hand. Marbas had to leap right off our dude's shoulder to dodge that flying outrageous sword at his neck, but Carlene was right behind her, because that white witch had a gun to her head pronto. The guild was frozen, Lion's eyes widened at this occurrence, and everyone waited to see what would happen next. It seemed that the brunette recognized this wild white witch, and she chuckled that the girl had become even more aggressive since the last time they saw her. Laylee was her name, and she glared at the brunette with her silver eyes, scolding Carlene and telling her not to say her name so carelessly. While the two girls were busy facing off, our dude decided to speak, and he asked if the little white yeti was the strongest person in this guild. The girl glared and said that she had not permitted him to speak, so she did not want to hear any words from someone that she had deemed to be her target. Then, she asked who he was. Marbas smiled, noticing that this new girl might be even more dangerous than the two behind him. However, the main character just gracefully introduced himself as Lion von Marbas. He was the young heir of the Marbas family. That was what others called him anyway. Back at the house, the wolf was stalking and monitoring the area, and all of the odd guests had been invited home, so they were all having a cup of tea together. The lady sipped her tea, saying that she had heard that the head of the Marbas family had changed. However, she had not expected the next head to be a young child. Well, the boy's magical talent was undeniable. Even the brunette could vouch for that. However, Laylee wondered why a nobleman would join such a shabby adventurer's guild. Richel just laughed that the boy had his reasons. Also, the white girl thought it was strange that he was also traveling around with a demon on his shoulder. She felt like he was very weird indeed. Marbas did not take too kindly to being called weird, and he yelled that she should apologize immediately for calling them names. The black cat had finally come to its senses after a long time, and the demon hissed about it. While those two were bickering, the main character just explained that he was in massive debt. He needed money, and they told him to join a guild to make some. So he did. An adventurer's guild that anyone could join anonymously was about the perfect place for a noble man trying to make legal cash without drawing too much attention. That was why they had chosen the Infinite Lotus. There was no reason not to accept him. It seemed that Lion was already auditioning for the role, and he was speaking to the guild's owner, so he really needed to be on his best behavior. The head of Eremite even asked her to give him a chance. Well, they both spoke pretty strongly about that weird emo teenager, so she was about ready to consider it for a while. However, she wanted the boy to know that he could die on certain missions. He said that he already lived pretty close to death, so he was not very bothered about that one. Plus, Richel had told him all about it. Not repaying the lunatic's debt would be an even worse hell, so he would rather risk his life and earn money than endure a hell worse than that. The white-haired girl did see the truth in his words as she knew what her violent brunette friend was like. That was undeniably true, so she would be giving him a chance after all. First things first, she tapped a round spherical white thing, and then spread some magic on the table in golden lines. The magic expanded around her, and Lion watched as the things appeared in his house. It was amazing, and he admired it for a moment. This was a type of teleportation magic. It was a fairly advanced spell, but it seemed the white girl had simplified it. She seemed to be quite a capable mage, and that earned her some respect from the demon. Many soldiers stood at attention in the halls as the magic sparkled around them, and they all waited to see what would happen. The head of the guild stepped forward, saying that the content of this test was very simple to follow. Among these stadies, only one of them possessed real mana. Our dude just had to find it, and he had a total of 30 minutes to get that done. If he failed within the time limit, he would have to return to his family. Then, she asked if he was still going to try. Bro had very little of a family left. His household was made up of adopted monsters and a few loyal servants. In summary, he had very little to lose, so he was going to go ahead and give it a try. So, the test would start now, and she told Carlene to prepare the house glass. The brunette sighed that it was such a hassle, but she got to work doing it anyway. She was only going to help them out this one time, and she wanted them to know it. A giant hourglass then popped up in the air for everyone to see, and our dude walked down the hall of statues. He looked around, checking out each statue carefully, which was when Miss Witter informed him that all the statues would be moving, of course, because they did not dare make such an exam easy for the little lion. Immediately, One of the statues proved the point by raising its weapon with a dark sparkle in its eye. They would not only be moving, but they would also be attacking him, because all was fair in love and war. So, it was time for the fight to start, and the hater armor swung his sword down with every intention to kill our dude. Well, the joke was on him because the main character was well experienced in the art of dodging. Within seconds, he had moved out of the way. Of course, there was a whole barrage of mad armor in the room, so dodging just one would not be enough for this situation. He had to swiftly move out of the way as yet another one struck at him. Being a necromancer was really not easy because he had to use the powers of the dead to fight every battle, but he was really just a normal guy most of the time. The brunette choked on her tongue the more they watched the young lad fight, and even Rachel had to worry that the Lady Laylee's hand was a bit too heavy with this test. Lion was just a kid after all, and he was way out of his depth fighting random suits of armor with no dead bodies in the room. Even intermediate mages would barely be able to handle a test like this. Then again, the kid was kind of talented, so they needed to see if he could get this out or not. The girl pointed out that she knew better than anyone that the younger a person was, the easier they were to break. So that's likely what she was going for when she set this kid up for what seemed to be an impossible mission. For now, they would just have to wait and watch, of course, while they hoped that some form of justice would prevail. The chances were almost zero, but they believed in Lion. The power of each statue was truly not that much, but finding the magic golem was practically impossible with all of them dancing around. The man's concentration was way too low on the golem after all. Everyone watching admitted that the task was rather difficult, and even a dumb lion probably knew it too. The contractor was going to struggle. The lion demon continued to watch his contractor carefully, rooting for him as he wondered what was going on inside the young boy's head. Giving the guild symbol to a mere child was something little Miss Winter was not so crazy about. It really was dangerous, and she did not want to have a child's death on her hands, so she was going to make this test as strict as possible so that he could back out while the going was still good. On this continent, even the greatest talent could crumble easily, and the fight around them continued as many suits of armor moved at once to bring down the dark-haired boy. The boy continued to dodge, doing well in the matter of staying out of their reach, but he also needed to consider how to make his next move. It seemed that for now, Lion was focusing his energy on carefully reading between the lines and searching each around as they attacked, looking for the one with the mana. More and more suits approached, and now the boy reached for his powers, drawing dark smoke and fire to the palm of his hands. The suits also noticed that he was going to attack and lunged to attack him first, but the boy spread out this dark magic across the room. It seemed he was going to get innovative even when there were no corpses to use. The suits hesitated as they seemed trapped in the shield of our dude's oppressive purple magic, and the boy noticed their pause. As expected, this seemed to be the most efficient way to handle the situation after all. The others watched in awe as Leon got ready to quickly take care of business. The contractor was seriously using a move that Marbus had not expected him to use. However, the young noble said that he had learned a few things from his teacher, the lion demon. It was just one of the few black magic spells that he knew, but this should be enough for now. With that, in the sky he summoned pointy arrows and weapon, aiming them at the suit of armor. The young boy summoned a dark spear and unleashed it upon his enemies like a conqueror wiping the world away. The others stared in awe at his use of the power, and some stared, looking very impressed and proud of him. The dark spear that they all knew and loved had appeared. Those spears were not even the regular, sized ones either. They were lanced and ready like they were made to hunt and bring down giants. It seemed our child may be little, but he was a heavy hitter when he really put his mind to it. Instantly, those suits got crushed in a landslide domination effect. They got brought down like they were nothing more than cheap cannon fodder. It must have been rather distressing to the suits to go down like that. The pebbles fell around the rubble they created, and our dude was left standing around and looking down at all the defeated foes. The lion demon was pleased, of course, to see his adopted child conquering and destroying all sorts of evil foes. He figured this guy was kind of crazy, but his mana amount and control were definitely outstanding. Still, the Lady Carleen reminded the room that the purpose of this test was to find the one suit that had mana. Destroying everything was not going to solve every problem after all. As expected, the boy seemed like a failure after all. They were judging him a little too harshly, because Lon had not come this far in his career by being stupid. There was only one way left to pass the test at this point, and if the boy was planning to carry out that method, then they absolutely had to recruit him to their Eremita school. The boy then indeed addressed the wandering dead of the heavens, because this child really planned on causing as much trouble as he felt like, since he figured no repercussions would come when he could just burn everything down and raise them back from the dead on repeat. He was the direct descendant of Marbus, and thus he was summoning all the creatures that he had just broken apart. Green eyes were dark as he scanned the room and told the rubble around him to open their eyes. They had to heed and obey, and the rubble began to tremble as the rubble heeded his call. Slowly and surely, one by one, the rocks began to rise. The winter leader watched in awe, and even Carleen was surprised to see that Lion von Marbus had planned everything from the very beginning. Mana was life force itself, so anything that possessed mana was likely a living being. That meant that it could be killed, and it would respond to necromancy. So when he called out to the suits to rise, the only one that stood was the one that had mana remaining. Killing his problems to solve his problems was definitely a unique approach to doing things, but the kid took his wins where he could get them. Still, they could not believe he was able to pull this off since it was difficult for a lot of other people. The blue-haired man grinned and figured that they had encountered someone far greater than they had imagined. He did not want to admit it, but the boy was really impressive. They had thought for sure that his mana alone was already interesting. But now they found that he was also a quick thinker who could do all sorts of amazing feats. The white girl was still rather perplexed, and she had to ask the boy how on earth he was able to do stuff like that. The boy just simply said that he killed it and resurrected it, like it was easy. The girl had to ask what made him come to such a grim conclusion. Well, the boy explained that a golem was not an artifact but a creature. This was the golem that possessed mana. The girl stared at the answer to her question, and they saw that there was still sand in the glass to spare, so he asked if she had passed his test. The white girl had to laugh that this young lad was amazing. If that was also a virtue that a head of a house must possess, then the boy figured he would take the compliment. He was so odd. Since he had worked that hard, the girl just had to agree that he had passed, and she would now be giving him the silver badge. A bronze badge did not suit a mage with this level of mana, and no one disagreed with the situation anyway. Layli was giving him a silver badge right from the start, and that was rather impressive. This journey was indeed full of surprising experiences. The Lord Marbus was truly an extraordinary contractor, and the lion demon beamed with pride at his young child. A lion could not even accept a compliment, and the blonde fumed that there was now even more that he would not do. Lion just stared and watched his servant bicker. While all of this was happening, the werewolf was sneaking into the building just to be sure that everything was going well. The wolf paused when he saw the golem that had been summoned. Normally, they were called the product of magic engineering, but creatures with cores were natural beings. He could easily differentiate between an instrument and a natural being, and he beamed with pride at his young master's abilities. This was as expected of their brilliant young master. The young boy was always displaying exceptional levels of brilliance before their eyes. The white-haired girl accepted her loss, but she just muttered that this surprising teenager was an exception. She would admit that he was strong, and he thanked her for her praise. However, he asked how much he would be earning with a silver badge, because that was kind of the reason that he was joining the guild in the first place. He needed to know how much dough he could rake in, so that he could figure out how long it would take him to pay off his debt. Marbus would have at least liked it, if the boy had not so blatantly showcased their poverty by acting like that. Richel chuckled that the boy was going ahead to ask this right away, but they should expect as much. Then they informed him that his earnings would depend, but he could easily earn about 3 million per mission. Of course, with the family head's debt, he was going to need to work his way to a gold badge or be her slave forever, trying to pay back that 50 million. Lion at least understood the gravity of the situation, and he figured that they would work on that. Still, silver was a good start, and the blue-eyed school head encouraged it. It had been so long since the guild master gave away the silver badge at the start, and the old Carleen admitted it was true. For the boy's first assignment, they were going to work him like a dog immediately. His first assignment was going to start the next day, and she told him to go and rest for that day. The boy bowed and thanked his kind guild master for her consideration. The girl waved her hand dismissively, and then the ruins of the training arena disappeared from their sight. It was gone, and so was the golem that she had used for the test. They still stood, rose once again, restored to their full potential like the test had not happened. The wolf looked at the golems now, amazed at how everything was now back to normal with just one gesture from the small-looking girl. Clearly her mana level and control were beyond incredible and impressive for such a small form. Just as they suspected, that guild monster was definitely some kind of monster. The school head chuckled and turned to the lady Carleen, asking if they should start heading out as well. Later, the guild master seemed to sit in her room deep in thought as she reveled in her riches. She had a serious expression on her pale face, once again just dressed in shades of blue, as she thought about the boy and his power. She had thought that was all he had to offer, but he acted differently and then ended up passing the test in a way that she had least expected. It left her in deep thought about the person that she had just hired. Distinguishing the golem with life force was probably not a huge deal to him. Even though he could distinguish golems with magic from the start, he did not. She wondered why he had gone through all the trouble of doing things the long way around. A voice answered that the boy was likely doing all that to hide just how strong he was. She stood on her feet at this thought. A family on the border of life and death. That was what the noble family Marbus was like. It seemed that an absurd monster had appeared after centuries in that small family. However, what bothered her the most about this monster was the fact that as she looked at that beautiful moon, she could remember those lifeless eyes. Whatever Lion von Marbus set his eyes on, it seemed to be something very intense, and she wondered what exactly had the boy so focused that he would have a gaze like that. It was so odd to her. Meanwhile, Back at the Marbus household, the family was seated with the guests again. As the owner of a silver badge, his boss handed over his first mission and the boy took it from her. Unwrapping the scroll, he saw that his job was to investigate corruption involving the Pope of the Church of Arden in the city of Cilici. That was his job. Apparently, there had been recent rumors about Pope Cadon's corruption in the southern city. As long as he solved this mission, then he would get 1 million. It seemed his wages were not even up to par just yet, and he still had to prove himself around here. The lady, Carlene, complained that it seemed too difficult a task for a first mission, but the boy had earned a silver badge. The white-haired girl also was not taking any constructive criticism today. As a privilege of an exception, he had to be able to handle it. It looked like there was no room for negotiation. Well, if it helped with a quick promotion, the ritual figured that the boy should take the job. Even the tiny lion said that he was quite fine with anything. He would do it somehow. The lady warned him that if he gave up, he was getting demoted to bronze immediately, so he was clearly not allowed to fail. The boy nodded and said that he would be keeping that in mind. If possible, the blue-eyed school person was even permitted to join him. There were protests that there was no need for Carlene of all people to get involved in someone paying back the debt that they owed. However, Rachel just laughed and said that they were quite curious about the boy's skills as well. The brunette protested, asking why her opinion did not seem to matter in this absurd conversation. However, the young boy bowed immediately, saying that his father had told him that greetings came first in times like this. He was so emotionally stunted that it was rather pitiful. The Shadow's puppet body laughed that it was expected for his master to handle stuff like this. Of course, a demon needed to learn how to sway hearts to work in his favor. However, the wolf worried because their master was very young and human as well. He should not need to learn demonic tricks. The demon lion clearly disagreed, so the wolf boy just shut up about that. Anyway, the boy promised to succeed no matter what he faced because they desperately needed the money, so failure was not an option. So it was that they arrived at the church that they were supposed to investigate as soon as they could get there. There were some look-alike nuns just sitting and praying, it seemed, while the priest wandered around the church. He spotted the two, and he apologized as they looked into the bowl in front of them. One of the two daughters, Saintess of Miracles, would inherit the divine power, a blessing of the god of creation. Only one son would rise, and the other would fall. The two would then become one. Slowly, the image in the water began to change, and truly just one sun glowed within. The two girls stared with empty eyes, and one would die to become two. The girls remained silent as they stared into the bowl. The continent happened to have two main religions. Just two, no more, no less. One worshipped Arden, who happened to be the goddess said to have created the world and the philosopher's stone. The Arden church was very into angelic symbols, and they would bow to a giant statue of her every other day. The other religion, of course, served Baal and the other 72 demons, pledging loyalty to evil deities, because that was somehow allowed and fine in this territory. The demon resurrection cult looked as eerie and demonic as anyone would expect it to look, and they looked plain frightening with their devilish ram decorations, favoring colors of red and black. Most humans would naturally flock towards following the Church of Arden. Also, the chosen humans, blessed with divine grace and divine power, were then named as such on the continent, the Saintess of Miracles. Now, our dude was traveling over to visit the angelic court, inside a nice and fancy carriage. The driver continued to drive his employer to his destination, though he looked rather nervous about it, because he sort of knew what was inside the carriage he drove. Marbus was there, of course, with the Lady Carlene and the smiley Rachel. The wolf boy was also there, and the Shadow's human puppet, with Marbus on the boy's lap. Basically, the whole family had come out to play on this very unique first mission. The driver was surprised that they wanted to go to Cilici, and he looked at the odd crowd standing in front of him. However, Cilici's situation was not good due to the aftermath of the religious war. Even pilgrims had mostly stopped visiting that accursed place. The man asked if there was a reason that they had to go there. The educator murmured that it was sort of hard for them to answer that question, and he turned to Carlene to answer that question. The woman sighed, and she took the lead. Then she dropped the big bag of cash in front of the dude, letting the gold just fall around in front of the man that they were trying to hire. She believed that this would be enough to answer his question. If he did not want to take them, then they would go somewhere else. The guild did not have one coachman after all. The man was a little hesitant, but he grabbed the money with immediacy and held the gold close to his chest. As long as his safety was guaranteed, he would definitely go. The man was only going to do this for the money, but he wondered if this was really okay. Cilici was a collapsing city from the religious war's aftermath. The new cardinal should have helped the Pope, but it still fell. Thanks to the divine power, because the new Saintess of Miracles did not appear, the place was a little topsy-turvy. At this rate, the place was surely going to cease to exist eventually because Arden's blessing and divine power might vanish entirely from the continent. The man was really worried about his situation. Their task was to investigate Pope Cadon's corruption, and the teenager asked to confirm if this was really the situation and the only thing that they had to investigate. This seemed dangerous, and the wolf boy was worried. The Black Lion muttered that they were small fry anyway, and that they should not worry about the situation. Surely no one was going to get in their way at his current level. Rachel hummed that humanity had grown stronger while the little demon was sealed away over the centuries. If they got too complacent, they would surely lose, especially since they had the possibility of fighting against the Pope, and all that. They had to be careful. After all, no one on this continent was free from Arden's influence, and the new Saintess of Miracle with divine power still had not appeared. The problem was that Saintesses of Miracles were born only from the Pope's bloodline, and that would likely happen in the future as well. A bigger problem could be that the two daughters were born to the Pope when there should only have been one, and that had thrown the church into complete chaos. This was because only one of them could earn the power, but there were two. The wolf was surprised and asked why both of them could not inherit the power and share the goods. However, when power was passed down like that by blood, it could only be given to one for some fancy inheritance reason. In the end, one of them would have to die for the power to manifest. The blue-eyed educator who had volunteered to solve this problem was thinking very deeply about this situation. No matter how he thought about it, the situation was odd. Leon von Marbus was really something else. Suddenly, the carriage came to a stop before he could think too deeply about that. They had now arrived at their destination, and it was time for the team to get down from the carriage. The continent's grandest religious city, because the city of Baal was considered more cursed and possessed. At any rate, they had finally arrived at the place called Celicy. A butler walked through the halls back at the main character's house. The man pulled open the door, and he greeted the holiness. The people who had been hired had come for an investigation. The Pope wondered if these people could really avoid the royal family's surveillance. The butler assured the Pope that if they accepted the mission from Infinite Lotus, then it was quite possible. They had to make sure that this meeting would stay a secret. After all, the whole thing was just a farce to save his daughter. The group arrived looking bored and not even very motivated to be there. The butler was the first to greet them, introducing himself as Glazer, the butler who would be serving the Pope of this city. Richel smiled and explained that they had come concerning the quest that had been made to investigate the Pope's corruption. That was correct, except the butler had not expected the head of the Eremite school to come all this way to solve this minor dilemma. For Rachel to carry out the mission personally was surprising. The blue-eyed head laughed and apologized, saying that he was not the one who took the mission, actually. No, the one who would be solving the case today was the green-eyed undead-looking boy standing beside him. The butler stared in confusion at the teenager, finally asking if the boy was a bit too young to serve. It had to be done without the Pope finding out, and he was not sure how a teenager could move around undetected. However, the boy just lifted his hand and showed off the badge that he had just recently earned. It was the silver badge of the Adventurer Mercenary Guild. The boy said that he had one question before they started this mission. First, he wanted to know if the two women hiding were their enemies. The butler was stunned by this question. Lingering behind him were two cloaked figures. They were, of course, the blonde twin daughters of the Pope who had to be sacrificed in order to resurrect the spirit of the goddess. The teenager stared into their blank eyes, and they stared right back from across the space. For a while they both said nothing. After a while, the butler muttered that they probably should go elsewhere to finish this conversation, because this was going to be a very long discussion. So, they all went inside to what looked like the storage area, because it was full of a lot of brown barrels. The general coloring and design for all the furniture was just brown. They settled together, all of the troop on one side of the table, and the butler with the two girls on the other side. So, in the end, this was what happened. The old man stared into the eyes of the teenager who was handling the case, and the teen stared right back because he was not scared of anyone, and he really needed the money, so he was just about ready to get this case over with and do whatever it took to solve this mess. Even if the power of Celicy had weakened, the butler still worried that there was no way such a young mage could help them. He was really out here judging Leon's talents by his age. The boy then decided to speak up since the butler was being very hesitant about the whole situation. He admitted that he was not sure, but it was better not to show emotional changes. The butler had said that he was called Glazer after all. Still, he was not sure if this would be useful though. He was basically responding to the butler's doubts about a young boy being able to handle the case, and the butler was freaking out that the kid seemed to have some telepathic ability. This was the magic spell usable only by at least mid-rank mages. Then again, the boy was ranked silver by the guild, and that had to count for something. The youth explained that it was better not to hide his power since he wanted his temporary employer to trust him anyway. He knew that this was something that the Pope himself had directly ordered, so he just wanted the entire staff to be straight with him while they worked on this situation. The boy smiled, almost coyly, at his employer now that he had unsettled the people who were not familiar with his demonic nature. Now that they had gotten all the awkwardness out of the way, he asked the butler about the real mission that he had been called here to deal with, so that he could get busy solving that instead. The butler was genuinely stunned, just staring at the young boy in awe, because he had not expected this level of brilliance from a child. This was something that just could not be hidden, not from a creature like the boy in front of him anyway. In that case, the old man seemed to accept his fate and charged ahead to explain. He bowed his head in understanding, knowing that there was no hiding the matter now, so he was going to tell Lion everything that he needed to know. He would explain this mission, so he kind of needed the group to listen very carefully to every word that was about to fall from his lips. Back in the past, when the Pope had watched his two daughters kneel in front of the altar, both preparing for one to inherit the power and for the other to die, the Pope had watched with bated and worried breath, hovering over his daughters as they stared into the reflection of the pool. One of the two daughters was to become the Saintess of Miracles and thus inherit the divine power, a blessing of the God of creation. This was how it had been for years, and now one was expecting tradition to take a hike all of a sudden. Only one sun would rise and the other would fall. That was the general gist of how this ritual was supposed to go. The shadow in the water began to turn, and the two living girls were supposed to become one. As those sad twins stared into the water, waiting for their fate to be sealed, they waited for one of them to die to become two. Silently, the girls accepted their fate, their long and beautiful hair falling from their heads and sweeping the floor as they waited for the miracle that felt like a curse to take effect. Their father watched them carefully with another at his side, anxious, of course, about the situation. Suddenly, a light appeared on both their chests as they sat obediently praying, and the Pope shook where he stood. If the prophecy was true, then surely this meant the end for one of his precious little girls. The man turned to his wife, asking what was going to become of their daughters now that they were going through it. The tiny old woman by his side did not seem very impressed, and she asked if the children would be abandoned. It seemed that the power had ended up getting split in two, preventing it from fully manifesting. In that case, for one to remain, the other had to surely die. For the power to be complete, one of the two girls had to die. Well, the Pope was not having it, and he threw a fit at once. He could not believe that they were somehow trying to normalize the murder of his own children. The old woman apologized, considering he was getting very worked up about this, but there was little they could do if they wanted the economy to thrive. Even the Pope knew that. Suddenly, the door behind him creaked open, and 3 officials walked into the church. They looked dangerous and seemed to bring heavy news with them. The Pope stared in surprise at the men who came. The leader of their charge was a handsome man with pale hair and frosty blue eyes. He was Caliban, the captain of the Imperial Knights. By the order of His Majesty the High Emperor of the land, they had brought in a fancy-looking scroll and handed it to the Pope. They had come all this way to deliver this very fancy and important command to the Pope, and they sure hoped he would be receptive to the decree. They even opened it and read it out for him to save him the trouble. By the name of Esteban, the son of the Empire, this was the command. Under the heavens, a land where 2 suns could not rise, he very much expected the Pope to do what needed to be done. This king was very casually asking his religious leader to just eliminate one of his children. It could not be that hard after all. When the 2 daughters came of age, one of them was to be sacrificed so that the other may become the Saintess of Miracles, so that the remaining one would fully receive the saint's divine power and continue to bless their land. The old man looked absolutely horrified by this news, but there was even more. By the name of Saint Taran, the second daughter was to be sentenced to death by fire, which was absolute insanity to execute a child who did nothing wrong with fire. The Pope had to protest immediately, calling out the nonsense and madness at once. They were asking him to burn one of his children to death, surely. They could see how ridiculous the suggestion was. However, the evil captain just smiled and said that the emperor ordered it, like it had nothing to do with him. He was just the messenger here after all. In fact, he wanted the Pope to consider the murder of his daughter just a little small sacrifice. These people were absolutely insane. And then they took their mad selves right out of that man's house, as they had just come bearing good tidings. As quickly as they had dropped that ominous news, they were already on their way out. The Pope stared in horror and fell to his knees at this news, groaning and calling out to his deity, asking why they would put him in such a terrible position. He did not want to lose his children. He loved them both very much. Then he called out to Arden, who had first taken his younger sibling, and now she demanded his daughter. He cried and asked the goddess why she brought such trials to him. He sobbed, and his children cried too, which was surprising because they seemed to have the emotional range of plastic dolls. That was what happened to a girl when they knew one of them was going to get burned to death for the sake of religion. Now, they were in the present day, and everyone had heard the gruesome tale in expectation. It was truly something nasty. The young teen was quiet as he pondered this, and the butler cleared his throat. In short, it had been over a decade since the Saintess of Miracles with divine power had appeared at this place of worship, and the Saintess born of the direct bloodline turned out to be twins. The power had been divided in half, and that needed to be corrected. In other words, this entire mission, and the reason they had been called here, was to find a way to save both the children and to stop them from getting burnt alive. The butler knew that disobeying the emperor's will was treason, but they so desperately wanted to save these 2 little girls. The teenager then said that he would like to speak to someone other than Mr. Glazer. In fact, he would prefer if the butler vacated his seat for a moment. The old man was quite shocked by this situation, but he did stand up. Then the boy stood and turned to face the twins. He got to his knees before the girls, and then spoke to them, asking if there was any of them who was willing to die. They had called a necromancer to solve this problem, and naturally he figured he would solve it in the most necromancer way possible. Marbus could not believe his student was so insensitive that he would go ahead and just ask the girls directly without explaining anything to them. The boy just said that it was the most efficient method. Of course, they were going to try, but it was likely going to be impossible to outright defy the emperor when they were not superheroes. This meant that in the worst-case scenario, one of the girls would have to die. So, he was going to go ahead and ask again because the death thing was the least of his problems, and he was being so kind to ask them on his knees like a respectful gentleman. Once again, he wanted to know which of these beautiful young ladies was open to dying as a way to solve this problem. The two girls hesitantly looked at each other because that was a very difficult question to answer. So, our guy was back to solving his problems with the power of death and decay, and he would very much appreciate it if the girls made that decision fast enough for him to kill one of them and possibly revive her. The Saintess of Miracles. The girls had been called by that eerie title for years, but they could never really think of themselves that way. They were unworthy of such blessing, and the Pope watched with horror at the demons and dark devils flying in the sky with their wings spread underneath the burning red sky. The city was on fire, and devils and monsters descended from the sky, attacking the fleeing and horrified townspeople. It seemed like a lot of chaos had occurred in such a short time. The Pope cursed, hanging his head as he wondered why, of all times, this would happen now when the Saintess of Miracles was not yet ready. They could not fight these beasts and monsters without the power of the light, yet they had to survive somehow before the fire consumed the entire city. Making a decision under these conditions was not going to be easy. Suddenly, a knight came out and saw the Pope standing at a rather dangerous position. He could get snatched up by any wandering demon, and the knight yelled for His Holiness to return to the safety of the building at once. They needed to retreat quickly before things got intense. The Pope had growled, cursing at the demons and saying that he would never forgive these monsters. Fierce determination burned in his eyes as he cursed those who had dared to forsake the will of God. They were abominations that set everything they touched ablaze. Well, later the Pope retired to be by the bedside of his wife. The lady admitted that she was truly relieved that their child could now become the new Saintess of Miracles and restore balance to the land. They had gone so long without children, and it was very concerning for the miracle bloodline. So now that they had a child, all would be well. The happy blonde woman rubbed her belly at though tough having a child for her darling and loving husband. However, the Pope was worried and called to his wife, who was named Rhea. Every role came with its own responsibility, and they were worried about their child. The Pope admitted that he was actually very afraid about the situation. He was worried that their child would end up being revered as someone else's saint and end up getting used by them. However, his sweet and gentle wife reached out to brush his hand. She held him gently to reassure him, and then told Kadon, her husband, not to worry. Their child would surely be strong, and they would raise them to be that way. They would raise a child who could withstand whatever pressure that the world threw at them, and a child that would always understand that they are loved. They would name the child Heaven, because it would mean that the child would gain the power to give all the people a life like they were in heaven. The sweet angelic woman smiled and asked her loving husband what he thought of the name that she had chosen. The Pope's eyes were filled with nothing but love for his darling life. He had never heard a mother speak like that, and the night passed in that lonely tower. That sweet lady ended up using up all of her strength to give birth to the children. In the end, the beautiful and kind woman had lost her life giving life to their precious twins. The Pope had cried desperately that day, and he would say it again. The beginning of their story was a tragedy, and that was a tragedy that was also foretold at the end. No one could change the sad fate that his wife had struggled and pushed twins to life, and now her sweet girls would face yet another round of sorrow. Tragedy was the fate of the sisters, and that was all there was to it. The girls now looked nervously at this teen stranger who was basically asking them to die. They saw no pity or empathy in his eyes. He just knelt before them, understanding their story and waiting for their answer. One of the sisters finally spoke, saying that she had already made up her mind and she was about to offer her life, when her sister jumped in and yelled that she would die instead. The older sister was born first, so the younger sister would go ahead and take her loser position, slipping quietly from the earth like she should not have been born at all. Only the older sister could fulfill their mother's wish, and she was so much better than her younger sister in every way. It was better that a defective younger sister would die rather than sacrifice the older one who was willing and ready to serve. The older sister sighed in protest as no one was thrilled to hear their sibling call themselves defective. The girl cried, begging her younger sister not to say such harsh words. Clearly the sisters were struggling to choose a sacrifice, so the teenager pondered the situation for just a little bit. He had never really learned what to do in situations like this, but then he asked if they cared if the two of them died. That would make things easier after all. Marbus truly could not believe the spoilt and rude brat his contractor had turned out to be this time. one way or another. It was the dark-haired boy's duty to save both of them, yet he seemed eager to try to end their lives as soon as possible. It was truly a very confusing dilemma. If one of them died, then he would not get paid. The teen then beamed as he had completely forgotten about that very important part of the mission, saying that it was as expected of Lord Marbus to catch him off guard with something that he had not considered. This crazy kid should have considered that from the start, since the girls surviving the incident was the foundation of the mission in the first place. Alright, so their first move should be to try to save as many of the girls as possible. The older sister admitted that it would not be easy, but she was counting on the boy to find a way to make it work. However, their most important request was for him to make sure that their father would not get hurt. He was an old man who had done nothing wrong, he just cared for them a lot, is all. Their father was just doing his job as the Pope and his job as a father when he tried to protect them from their tragic fate. Well, the boy understood this much, but he then asked the twins to tell him in detail when one of them was supposed to get burned at the stake. It was a pretty awkward question, but the girls did not hesitate to confess that it would happen in 2 days' time. If there was no plan before then the older sister would just happily sacrifice herself to save the younger one. The younger girl protested, but the older girl had her mind made up. 2 days did not really give our dark teen much time to work with, and he wondered if there was something that could be improved. Next, he would check if there was a fundamental solution. He then turned to Mr. Rachel. The blue-eyed educator was already on his feet and happy to help. First things first, they should check the mark given to the older sister as the first saintess. The boy asked the girl to show him the mark, which was sort of situated at a rather awkward position. Then, they asked if everyone would be so kind as to leave the room, except the Lord Lion and the lady that he was trying to inspect. Carleen was really uppity about the request, of course, and she began to say that it did not matter where it was located. However, she did agree that Rachel must leave the room immediately for some reason, and the man protested, wondering why she was suddenly tossing him out. If he did not verify it was the Grand Mage, then he would be slacking on his work. However, the brunette shoved him out anyway. Even if she could do at least that much, she would make sure that none of those older perverts got to see a woman's bare skin. Lion watched his team get tossed out of the room, a bit surprised, but he understood the situation. Of course, Marbas remained, and Carleen was there just to make sure that no funny business happened. The twins exchanged a glance for a moment, and then they let their robes slip from their shoulders. The robes seemed to be in easy remove mode too, because they came down rather easily. The girls then stood before their savior and showed what he had asked to see. There was an interesting golden mark on the breast of one of the saintess hairs. However, the mark seemed to be cut in half. The boy leaned in and studied the mark, admitted that it was definitely impossible to extract or transfer the power using magic, and given its location, it must have been hard for others to even see it. As far as the demon lion could see, there was just one other thing that they could do to solve this problem. Of course, it may take time to accept this, but in the end, one of the girls definitely had to die. How sad and unsettling. They had gone round in circles to land on the same conclusion they had started with after all. One of the two so that the power could be transferred to the other. As expected, prophecies and fate were just tearing things. Very few could escape what fate had in store for them. Fate was the kind of thing that could even end up ruining the life of two people like this, a very nasty thing. That was an expression that the lion had never seen before, and he looked curiously at his young contractor, who had his hands squeezed into a tight fist. He asked the boy if he was angry somehow, just staring at the mark that had sealed the fate of two innocent girls. Well, the royal family sat in their high chair, watching the podium where the defect saintess was to burn. The prince chosen to represent looked rather smug about the whole situation, and he smirked, saying that soon the gruesome death would begin. So, the Saint of Miracles was finally being born. It had been over a decade, and he was sure that everyone would welcome it. One woman would burn as a witch on the stake before them, and the other would be worshipped. The royal prince scoffed like it was such an inconvenience for the Pope to father twins. Because of that, they had to wait for the girls to come of age before killing off one of them. The teen lion was hearing all of this casual and dismissive talk from the royal family, and he, of course, not a fan of this behavior. He asked if saving the one who wanted to live and killing the one who wanted to die would be the right thing to do. The demon lion wondered what on earth his little contractor was talking about now. One of the twins was lying, the boy admitted, and he could feel it in their aura. Perhaps only Lion, who had touched death, could feel it, but one desperately wanted to live, but the other was truly fine with dying. That was why the boy now felt very conflicted, because what they said did not match up with what they truly felt. He was so unsure which one he should save and which one he was to kill. The lion scoffed that he had waited this long to make that decision. The teen explained that it was because no one ever told him what to do in a time like this. So it was that all the people in the town gathered to watch this special event. But the royal family was getting front row seats because their hearts were black as coal, and they delighted in nothing more than watching young innocent children burn to death. The blonde piece of poop stood up and watched the podium, stepping forward to greet all the gathered people in his fancy pants and fancy outfit. He introduced himself as Louis von Archim. He was granted the emperor's name and had come to attend the birth of the Saintess of Miracle. The townspeople joyfully celebrated the birth of their beloved saintess, as they were all determined to delude themselves into surely believing that this was some kind of celebration instead of outright murder. The prince smiled, glad that his people were just as corrupt and as black-hearted as he was. He casually waved his hand, telling them to fall silent for a bit, because he was not quite done with his depravity just yet. The people fell silent, a little surprised that their cheering was cut off so soon. They had expected to do a bit more shouting and jollifying after all. Tonight, the darkest night would fall before them, but that would soon pass, and they would welcome in the new Saintess of Miracle. The townspeople were now murmuring between themselves, because they were starting to suspect there was going to be something very wrong with how this would play out. They were not entirely incorrect, because now the prince was telling them that in order for the Saintess to be born, they needed to find the witch, called the Nameless One, and then burn her at the stake. The prince smiled at his evil companion, who was the captain who brought the sad news to the Pope in the first place. The evil captain was just as gleeful as the prince. He said that there could not be two suns under the same sky, and the same went for the Saintess of Miracles. However, the birth of two children had unfortunately disrupted their usually perfect cycle and had ruined the order of the continent. This tragedy was so very clearly the work of the devil. Nothing like the devil to inspire fear and bigotry among gathered people in large crowds. The emperor, through proper procedures, would then step forward in the name of the royal family and execute the fallen saint and witch before them all. Then the captain asked in the most threatening voice that he could muster if anyone had any objections about this. It was very clear that the town was not allowed to protest the very clear and unjust killing of an innocent child. It did not matter how they felt about it, the killing was going to happen, and the royal family looked willing and ready to murder any protests. So, the poor girls were escorted outside by their father. The Pope watched his two daughters with nothing but worry and concern in his heart. The prince sighed that it was such a waste of beauty, because as far as he was concerned, the lives of these two innocent girls did not matter as much as the fact that one of them was beautiful. If only the other girl was not a witch, then he could even consider taking her as a concubine. So it was very fortunate that she was a witch after all, so that she would not have to live in a cursed fate with a husband who was pretty in face but ugly of heart. The Pope was absolutely disgusted by the prince, of course, but there was very little to be done about villainous royals when they were governed by a monarchy. The man just clutched his hands into an annoyed fist. However, the captain just patted the Pope's shoulder, and the prince walked away like he was leaving him to choose which child he was going to kill to make this thing work. The captain smiled at the old man, who just grimaced. There was no reason to fight this, he was just going to accept his fate. With the royal escorts leaving, the Pope then turned to the hired boy and asked if there was at least any hope at all in sparing his children from such a cruel fate. The boy of Marbas let his hood drop and admitted that there did seem a possible way. That was why he was going to say this, and he decided to ask His Holiness the Pope a very important question. The old man was surprised and wondered what on earth they wished to talk about. Well, the boy asked the old man something that would be revealed later. Now the two girls stood together, face to face as they waited inside the church. The girl smiled, telling the other not to cry too much. If one had to make the sacrifice, the older girl always figured that it was going to be her. The younger sister still cried, wondering what she did wrong. Being born was not a sin. The older girl felt it might be though. Even so, they had to follow their destiny and grant the people the saintess that they so desperately desired, because the prophecy would not fail and it had to be fulfilled. It was actually better this time, at least they could choose who would die. The captain appeared and yelled for them to restrain the witch and take her to the stake. The older sister saw the soldiers already running forward and knew that she had to do something before they grabbed her younger sister. With a small smile, she told her little sister that she would go ahead. Her sister tried to protest, but her will to live was clearly strong, and since she was so energetic, she should go ahead and become the saintess that the people adored. It was clear that the older girl had little love for life, and even less love to exist in a world where her sister died for her to live. Dying like this was a relief, but the younger girl still felt guilty. She crashed to the floor and sobbed, apologizing over and over again to her sister. The little girl knew that she was not being honest because she so desperately wanted to live, and she sobbed because her sister was going to die in her place. As the little girl cried, our dude appeared behind her and got busy with some voodoo magic. The younger girl's eyes widened in shock and she fell over. Marbas stared at the fallen girl for a while with emptiness in his eyes. He just stood over her, watching her sleep. The little lion demon asked if this was really the best idea that the boy could come up with. The boy said that it was what he got, though calling it the best might not be very accurate. He was just going to the next available option here, at the very least, for him. Meanwhile, the other girl was strapped to the wooden stake and waited for the fire to come. She hung her head and someone raised a torch. The wood underneath her feet was lit up, and the entire structure quickly caught fire. At least, the moment of the miraculous saint's birth had arrived. This should surely shut up those who had been doubting his abilities. A was sure of that. The prince was in a disgustingly good mood, and his attendant asked who could possibly doubt such an arrogant little brat. To those who defied the empire's command, the captain would swiftly bring death, because he was royal meat rider. They too would soon understand what it meant to know pain. The young Marbas watched the girl catch fire from where he watched within the church. All the members of his team watched with him, and the ones who were not demons watched with distress to see an innocent girl really burn in front of them. Still, to resort to something like that was just plain demonic. The Lady Carline asked if the young master was really okay with letting something like this happen. The education had said that if it was like this, then it was not really a successful quest. However, he was not sure if they could count this as a failure either. The young Marba's head just hoped that she was still alive, because he had a lot of work to do. He did not really know what it felt like to be a father, and honestly he did not fully understand what kind of person the Pope was either. Even so, he kind of wanted to help the Pope to save his daughter. The old man had fought so desperately till this time, even if she had to die to be saved, as long as he could see her with his own eyes and know that she was well, that was enough for him. The dark-haired boy watched that lady get burned alive, screaming as she went. He did not know yet, but perhaps one day he would understand. This indescribable feeling, that was heavy, suffocating, unnecessary, and it felt like something weighing down on his chest. It was very unpleasant. The young dark-haired hair of Marbas had guessed as much as that something like this would happen. That person who was tied to the stake and slowly accepting her fate to burn was a sad creature. It was okay, rather a relief even. The girl believed that she was just being punished. She was not a good person, and she was afraid of dying. So, she had clung to the kind words offered to her as the fire rose around her and consumed the podium as well as her flesh. The evil prince was clearly enjoying the spectacle of the poor girl's pain, and he gleefully asked for the men around the fire to pour even more oil so that the flames would consume her. The men did as they were told and tossed even more oil on the fire. The fire continued to rise, and it burned even hotter as the girls' faces twisted to one of agony and despair. The girl was in pain, but even that would pass as soon as she died. She was spending her last minutes apologizing to her sister. There was fear and despair in the girl's eyes, but she knew that there was very little she could do to avoid this fate. The young dark-haired boy had approached the Pope. Standing before his desk, they both stared at each other in silence for a while. 2 days ago, they had met up in Pope Cadon's office, and the youth had asked the man if by any chance he wanted to save one of his daughters. If not, then he asked if the Pope was ready to save the one who had accepted death. The man stared at the boy in bewilderment, asking him if there was any way to tell such a thing apart. The boy said that there was a difference, though, and no one knew of that difference better than he did. It was hard to explain clearly, but the necromancer understood the difference. The Pope lowered his head as he pondered this very odd question, unsure how to respond. However, after a while he raised his head again, speaking to the boy before him. If the boy really did have the kind of eyes that could see and understand such things, then the Pope begged for him to save his child who wanted to die. The fire consumed the podium in the present day, and the living sister watched her sister burn. She cried with tears falling down her face as the fire continued to rise and lap at the edges of the podium, hot flames licking up the fabric and wood, scorching and stealing the soft oxygen from the air. The fire was demanding and showed no mercy in its complete annihilation of that pure human life. Meanwhile, Lion hid within the safety of the corners, observing the proceedings of the execution. The boy had to wonder why something like that would even exist. There was a bit of confusion as he had not asked a very direct question and his peers were not sure how to answer. The lion demon then went ahead to ask the boy exactly what he was talking about. The youth confessed that he had no idea why the Holy One would try to save someone who wanted to die. The other blonde watched desperately as the fire continued to lick and lap the air, missing her sister terribly. It was a heavy weight on her chest to watch her identical sister die for her, and the young lion could not really understand it. However, Marbas laughed at the boy's confusion. It was a funny question with an obvious answer, of course. It was because he hoped that they could feel the weight and joy of life. The good father sought to spare the life of both of his children, and it was a pretty noble thing to do, even if the boy did not really get the idea of it. The lion demon explained that in the end, the one who would survive must carry the life of the one who died. That fact would never change. If the moment of choice eventually came, then they would have to measure how much value the one who chose to die placed on sacrificing for the one who would live. What that choice meant and who they were standing in place of, no one could understand that person better than the person themselves. The one who chose to live might never fully understand it. So, the lion went ahead to tell a story. There was a story among the scribes of the family head, and it said that the feeling of gratitude would eventually slowly fade. At some point, people started taking heroes for granted, and the continued kindness would turn into nothing but empty use. The blonde girl hung her head from the burden of the life that she now lived for, and the lion demon let out Dude know that this was the entire point. If things like this kept happening, the wolf wondered where their ranger should be directed. They were the ones who clearly did something wrong, yet those poor children were suffering for it. They had no choice. The continent needed a saintess of miracle, and no matter how capable there were, it was impossible to overtake the emperor. All eyes were on Cherish, who had now become the saintess of miracle. The singular living girl bowed her head under the weight of this new responsibility as her sister burnt to death. The fire had been going for quite a while, and finally Carlene sighed, saying that it was over now. Now that the other twin was dead, the brunette was sure that the power of the other blonde as the saintess of miracles must have been completed. However, the brunette's eyes widened, and everyone seemed to get tense when they all looked in surprise at the news that reached them. The power had not yet been completed. The poor saintess that still lived now looked at the half-Q that still glowed on her body, but had yet to transform into a fully formed vessel. The poor girl looked terrified, and her father was also extra terrified. This was a bit too much of a joke, and very quickly the sadistic prince became rather frosty. The family turned in fear to the prince, who looked like he had just swallowed 1,000 thorns because he was just burning with anger and hate energy. Even after they had gone through all the trouble of gleefully executing an innocent lady, the divine power was still not completely. That was, of course, unacceptable to the prince. He commanded that they arrest Pope Cadone and all of his followers immediately. The monarchy sure was not playing around when it came to committing blasphemy in every single way. Immediately, the Pope was seized, and so was his innocent daughter, even as the man yelled and protested. The child was clearly his daughter. Still, the prince asked if the Pope was trying to joke around with him right now. They claimed to have respected him and even given him time, but he had made a foolish decision. Oh! They were crashing out because they thought that they had burnt up the wrong person, and now they were vexed. The very close-minded prince was already calling for the poor Pope to get executed just like that. The captain was shocked. And that's how you know the prince was doing too much, because usually that guy was the prince's #1 meat cowboy. He could not believe that spoilt brat wanted to execute the Pope of the Empire on the spot. That was just too much. Besides, what if he really did hide the true saintess? Then they would never find her and the world would fall into chaos. The blonde muttered that the fact that the man had not revealed her here meant that he had something to hide. They were really taking their theory and running with it after burning this man's daughter alive. Back then, they had survived for decades even without the saintess of miracle. They would not be swayed by that kind of religion. The blonde then gave the shocked captain the command a second time. He told that shocked man to kill the Pope immediately. Calavan was stunned, however. He had been trained to obey, and despite his hesitation, he could not disobey his orders or work against his programming. He told the Pope not to resent him and that this was just the result of his own actions. The Pope was shocked and he screamed, insisting that they had truly just killed his daughter. However, they believed if that was true, then the pattern would be complete. That whole theory was a long shot because they had not even tested it since this was the first time that twins had ever been born. The Pope stared in despair, wondering if this was truly how his life would come to an end. He looked sadly as the sword was coming down, but before it could even hit him, the blonde girl before him jumped to her feet and shielded her father with her body, much to the man's horror. When that sword came down, it slashed a hard mark right through the saintess. Now the captain froze in horror, and the man shouted in horror for his child. He cried and asked his baby why on earth she would go that far for a worthless father like him. Well, the girl said that it was not just for him that she did that. She just thought that being alive would be meaningless if she did not get to truly live. That was why she had sacrificed herself for him. In truth, she had tried to find the meaning of her life, but she could not get a clear answer. So, she had wanted her younger sibling to live, telling her to run away. It seemed the one that had been sacrificed was the younger sibling after all, and the poor girl had been burnt to a crisp. Perhaps this was the divine punishment that she deserved as an older sister. Then the main character looked up, his big eyes reading the stars, and the darkness spread all through his skin. His magic power wrapped around the burning corpse of the dead girl and the body of the girl that had been struck by the sword. No matter what, it seemed that the one who deserved punishment was wrongly chosen. The Pope stared in absolute shock, asking if he was being punished while also very lost on what on earth he could possibly be getting punished for. As far as he knew, he was an agreeable fellow who did very little wrong to others. However, the blonde girl said that her father was no different after all. The man had to ask what his daughter was saying because, at this point, she was just speaking in riddles, and he had no idea what message she was trying to convey. He had truly just wanted to save his children's lives, but it seemed that he had failed on both accounts. The man hung his head in shame, and the girl smiled. To His Holiness, the Pope, she had never truly been a daughter. In a way, she had just existed as a tool to maintain his power over this land. For now, she wanted the man to stop now and just admit his situation as tears ran down her face. Just to make things easier in the end to him, she was never a daughter to begin with but just a sacrifice. The girl finally stumbled and fell forward, saying that this was probably the only punishment that might be meaningful to their father. as she was not sure that the old man dying would mean anything or fix anything in the kingdom or their lives. As the young lady toppled forward to hit the ground, the old man cried out, screaming in despair for his child. A golden aura gathered around the fallen daughter, and a dark aura floated around the child that had been burnt to the stake. Marbus watched this whole mess with quite some alarm, and he cursed at his contractor for the method he had chosen to solve this problem. The boy told his demon to listen to the story of the two fools who lost their lives consumed by anger. The Lady Carline turned in confusion, staring at the necromancer with what seemed to be horrified shock. The dark-haired boy just soldiered on with his job, solemnly declaring that their fate had not yet been fulfilled. Now it was time for him to do his promised part, and he summoned the girls back as servants of Marbus. The eye of the demon on the grimoire opened then, and the power flooded from our dude in waves. The brunette was finally seeing the extent of the young boy's necromancy for the first time, and even she was quite awed at what was being displayed in front of her. The dark power danced over to greet the beautiful streak of gold in the atmosphere, and both powers circled each other as if in greeting. The dead would respond to Lion on Marbus as commanded, and he asked the souls if they had the will to continue living even if they were undead. The souls of the twin girls looked pitifully at the boy before them, both of them asking if the boy was really going to save their lives. They wanted clarification on his meaning. If they wished to live, even as the undead, or even without a warm heart, the boy would happily grant them the opportunity to live again. He stretched out his hand to them and bound both the saint and the burned with the shackles of his demonic necromancy contract. The golden girl smiled, asking what they were to do about this situation. The young lord admitted that he was not sure if making this request was some special grade of shameless, but they would have to work for him, that was all. It was quite a reasonable request, and the golden girl was already considering the situation. If the boy had gone ahead to ask for anything, well, that would be more suspicious considering all the help that he gave up. In that case, he would take their words as them agreeing to the deal. He then engraved the two wandering souls as the rightful vassals of the Lord Marbus. Pretty quickly, he opened up the grimoire to wrap up the madness very quickly. Then, he asked if those two were ready to pledge loyalty to him, because that was also a very unmentioned part of the pledge. Both girls smiled, exchanging knowing looks between each other, before then smiling and admitting that they would somehow love to be enslaved to the main character. The Pope stared in horror, fallen to the floor in his blood-covered robes, because that man was indeed the father of the girls that he had chosen to help. At any rate, now the prince and his attendant were kind of looking at him in disgust. The attendant who sat so close to the Pope then suddenly realized that he felt powerful magic that activated nearby. He had no idea what was going on with this messed up religion, or the altar that did not work. He wondered if there was another force there besides the first prince. Meanwhile, our dude Just Cat walked back into the carriage after casting some intense dark magic. But then he pushed right before he got smacked by Marbus for daring to use the power of domination without even consulting him. They needed to first get back on track, so he should stop doing all of this. The dark-haired boy smiled nervously and said that he had managed to save the daughters, so he should at least get some credit for that since he had worked very hard to fulfill their wish. Well, the werewolf immediately sent some praise to his young master, calling him amazing because, in a way, the young boy truly was amazing by deciding to kill and enslave the girls that he was sent to save. Even Carline had to admit that dude was amazing in many ways. To resurrect someone as an undead who had lost their reason, like a demonic beast, they had to go through a process called imprinting, because given their aggressive nature, it was the most efficient way to ensure complete subordination. The boy wondered how to subdue beings that clearly still had their reason. Perhaps he could just talk to them. The demon chuckled that the boy had to directly persuade the soul lingering in this world in order to subjugate it. A soul with lingering attachments could not move on unless it accepted the situation. A necromancer helped resolve their lingering regrets from the lie, and in return, the boy could then borrow their strength from when they were alive. So the youth considered this and got ready to channel his great power. They called this process by another name, and it was called domination, the subjugation of a reasoning being. The boy was slowly starting to understand that the demon was helping to resolve the lingering regrets of those who still had attachment to life. The demon beamed and explained that the stronger the regret, the more powerful the magic would become. He also reminded the boy that necromancers were not just those who exploited the power of the dead for their own gain. The boy promised to remember that. Then, as the direct descendant of Marbus, he would now call out their names like he was taking attendance, so he would much appreciate it if they responded. He called out to Heaven and Helen, telling them to respond to the necromancer's call. They watched as these spirits floated above everyone else, and the two spirits danced around before manifesting into just one woman, so the two had become one after all. But not in the way that had been expected. Now that she had abandoned her family and duties and died, she was not a bad-ass nun showing off thighs with big boobs, of course. The emotionless boy looked at the singular woman that had been summoned and wondered why he tried to summon two people, but just one had been revived. It was very unsettling. He thought he had two souls in his control. Well, Marbus said it was quite obvious that they were destined to be born as one person from the very beginning. Fate botched up the whole thing, and that led to the tragedy that he faced now. So, even in death, they were reborn as one. The other two sort of understood the idea, and they thought the whole thing was rather fascinating. A girl was dead, though. The girl they were supposed to save was dead. Still, the wolf admitted that the atmosphere around her felt strangely different. The other two girls had been kind of timid and sweet. This girl seemed off. The boy then called out to Heaven and Helen, wondering which one she was right now. The girl smiled and then declared that she was now Heaven, and her voice was saint-like and surrounded by magical power. The boy asked if she could switch with her sister from time to time, and the girl said it was possible. Now that was fascinating. Now they had a schizophrenic monster under their control. There was just one problem, the girl admitted, and then her eyes glowed as Helen took over. The change was instant, and the other girl glared, asking why they had to serve this kind of master. She grumbled that it would not be easy. So they had the nice side and the not so nice side. Her personality had changed. It seemed that Helen's sealed personality was now showing itself after death, and he was being bossy because she did not get the chance to act that way when she was alive. Helen immediately told Pretty Boy Blue Eyes to keep silent because she was talking to her master right now. That sounded like both a compliment and an insult. Well, Lion took this whole thing in stride, though it was not exactly what he was going for. He asked what the twin sisters were good at because now that they were here, they needed to earn their living. He had brought them back as undead, but if they were useless, he was going to send them right back. The number of undead that could be registered in the Necronomicon was listed. Helen was shocked by his words and told him not to just threaten them so casually like that. Geez, the worst part is that he was totally serious about it too. Well, she smirked and said that as long as she could do plenty of things that would satisfy her master, she could stay. For example, she grabbed the boy and started leaning into sexual harassment right from the get-go. The lady, Carlene, was horrified, but their lips did not make contact and the young lion was not impressed. The girl smirked and asked if something like this was possible too for the master, and the boy just glared at her. Resolving the issue was the reason the guildmaster had sent the boy there. He had gone there, killed both daughters, returned with their souls after they had broken their father's heart, stolen the saintess and destroyed the foundations of the church. In summary, the guild master was not happy. She had not imagined that this was the method the boy would choose of all things. At any rate, His Holiness the Pope agreed to acknowledge this sort of resolution. They had asked him first just to make sure that they would get paid. The white-haired lady groaned because she could not believe this level of audacity and madness. The young boy was impressive in many ways, but she would rather that he actually solved the problem the proper way instead of killing his way through all of his problems. Still, the education head did think that it was odd to say that he could revive the daughter any time for the father to see, like she was some kind of cheap circus attraction. It seemed Helen was out 8 now, because she got fussy about someone looking at her chest, when he entirely was just 90% chest. She sighed that she belonged to Lion now, and she seemed to have a lot of fun just messing with poor Rachel. The demo sighed that the girl had been revived and saved from death, but her attitude was not giving gratitude at all. The dude just sighed that he was used to it now. The wolf was not really sure about this whole situation, but he was glad that the girl did not die. That was good, though he was not sure if alive was the right word to use for the current situation. Well, the guild leader dragged her feet about this whole madness, but she figured that she had no real solid reasons to refuse it if the client was satisfied. So, she would go ahead and acknowledge it. She officially acknowledged this hot mess as the owner of the silver badge since he had technically finished his first mission. The successful part was up for debate. She would send the payment to his family. But this was not the end. The girl explained that she would be contacting him if a new request came in. Carlene reassured the boy and told him not to worry too much about the situation, and she was not as burdensome as she looked. Then the brunette reminded the sweet, adorable family head to just keep paying her all the money that he owed so that she would not have to show up and break in his door a second time. Rachel could not stand her acting cute when he knew what a monster she truly was. The girl immediately pulled out her gun because her true calling was violence, and nothing motivated her more than solving her problems with violence. The educator immediately wanted to take back his words. At any rate, now that they were done with the first mission, it was time to go home, so they should hurry up and get moving. Then they looked at their new charge, who was called Heaven and Helen. They should at least check what kind of power this brat would have. Carlene smiled since she was helping already. They would appreciate it if Penilia could do a bit more for them. The guild master was already quite sick of this group of oddballs, and she dumped her cup of tea away since she would not be drinking it anyway. Soon, we were back at the royal palace, because there was no way the royal family took the events very kindly. They had been trying to revive the saintess just for both girls to die, and all they were left with was the pope, who had no other children. Surely they could not kill him though, since they needed his holy bloodline for the saintess' power. The faithful captain explained that the Pope Cadone had now stopped eating and drinking. They say that he had gone mad. It seemed that the shock of losing both his daughters was too great, and he was now falling apart. The prince looked greatly inconvenienced by all this, and he muttered that it was just kids, surely the Pope could make more. It was great that he gave that advice, because it would be awesome for the kingdom if he got cut down so that the king could make more functional and less insane heirs. The prince muttered that the Pope was such a pathetic weakling for daring to enjoy having loving children, when he had poisoned his own barely conscious father. The prince said it was such a shame, and they had now lost the chance to obtain the Saintess of Miracle. They were now sure when the next oracle would come down, and the captain sighed that he had no excuse. Of course, he was taking the blame for this when it had been the prince's order to kill one of the girls. The man asked for another chance to devote himself to the empire and serve to his full power. The prince figured that Cleven should beg for another chance since he was his faithful dog. While they were on the subject of faithful dogs, the existence of the dark mage who had interfered in their affairs this time was quite vexing. The blonde asked if Cleven had located the beastly man yet. The captain apologized, but he admitted that the souls of both Saintess candidates had suddenly disappeared, and it all seemed connected to that dark mage who must have intercepted them midway, as far as the man knew. No mage existed capable of manipulating magic with such precision, unless they were a necromancer, of course. The prince considered the existence of a necromancer, which sounded like an annoyance to his evil plans. Meanwhile, our dude's group continued to grow, and his new boss had led them out to the forest, asking what they wanted now. They asked what ability this new undead had awakened. The boy was happy to show it off. First, he asked his boss to kindly summon a suitable opponent, possibly someone of mid-level should be enough. First, he would check out Helen's ability, since she was the more agreeable servant. Helen smiled and got busy switching with her sister and activating her Saintess power. Her body glowed with golden light, and she looked down as she summoned her power. Then the girl gasped, apologizing to her master. Heaven could not believe her sister's awful and rude behavior toward the person who had saved their life. Now that she was here, she was eager to show off her power and make some amends. The boss stretched out her hand and summoned some golems, which seemed to be her go-to move. Oh, it was forest trolls this time, and it was an opponent with exceptional regeneration, so for Heaven, who had just become undead, to fight such a strong opponent, it would not be an easy mission. However, they were sure that the family head who had only shown them amazing things so far would find a way to excel while doing this as well. The wolf cheered for his lord, and the crow chuckled that he had believed in his master from the start. Marbus was kind of annoyed by all of this fangirling, and he muttered that he did not want to hear praise from a dude who could not even buy peanuts. A troll. The boy asked if Heaven could handle a troll, and the girl did seem rather nervous, while the lion and the shadow fought in the background. The girl was determined to try, but those ugly monsters were really barging at her at full speed. The boy prepared his necromancer's book as well, and he armed her with a funny-looking weapon that looked like a mace. Before the troll knew what was happening, it got smacked hard in the cheek by that mace, and the golden light sent the monster soaring as she smacked that creature like it was a baseball. It was good that she was strong, but it seemed like a dangerously strong girl had joined this group. The shadow admitted that he would also be careful, because this female undead was very dangerous. She was just going about smashing heads with her weapon like it was nothing. Once she got the hang of it, she was just hopping around and giving the whole association of monsters a beatdown. The other trolls were now kind of hesitant after seeing one of them go down, and Heaven smiled happily at her boss, just thrilled to be useful. Heaven was so cute. The boy hummed that this fighting method seemed fairly usable, and now he would switch to Helen just to see if that loudmouth was useful in any way. Now that Helen had popped out, she was immediately acting seductive and weird as she yanked out a chain from her boobs because, of course, she kept something like that in there. It was just plain disrespectful for a nun to act in that way, and she chuckled, thinking this was finally her chance. She was going to prove she was useful, and she got busy with her long chain, flinging it at the monsters in front of her. It seemed that, no matter the scene, Helen could not exist without flashing a bit of thigh for everyone to see. An arrogant master needed discipline after all, and she was happily showing off her great dominatrix skills as she tossed the monster around. The girl smacked and tossed the monster away with her chain, and then she stepped on its head and kept it pinned to the floor. Then she sexily asked if it would die for the sake of love between her and her master lion. She was so cringe that it was actually suffocating. Everyone was stunned to see her behavior. At least she was strong, but she was also exceedingly weird. No matter how they looked at it, both girls were just not normal. However, that was exactly what they were going for since normal people would not survive long in the house of Marbus. The young main character sighed now that they had finally returned out his home. They had somehow managed to resolve that very annoying issue that they left to fix, and it was nice that they had gained some decent intel, so it was not too bad a trip. The boy also agreed that it was pretty good. He felt like he had improved quite a bit as a necromancer as well. It was still a bit of a shame that they were leaving first, though. Their guests had been here for quite a while, and it was time for them to attend to other matters, especially since they barely contributed to the plot as anything but onlookers anyway. Rachel was glad to see that a new star would be joining Eremite School, and Carleen reminded him that he owed her money, because she was not about to play the forgiving trope anytime soon. The boy looked down at the hand stretched out towards him, and then he took it, shaking and acknowledging Rachel at least. The two would be leaving now as they had been away from the school for way too long, so it was time for them to go back there and fix all the problems that existed there. There were lots of people to collect money from in other places too, and Carlene was not about to let them get away with holding on to her money. She needed to visit and harass them as well. That was some amazing diligence, but they were kind of glad that she was moving on so that she could bother someone else. By the way, the brown-haired girl turned her attention to the wolf and asked if his name was Voltaire or something like that. The wolf was surprised but confessed that Voltaire was indeed his name. The woman immediately scolded him for being overshadowed by his master. Constantly, he followed them around doing nothing except for cheerleader duties. He had impressive talent, and he really needed time to show it off. She did not know if he realized it himself, but if the captain saw it, he would be pretty surprised. The educator hoped that he would never end up having to cut down Lunatic's captain. Now the green-eyed boy turned and asked why that was. That was because Lunatic's captain was some kind of monster with golden hair, but this monster also looked like yet another blonde girl that would end up in our dude's monster harem. The Lady Carlene was just like that monster, and she was already projecting some bad vibes at Rachel for daring to say that about her. All the main character had to do was remember that the captain of the Lunatic was a monster who hunted down demons. Anyway, Voltaire's talent was undeniable, and as long as they kept nurturing him like this, he would be able to get whatever he wanted. The wolf was quite glad and blushed from their compliments, thanking them very much. He was still not used to being praised by others, so this was all very overwhelming. He would become an outstanding vassal, the main character was sure of it. In fact, the other characters were sure that he would grow even more than they expected. The dark-haired necromancer promised to make him that way, though he was barely utilizing the boy's talent. The educator laughed at the youth's confidence, saying that it suited him just fine since he was a lord. Tay was great news. So instead of a sorrowful farewell, they would part ways looking forward to the day that they would get to meet again. The youth smiled and said that was a great idea too. He seemed to like that idea so much that his face actually broke into a beam. In that case, the other two would be heading out now, and they wished them all a nice farewell. They had connected the boy to the guild as well, so they expected him to start earning money immediately, and they trusted that he would soon be paying back his debt properly as well. The boy immediately became gloomy as her words sucked the absolute joy out of him. He just remembered that he had money to pay, and it was very saddening news. The educator complained that Carlene was busy running the mood on such a nice day. It would not kill her to be a little sweeter. The lady immediately pulled out her gun. It seemed that the one thing she could not tolerate was any form of criticism from Rachel at all, and the man panicked. She said that having someone who talked a lot by your side for too long was probably not that great either, and she hoped that the Tao would be even stronger next time. She wished her own smiling farewell to the young family head, and the boy managed even a small smile for her as she left. She was kind of scary, but fortunately not too mean after all. They all watched the two go, and then they had to deal with some other problems that they had to handle and face. The family head had returned, and the entire household was thrilled, though they seemed less thrilled and more surprised that he had come back at all, because they really expected that he had abandoned them. They were so happy and grateful. The young lord had to ask his people what all of this fuss was about, and out came running his most loyal and human subject. It was Sir Pullen, and the young lord was really confused and wondering what on earth was going on. The man raced at him and hugged him close, tightening his hold around him and just all in all giving the teenager such a grand and happy welcome. It was kind of overwhelming for the antisocial goth boy. Suddenly, someone showed up to yell at Lion for leaving the family behind. The boy had gotten smacked at the back of his head, and he turned to see his sister Diana. We did not know that he had a sister. The wolf was distraught and tended to the young boy at once, asking if he was okay. The boy just sighed that they should go inside first. It did seem like the best choice to handle the situation with Marbas as well. Soon, they had relocated, and everyone was inside the house. So, this woman had been interacting with the young boy since he had been much younger. She was not exactly his biological older sister, more like a really close family friend. She also happened to be the next head of the noble Berisha family. They were now back home with Shadow in his true form, and yet another unwanted guest in their house. The young lion explained that his sister was an outstanding elementalist and that she had helped him a lot even before the unfortunate incident that led to him being an orphan. The shadow asked if the young master was truly capable. After all, his sister was such a beautiful lady and all that. However, more precisely, this young lady was a demon. Now that was a bit surprising to the room. It was harder to understand the side of Lord Marbas being with Lion, but the demon girl had recognized him right away. The lion cub was smug, and Pullen just smiled that things had turned out like that. He was learning to take things in stride very quickly around here. The wolf Valter also agreed that this was how it turned out. The girl sighed because Lion always ended up in odd situations like this. She did not know why, but this was truly just how it was around here. At any rate, She scolded the boy for abandoning his family and going to the guild alone. Everyone caused an uproar and said stuff like the family head had abandoned them. The boy had left with no explanation. The poor boy immediately had to apologize to his sister Diana and thank her for filling the position while he was gone. Well, the girl admitted that she had also felt sorry for Uncle Pullen as well, and she waited, thinking that the dark-haired boy would surely return soon. The boy asked if the girl had some kind of business with him. There was silence at first, as she had clearly been blushing a few seconds ago. It seemed she liked him, and she pouted because it was clear that he could not tell. The poor girl was barking up the wrong tree here, and she muttered that she came to check because there was not much time left. She was sure that he knew what that meant. The boy wondered what she meant by not much time left. She then asked him to come closer for a moment. The boy leaned forward, and she flicked his forehead immediately because she could not stand with him being so slow. This was going to be his punishment for forgetting such an important event as the head of his family. The boy then took a moment, and it seemed he could just remember what he had forgotten. It was exactly what he was thinking. The exchange meeting was coming up. There was going to be a gathering where all the noble families would come together. For his information, the boy had to be her dance partner at this event. Even if it was against the rules, they were partners after all. Later that day, the butler pulled up to inform the young master that the noble family's gathering would start soon. This was a different home, and a pale, hired child lay on his bed, seeming exhausted that he had to attend this event. His brothers would also be there as well. In truth, the boy really did not want to go. It was apparently going to be a gathering of the three great dark mage families. Also, it was an opportunity to clear the name of the youngest son of the Reinhaver family, who was said to be a problem to the noble world. The purple-eyed boy sighed and then pushed up to his feet. It was such a troublesome situation. Things had gotten more complicated and troublesome. Much to the surprise of everyone, this series could, in fact, cast a possibly relevant male character. Possibly. The young master was all prepared to go to the ball, whether he wanted to be there or not. He was dressed in fancy style, with his hair neatly combed and his usual uniform of all black, just all out stolen from him. The boy almost looked like a kind gentleman, but no magic in the world was going to save his emotionless emo eyes. He looked up then and noticed Diana de Varisha was all dressed up and ready to party. She looked gorgeous as well, in a style that, of course, highlighted her giant melons. She was the next head and real power of the Marquis Varisha family, which had long-standing ties with Marbus. She also happened to be his fiancée. And fortunately, she was not crazy about smiling either, so they were perfect for each other. She always seemed to be vexed about something. The boy sighed about how he really was going to attend this very annoying social event. The nun he had recently picked up was absolutely crashing out about this, which was funny considering she was supposed to be devoted to her goddess. Still, she had skipped out of town and sent her father spiraling into madness, so she was the last person to talk. She was busy whining about how she believed their young master would be devoted to them. This was just a formal event anyway, so the fiancé soothed her and told her to calm the heck down. Besides, she was having a hard time being engaged to an emotionless dude like him who could not even read social cues to save his life. Personally, she would prefer to be hitched up to someone who was way more mature. The boy just sighed. Marbus smiled in amusement, chuckling about how even the contractor got easily shaken up. The shadow, who seemed to be a dedicated skirt chaser, was very upset about Lyon's game, particularly because it was clear that the boy did not even appreciate how many women were fawning all over him. The shadow asked if all of that dancing was also supposed to figure out what that propulsion force was. The brown-haired Lord Pullen chuckled that the Lord Lyon and the Lady Diana had always been bickering like this whenever they met. Since their families had such close ties for so long, perhaps they acted this way because they were very comfortable with each other. The boy then spoke up, asking the girl to please let go of his collar because he had worked very hard to look presentable, and if she kept messing it up, he was just going to go back to wearing black. The girl scoffed that she had thought that things would be different now that he was the family head, but honestly he had not changed at all, and was still entirely the surly boy that he knew from before. Someone said that people did not change easily, and when it came to him, they were absolutely right about that. The girl scoffed that he could not even speak properly when addressing a lady. He just talked to her like a casual friend. At least he should do his duties to properly ease the worries of the citizen. That much he must manage as the new family head. With that being said, she muttered about how the boy was truly no different from his father. At least his father could pretend to have some form of life within him. The purple-haired girl was about to walk away when something slowed her down. She remembered in that moment the very sad way that the boy had lost his father. She had not truly gotten the opportunity to visit since that unfortunate time, and it made her hesitate now, recalling what the poor boy had to endure. Recalling the blood-stained stage in the rain at least helped her to slow down on her teasing. After all, the child had endured what most children his age did not have to face. She apologized for her joke about his father. However, the boy just replied in his usual cold tone that there was no reason for the girl to apologize. His father did not regret dying to save his life, and he too did not regret what his father had done. His father had simply returned after protecting what he wanted. The lady really had no idea what to answer to such cold word. Then again, no matter what kind of person he was, it was better not to miss this kind of event. She was going to forge ahead with what they had to accomplish today and leave the creepy and uncomfortable things behind her. She meant that she also hated this kind of formal event, but they had to go. Marbas had won the territorial war against the House of Sylvester and had taken the head of the family leader. The young lad was just about establishing his status as a duke. He needed to make himself known more through official events like this. The green-eyed boy said that he was well aware. Unfortunately, other noble families were also closely watching, and he was also aware of the danger surrounding that. A danger that might spread to her since she was coming as his date. If it was something necessary to do to protect the family, the boy would not hesitate to comply, of course. The wolf beamed, asking if this meant that they could finally receive recognition from the master. The shadow was quite impressed and said this was great judgment from their master. The boy was glad that they understood, and he would be attending the exchange meeting. Later, at the meeting, everything was decked out in splendor, and nobles of great riches were scattered all over the great hall, clearly laughing and engaging each other in all sorts of conversation. The place was marvelous and sparkly and full of light. It was not really an atmosphere that the boy was used to at all. The people continued to laugh and glitter like they had been touched by the magical fairy of socialization and extrovertedness. Sitting at the center was the horrible, black-hearted prince who was just surrounded by nobles who were each campaigning for the chance to lick his boots and kiss his feet. They asked the man if it was true that Sylvester lost the territorial war. They had even heard that Count Alan was defeated. It was such unfortunate news, and they wondered which opponent could take down a man that powerful. The gossip going round was only just a rumor, but all the men in power wanted to talk about the sudden rise of the Marbas family. They were surprised because that was the family that was supposed to be on the verge of collapse, even though they were a ducal house. They could not believe that family had suddenly found a source of power, and they were sure that this news had to be some kind of baseless rumor. The other nobles were warned to watch their mouth. After all, they were still talking about a ducal house. Since the head of the family was right there, they could just go ahead and ask him directly. Our emo boy had arrived, looking much like his father now that he had cleaned up and donned all black. He even had a lady date at his side as he waltzed into the hall, much to everyone's surprise. As Lion studied the atmosphere, he had to admit that this whole thing was a bit more uncomfortable than he thought. Maybe places like this just did not suit him after all. The girl was just entirely focused on the fact that they were holding hands at all. The poor darling was in cloud nine. The girl scoffed and said that she did not like the situation either, though she was clearly happy about holding his hand. It was also part of a family head's virtue to handle this kind of situation smoothly. The boy smiled and thanked his wonderful and impartial sister Diana for her selfless advice, even though she was clearly having fun. The girl had known the dark-haired boy since they were little, but this time the shock seemed greater than usual. The kind of thing a family head should do. He would jump into it without hesitation. Perhaps that was a good thing. The others would be okay. Although they were still inexperienced talents, they should be able to handle some form of separation successfully. If someone saw the noble lord, they would think that he was some kind of already fully developed talent. Still, the boy was just a 14-year-old kid. The boy mumbled that right now he was the superior one, since he was the head of his family and all that. The lady muttered that she could not even get in a good jab before he went out of his way to remind her of all that. They had just had that brief conversation when someone so suddenly and very creepily appeared in front of them to greet the young head of the Marbas family. The boy paused as he looked at this weirdo that was standing in front of him. He looked like cannon fodder, and our main character asked if this cannon fodder had some business with him. The other just smiled, saying that it was nothing really. He just could not believe that a guy like this could beat Alan. Oh, it was the cannon fodder that had been listening to the gossip earlier. Looking down at the 14-year-old kid, he knew that he was the head of a family, not a duke but a count, yet he was evaluated to be on par with the duke's family in power. The man was sure that these unfounded rumors were definitely exaggerated. He decided to go ahead and ask about the absurd rumor that he heard about the territorial war, and how the one who defeated Alan D. Sylvester was the kind who was standing in front of him. The boy said that it was true. The man stared in absolute disbelief. His eyes then went to the lady standing beside them, and he figured that the boy was putting on some airs just because he was with a girl. The man chuckled, and he honestly could not imagine that. In fact, he was going to ask how the territorial war ended. Well, the opposition died. Our dude was not the type to mince words, and he did not know the first thing about public relations. The man could not believe what he had just heard, but the 14-year-old decided to make it clear. He had killed Alan de Sylvester, the whiny piece of dung that had killed his father. As the heir of the Marbas family, it was not easy to show the process. However, if this stranger intended to make their family his enemy, then his eyes glowed dangerously as he sucked the man into the pit of endless darkness hidden inside of his soul. If this stranger decided to make an enemy of Marbus, then he would get front row seats to exactly how that Alan jerk had died. Diana could not believe the mess that the boy was talking at a political event, and the other man had to stumble backwards in fear. That was when Marbus the demon showed up and he noticed his charge was having some kind of conversation with a stranger. Another stranger was seated nearby, and he got to his feet, standing up and smirking that a rather interesting guy had shown up. This second stranger was the purple-eyed dude from earlier, and he wanted in on some of that hot gossip. While all of this was happening, there was another hot gossip that was watching all of this madness go down, and he was beyond eager to get involved. He picked up his glass of wine, and he came dancing over because he was starting to think that just maybe Lion was a fun guy. Meanwhile, the other guests were still living in their happy and flowery, gossipy fantasy. They were just wondering what was suddenly so noisy. They wondered if the young head of the Marbus family had already started causing trouble. Immediately, they were happy to jump in and blame the minor, who was simply the head of a powerless family. The hot gossip was thinking otherwise because no powerless teenager would be looking at him like he was fresh meat. The lion cub hopped onto the shoulder of his charge and asked why his little boy was throwing a proper tantrum. Not that it really mattered anyway, because the dark-haired boy was still very much upset. The boy then decided that he would be leaving this rude stranger behind, but if he was really hungry for a beating, he could reach out and stop him. He dared that dude to try. Well, guess who did stop him? Calling Lion ridiculous to boot. He complained that the child was ignoring the Varela family right now, and he needed to take responsibility. Well, the young lord was more than happy to take responsibility, and he asked exactly what he had done wrong. This jerk was the one who openly questioned their victory, after Lion had taken all of the time to answer his rude and very stupid questions too. However, the stranger said that Marbus made a statement implying a pre-emptive strike on them. Well, Diane was just about tired of watching this mess, and this time she stepped forward, telling that loser to start acting appropriately. To be honest, Lord Reeve, because that was his name, she thought that his collateral family was too small to be speaking for the Varela household. In fact, a person who was not even a successor of the family was acting quite uppity towards the heir of a ducal house. His arrogant behavior was clearly an act of behavior, and she had been tolerating his nonsense for a while. But now he was just out here doing too much, and she would not stay silent. She asked if this loser was truly confident that he could bear the consequences if he kept pushing this conversation. Now the man was getting pressed because he was getting bullied by not just one tone but two children at the same time. Of course, that loser was getting heated. This was a public disgrace. Instead of doing the wise thing by calling a retreat, the man stepped 10 toes down on his nonsense, and he told those children that they should not think for a second that a single victory meant that they had gained everything. He was not about to get bullied by what was regarded as the weakest noble house. He especially was not going to be taking any disrespect from the boy Marbus. In fact, even the young lady of the Varisha family was no different. The lady smirked that if she were the kind of person to get easily intimidated, then she might have done that. However, she did not think there was any need for anything like that now. That dude just got angrier the more they had this conversation. That was when Purple Eyes finally stepped in, calling out the gossip for being annoying and loud. The man turned, ready to start barking at the next person who dared to talk smack to him, just to find himself facing an actually important noble. The man began to tremble as he realized who he had just shouted at in a public function. Leon noticed the change almost immediately. Just a few moments ago, this wild dog of a man had looked so proud and full of himself. But now, faced with the latest stranger, he looked terrified. The one standing before him was none other than the white-haired, purple-eyed boy from before, and he had a polite smile as he simply held his glass of wine. He stepped over to Reeve, or whatever his lame name was, and asked if that parasite really did not know who he was. Marbus warned his young charge to be careful around this newcomer. He was someone dangerous. The white-haired stranger urged the loudmouth to keep talking, and his eyes glowed as he asked if he truly needed to explain himself or the situation in front of them. Meanwhile, at the gates of the ball, Lord Pullen was waiting beside Walter as they looked after the carriage and just hung around the compound as backup. There would likely not be any problems with the family head and the Lady Varisha while they spent time inside. That was what they hoped for anyway. However, the noble admitted that it was kind of his first time at an event like this. Usually, he was not considered important enough to even be selected to go. Even the wolf was rather nervous. They both took a moment to gather themselves. The noble sighed. He did not want to admit it, but it was true. He was indeed worried. The young Walter knew as well as the man did that the family head tended to be a bit too free-spirited. Not exactly the word most people would use to describe him. Repressed would be a bit more accurate. Still, if something was to go wrong, it was only natural to be concerned about their young lord. He was the head of the Marbus family, so they had no choice but to trust in him and wait to see how the party went. Thankfully, the Lady Diana de Varisha graciously agreed to join them this time. She was quite composed too. By the way, what kind of person was Lady Diana? The wolf wanted to know. He had heard rumors that she was their master's fiancée. Well, she was more like an older sister, so the fiancé thing was kind of a stretch. She probably just started calling herself that because she had a crush on him, or did nothing when the rumor started spreading because she would like it to be true. However, there was quite an age gap between them as well. She was more of someone who was always kind and looked after the young emo boy, caring for him deeply. So, rather than a fiancé, she felt a bit more like family. The man guessed that they could put it that way, and she was really not the one they should be worried about right now. The man had heard it that someone like the lunatic was going to be attending the exchange meeting. That's funny, it sounded like exactly the person that Carlene had told them to avoid. The old noble said that, yeah, this was one of the 3 most dangerous hairs, and they functioned like a ticking time bomb that most people preferred to avoid. The youngest of the Reinhaver family was not even remotely comparable to the weakened Marbus house. That little boy was a menace, and his name was Nox von Reinhaver. If the fool did not know it, then he could start by memorizing the name of a proper noble, unless he wanted to get dragged into all of the mess that was sure to follow. Well, that dude was just about done talking trash now, and he folded like a lawn chair, begging for forgiveness and bowing his head almost immediately. He had raised his voice, not knowing that he was the young master of the Reinhaver family, and the foolish gossip begged for some mercy. However, something red and liquid was already dripping down his face. Ah, what an absolute disgrace and public humiliation. It seemed the young Nox had emptied his glass of wine on the instigator, and he smiled that such groveling was expected of a stingy jerk. He then pretended that spilling the wine was a total accident. He then threw his head back and laughed in the typical wicked noble fashion that shocked the Lady Diana, made Marbus wary, and made the young emo boy confused. They could definitely feel the dark presence of this newcomer, and a weird new chapter was about to begin. Now they had a newcomer in their midst who had just so casually upturned a cup of wine and then gently placed it on the head of the fool that had been barking like a mad dog just a few minutes ago. It was a strong display of power and control. The white-haired noble who had been responsible for that smiled casually at his victim. Even in this sorry state, the victim merely apologized once again, truly terrified of the young boy. He begged for mercy from the young Master Nox. Well, Nox now turned to the interesting people that he had discovered, but our socially inept dude truly had no idea who he was looking at, so he went ahead and just asked who this weird kid was. The boy chuckled that if it was a name, he was sure that the emo kid should have surely heard it. The name of Nox von Reinhaver was kind of known far and wide around noble circles, and Diana was able to identify him immediately. He was called one of the 2 great houses alongside the sacred family, and this pathetic groveling man was the bad servant who had just hit the youngest son of that prestigious family. The proud noble boy was rather smug about the fact that he had just helped them, and he asked the name of the boy he had just assisted. The Marbus hair was called Lion. Nox felt that they would be seeing each other often. The boy figured he would put up with it if it was considered necessary for the family's growth. It was a pretty refreshing answer, and the white-haired boy grinned. He could already tell that he was not going to get any groveling from this kid, but that made him like the shadow boy even more. The boy declared that they should meet often, and then he just walked away. One boy had white hair, and the other had dark hair. Lion studied him with those piercing green eyes of his, and Diana explained that the youngest son of the household was known as the guard dog of the Reinhaver, so he was basically their most dangerous member. He did not need to be particularly wary, but he should also make sure not to be rude to that child. The dark-haired boy had also heard a rumor about the disgrace of the Reinhaver family, and he wanted to know a bit more about those rumors. The girl was a bit surprised, but the lion demon chuckled. It turned out that Nox might look different from Lion, but he was an absolute genius. However, the boy's body was kind of trash. The little necromancer had to agree on that one. Since birth, this was the first time that he had felt such a strong, dark, magical power, and he felt that he would indeed be seeing this strange boy often. The main character did not think that the situation was something wrong. In fact, he seemed rather intrigued by it. Meanwhile, some of the maids were at work, and one whispered to her young master. It was a sweet-looking brunette hanging around Nox, and she had to ask why he had helped someone named Lion. Normally, her lazy young master found such acts of chivalry rather bothersome, and he would not go out of his way to help others. However, the boy said that in a few years, there would not be a single person who would not know the name of Lion von Marbus. It seemed this white-haired genius also had a bit of prophetic power. The mouse-looking maid was rather surprised by this news. Whether the boy would be known for good or for bad was not up to Nox though. He truly was not sure either, so he was going to watch from a safe distance, but also close enough to intervene if he had to. For now, the white-haired boy smiled that he had accomplished as much as he set out to do. It was time for them to go back that day, as he would like to rest for a bit. The dancing around the grand ballroom continued as nobles went on socializing and having fun with each other. Diana was so excited to take part in the main event, and she tugged the boy along to join her. It was just a formality, but they were fiancés, so the least they could do was dance. The emo boy immediately asked for direction as he was not the kid to stick his neck out on something that he was not familiar with. The girl first checked to ensure that his fiancé knew how to dance. He must have learned it from the former head of the Marbus family. The boy was silent as he considered his father. Then, he took the girl's hand and let her lead him to the dance floor. Carefully, they both got into position, their hands held as they prepared to start this dance. The music floated around them as they spun in tune to the sound, their feet moving in sync and perfect harmony. They had been trained to respond to the sound of the music. Unfortunately, no one had taught Lion to wear a smile when he danced, so the boy just looked aggravated and bored. The girl smiled anyway, because his surly expression was not going to ruin this moment for her. Also, she seemed oddly satisfied, giggling to herself that he had learned how to dance well. It seemed that the emo boy had a cute side to him after all. However, she also scoffed that he was just so far from her ideal type, and the boy mumbled that he could not hear her clearly. She huffed with a sweet voice, telling him not to worry about that. It was fine if he just danced a little moderately after all. It was just a dance for the sake of formality. The main character admitted that his father had told him that the head of the family had to do their best in everything. He pulled the girl close in his dance, a hand around her waist, and the girl stared in awe as he held her close. The dark-haired boy had a serious expression on his face. All of his concentration was hyper-focused on just making sure that he was getting this dance right. Meanwhile, the girl was struggling not to lose her mind about this situation. Even if he was not really her type, the young boy had a way of being very intense, and she wondered if they really had to dance this close together. The song and music continued, and Lion continued to lead, hyper-focused on delivering the perfect dance while poor Diana was hyper-focused on how handsome he looked. Their feet moved quickly, stepping after each other in perfect rhythm, and it seemed that the more they danced, the closer they drew to each other. The other nobles watched as they danced, and it seemed that the young and beautiful couple were quickly becoming a source of gossip among the elite in the dance hall. After a while, Diana sighed, and she giggled about how earnest the boy was about all sorts of pointless things. He could not understand what she was suddenly talking about, and more importantly, she was kind of ruining his effort at dancing because her body was just way too stiff. The girl growled for him to shut up, quickly remembering why this little rat was not her type at all. He was beyond annoying and frustrating beyond words. She truly could not stand him sometimes. He just needed to be a tiny bean that focused on dancing. Suddenly, all the fun and games came to an end, and the dancing had to freeze because a rather sharp and grim aura swept through the ball. Lion felt it, and instantly his work mode switched on. The people in the ballroom were chattering and mumbling, but no longer was it casual, friendly conversation that fell from their lips. They seemed to be turned to stone and wondered if some kind of fight was going on outside. They wondered what was with the commotion, as something as important as this sacred meeting. However, it was not a fight. It looked like someone was getting beaten up one-sidedly. Now this was concerning, and they rushed out to see who was getting straight up bullied out there. The two exchanged glances because they happened to remember just what they left outside, and they raced out too to find out what was going on. Once they were out, the two were tense, because the scene they found outside was the appearance of a handsome man with a strong jaw. This man seemed to be beating up Lord Pullen, an outrageous thing to do. Well, Sir Pullen was on his knees, but Walter had drawn his sword, and he bared his teeth at this audacious stranger. There was determination in the wolf boy's eyes, and he would not let this beastly man get away with this. Right, so we left off where our dude's personal staff was getting their butts kicked by some strangers who had suddenly shown up in the parking lot. Lord Pullen was already on the floor displaying symptoms of having lost the fight, while the furious wolf boy was growling at his opponent and refused to back down. He had his sword raised in challenge, and he looked just about ready to fight till the bitter end. Lady Diana had no idea what was going on, and she immediately demanded some kind of explanation, especially since this mess seemed to involve them. Reeve de Varela seemed to be the source of this ruckus, and it was not so surprising to see a coward who did not know when to quit. So, he had been so embarrassed by Nox inside that he decided to pick a fight outside. The man scoffed that he did not have to answer to the daughter of Lord Varetia. The evil man chuckled that there was no one left to help the pathetic duo, and that they seemed very tired, so they might as well just give up now. Thanks to that white-haired boy who had now disappeared, things were getting quite chaotic, and now their political enemy felt like he had to prove something to save face after that public humiliation from earlier. This dude truly was worthless to cause this much of a fuss over something that meaningless. The poor faithful Lord Pullen was still trying and failing to collect himself from the floor. He looked kind of pathetic, just groveling there. The young noble approached his loyal servant and asked the man to kindly explain exactly what happened, because though our main character looked so calm, he was actually burning furious. The wolf boy paused at his master's request, and then got busy because this was an interesting story. So, it had started with that idiot getting humiliated and walking away before Nox made the decision to chop off his head or something like that. However, this confrontation had gone down in the middle of a very important banquet, and he got wine poured on him, so he was feeling very humiliated, but he could not take it out on Nox. He yelled that his servants should just shut up about comforting him. No one, neither this guy nor that one, could be of any help. The pain that he had just suffered under the hands of that kid was unforgivable to him, and his rage especially burned towards Lion. Meanwhile, this loser had been the one to approach the dark-haired boy, and he had been the one to start problems. The pathetic cursed and curled his hand into a fist. He touched his hair where the wine had fallen, still settling, still angry, still full of rage and hatred. As he stepped outside, he heard the wolf boy saying that, in the end, this gathering was meant for noble families to meet and exchange introduction. It was a place to present each family after all. The loyal noble agreed with the idea. For their Marbus family, this kind of gathering was even more important since their influence had weakened recently. So, the young boy had come along to bring the Lord Varisia. Now the loser had overheard this conversation as he was just stepping outside, and the wolf was talking about how the young lord and lady seemed to have a very cute and close relationship. The noble smiled, saying that he also had a good relationship with the young lion since he was very little, so he happened to care for the boy a lot. The wolf then paused because he immediately noticed the person who was approaching them with nefarious intention. The ash-haired freak first asked to make sure that they were from the Marbus family. The two paused as they faced this Lord Reeve. The brunette noble immediately recognized the man as the young patriarch of Varela, and the man wondered why such a creature had suddenly approached. The noble decided to be polite and said that he really could not tolerate anyone insulting his family, so he wanted to know what the gray-haired dude was after. Well, Reeve smiled and said that he just happened to be chasing the latest hot topic. Coleman was called, and that was when the brute with the sword stepped forward, appearing from behind them. That dude was actually quite large with rather dangerous shining eyes, as he regarded the two like they were nothing more than his prey. The Reeve dude chuckled and asked the two to be so kind as to go easy on him. The swordsman understood that he had been hired to fight someone, but he did pause when he saw his competition. He had not expected a low-house noble like Reeve to pick a fight with an heir from a ducal house. The man understood the suspicion and anger, but he would prefer not to fight a duke. Well, the noble insisted that the house of Marbus was a few days away from ruin anyway, so it did not matter if they did bully them. He commanded that the soldier ignore the situation and just follow his orders. In that case, the big guy drew his sword. He was not here to do much talking anyway. If he had been asked to fight, then he would fight. Since it had come to this, he asked the knight of the Marbus household to draw his sword. Of course, he was referring to Valtir. The brown-haired noble immediately stopped the wolf from succumbing to his instinct. Right now, their family's foundation was still weak, and there was not yet any need to form a militia. The wolf was hesitant, but it seemed the soldier was not going to let them sit around and talk about it. He had been hired to start a fight, and the least he could do was fulfill the duties that he had been hired to accomplish. So, the first thing he did was nail a solid hit on the poor man's midsection to stop his peace-keeping. The Lord Pullen was not a fighter, nor was he trained for that kind of thing, and then he crashed to the ground. That immediately activated the wolf's dark side, and he growled, his wolf instincts coming on strong. Still, the noble cried out for the wolf to stop. He begged the boy to think of the sake of the family's head. The soldier went ahead and did the unforgivable of stepping on his head and acting like a real jerk. No matter what, this guy was determined to provoke the white-haired wolf into a fight. His face was an unreadable mask, like he was waiting to see what his chosen opponent would do in response. Well, the wolf reached out with his hand and shoved that piece of trash right off their good Lord Pullen. If it was a fight that he so badly wanted, Val could easily deliver a fight, and he drew his sword with rage. The noble called out to Valter, and the wolf knew that he was cautioned not to fight. In truth, the wolf even admitted that he had no intention of fighting as he let the sword shine in the moonlight. However, he was not about to stand back and let this loser beat them both and humiliate the Marbus name. So, he was going to protect the Lord Pullen no matter what. The old man was someone as precious as the family head, and the wolf would not stand by to watch such a kind man get bullied by such a harsh person. The wicked Lord Reeve chuckled that such moves were rather admirable. However, he had no intention of showing any mercy. The swords began to clash as the two swordsmen began a dance, one on the attacking side and the other, laying defeason. This seemed to be the battle that had caused the noise and made everyone rush out to figure out who was busy clashing and fighting like a pair of high school children. Valter was a bit surprised by the force of the strikes, because he had not expected to have to face a serious swordsman. Meanwhile, the big man seemed to be having fun with the fact that he could fight someone who actually wielded a weapon. The two continued to clash, their swords lighting up and sparking against each other each time they touched. Steel pressed against steel, and their quick footwork moved them in and out of the enemy's reach. Back and forth the two warriors danced, but Valter was at a disadvantage since he had something that he wanted to protect. The wolf pointed his sword at the stranger's chest, and that was when Lady Diana pulled up and asked them to explain exactly the meaning of all of this tomfoolery. Raven de Varela was, of course, the source of it all. The head of the Varela family had really messed up, and some of the nobles found this very entertaining. This would give them the chance to see if the Sylvester conflict had truly been ended by a 14-year-old boy. Some of the ladies laughed as they could not believe in any way that a minor could fight against an adult and win. They were in for a real shock. They instead chuckled and hoped for the downfall of Marbas, even daring to call the family villain. Reeve was acting very boastful, of course, and now that the family head was here, he joked that the boy should try warming up a bit. There was also a big audience, so neither of them could afford to mess up. However, here was not a day in his life that Lion feared messing up when fighting someone that pathetic. He immediately told Reeve to square up. Diana was not having it, and she tried to stop him, but her date could not care less. Instantly, he stretched out his hand and let his necromancy fire flood his palm. At the same time, Reeve growled for the boy to die. The boy stepped forward with the fire in his hand, and then he sighed. Honestly, the child had to admit that he was quite disappointed in Walter. The wolf boy sulked, his head bowed in shame. He apologized for troubling the family head and failing to hold back and engaging in conflict. However, that was the last thing that Lion wanted. As the swordsman came to take the boy's head, the dark-haired main character turned his eyes of death to the man who dared to hit his stand and father. Instantly, that poor innocent hired sword was consumed in an explosion of purple necromancy fire like a volcano eruption. It was intense, inescapable, and final. The swordsman stared in shock at the blood that splashed all over him. Reeve was just realizing that he was in big trouble, and this was the first time that Diana had seen exactly what kind of power her date had. Walter was shocked, but Lion was not done lecturing yet. The boy wanted his wolf to ensure that next time, not a single hit would land on Poland's body. The hair of Marbas did not discourage violence. Violence got things done, and he wanted it to start getting used around here a bit more. He was going to now tell his servants the first principle of Marbas. Their enemy was crumpled to the floor, and skeletons arose around him. The brown-haired man stared in surprise, but the Lord was not about to change his mind. If necessary, he would kill for the honor and prosperity of his family, and for the safety of himself and those around him. The Lord Reeve was just finding out about this ritual too, and he did not look happy about it at all. Everyone would be dealt with accordingly, even if it cost Lion his life. That was the way of Marbas. If it was necessary, our dude was willing to kill every single one of his enemies. Mr. Reeve was even rethinking all of that offense that he felt when that cup of wine hit his head. Like, yeah, it had been embarrassing, and his vision had blurred out to be humiliated like that in public. He had yelled and asked who would dare to do this just to find himself facing not Knox, but the Crown Prince. The scenario had changed, and this seemed to be a different type of nightmare, because the Crown Prince was a very certified brand of crazy. The golden boy with golden hair smiled down at Reeve, who quickly leaped to make apologies, begging for forgiveness. However, the blonde prince almost seemed in a good mood that day. He said that it did not matter, he was just meeting the dude Reeve for the first time. It seemed the blonde had walked up to the disgraced noble after Knox and Lion had walked away. The man bowed, grateful that the prince of all people would remember the name of a lowly servant. Truly, he had no idea what to do with himself. The blonde just chuckled and said that he could remember him for this brief moment anyway. He had seen the gray-haired loser get involved with a dispute a few minutes earlier, and the prince thought that it was a rather interesting situation. Earlier, then Reeve connected the dots and figured out that the prince was talking about his little dispute with the child of Marbas and the boy of Rheinhaver. Yeah, that was rather curious to the blonde, and he could not stand being curious. He was such a spoiled brat after all. So he wondered why two people from the dark magic family suddenly looked like they were forming close bonds, enough to even stand side by side and oppress a little nobody like Reeve. The prince had never heard that they had a good relationship with each other. In fact, he assumed that they had only just met. The blonde was also wondering why on earth Marbas had lost the last territory war. He had been hoping for that family to get wiped out ages ago. The gray-haired man could not answer any of those questions by himself, but the poor man was about to get used as a tool. The prince placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, and he said that he would be setting up a small stage for the man that he had selected as his bait. All he needed was for this disposable tool to find out the intentions of the boys from the Dark Mage family. Surely that was something the little Reeve could do on his own. The gray-haired idiot had just been asked to pick another fight with the Dark Mage family. Knox von Reinhaver had gone home, so the man had thought that perhaps a powerless family like Marbas would not be too much of a trouble. Besides, he could not legitimately tell the prince no anyway. He was of the belief that there was nothing that he could not do with the prince behind him. He was entirely wrong about that, but he was very wrong about the prince's intentions concerning his life. The blonde just wanted someone to provoke Lion into showing his powers, and he got him hook, line, and sinker. This was an opportunity that the gray-haired man took with relish, thinking that he could finally get some revenge for some of that disgrace that he had felt because it had been burning and embarrassing. He would happily follow the prince's command, and the blonde smiled. Now, in the present time, the gray-haired man was rethinking all of his life choices. It seemed that he had stuck his neck out just to end up getting executed. Even if it was the family head, this was not something that could be easily overlooked. Reeve was still trying to put on airs as he yelled that the boy should not interfere in affairs of a mere family's household member. That was hilarious to Lion. There was no member of his court that was a casual household member. He did not think of them like that at all. The poor swordsman was still struggling to collect himself because no one told him that he would be fighting a necromancer. The gray-haired man growled and asked the boy if he had to go this far. Lion had not even hit his limits yet in this stupid game that they were playing. The dark-haired boy simply informed him that he would do what was necessary, and he made no exceptions when it came to people who hurt his precious family. The only reason he was pretending to be sane was that they were still here. If something hurt them, he was killing everything. The boy stepped forward, and his army of skeletons walked with him, right up the stairs. Walter was instructed to kindly take their noble Pullen to a doctor to tend to his wounds. The wolf understood and obeyed the instructions of the family head. Lady Diana tried to calm him down, saying that she understood that the boy was vexed, but this was too dangerous, especially starting a family feud at a peaceful event. Of course, since Marbus was from a ducal family, it was not really a problem to worry about, but there were too many people watching, and it was best to carry out murder in quiet, dark places with very few witnesses. The boy considered this advice for a moment. Reeve was busy looking around for some assistance from the guys around him, so the dude rushed forward and went ahead to hold Lady Diana hostage with a knife. Well, that was a very stupid thing to do, a very stupid thing. The lion demon hissed at what a dirty move that was, and Reeve laughed like he had done something intelligent. What an idiot. He said that if the young boy was not going to pretend to be a gentleman, then he better stop here or they would hurt his sweet girl. If he did not want his toy over there to get even a scratch, then he should back off. The boy had to consider that wording because his big sister was not a toy. She was kind of too big and not very fun to play with. In fact, he wondered if his enemy suffered from bad eyesight, which would probably explain all of the back poor decisions. The Marbus lion just sighed because, of course, that was the boy's priority in this conversation. The Reeve dude was still boasting that Lion should back down if he did not want to get a scratch on his girl. He was thinking that they should stop here and go their separate ways. The other nobles were watching. There were a lot of witnesses right there. However, the young boy wanted to confirm one thing because it seemed Reeve was mistaken. First, this gray-haired loser had threatened their household, and now they were threatening House Varetia. So it was time to make an example out of a family of losers. The loser had insulted his sister and his family, and Lion did not feel like being nice today. Reeve was starting to panic because things were not going as planned at all. He had expected the boy to back off, but the atmosphere had instead shifted to something very dangerous. Oh yeah, the main character had to ask just to be sure if this was an insult to Diana. He was not great with social cues, but he was pretty sure it was an insult, and he wanted to confirm. The lion demon was excited for all the violence that was about to begin. If Marbus was in support, then our dude had no intention of slowing down. Silence by its very nature was an affirmation, so the boy beamed. This meant his sister had been insulted after all. Now that the boy had learned something new and something very dangerous, he activated his dark magic that went swirling around him as he called out to the number one. The gray-haired man was still trying to show off some airs, but the idiot he sent to assist just got himself stabbed in the neck by the lady that he was supposed to be holding hostage. It seemed there was a reason that Lady Diana was considered his partner. She was not nice because she was a kind person, she was nice because someone between the two of them had to stay sane, and she would not tolerate disrespect. She smirked as the blood came splashing on her cheeks, and it seemed to morph into a beautiful mask on her face. Wait, it was not her after all. But the boy had at some point switched her position with that of his shadow follower, and she was left blinking in surprise. Meanwhile, now that the collateral was out of the way, the dark-haired dude could now get busy on his favorite activity, which was murdering his enemies in cold blood. He also made sure that Reeve got to go last because that foul-mouthed freak could get front-row seats to the downfall of his own stupidity. The man was terrified now that he was faced with the consequences of his own action. Unfortunately, it was too late to back out now because Lion had him by the oranges and grabbed his face. The look on that 14-year-old boy's face was monstrous to say the least. There was not a single bit of joy to be found in the boy's features, and this enemy was starting to realize what a big mistake he had made. Now Diana was quite concerned since she was just seeing for the first time what her crush had grown up to become. No teenager lived to take their own father's life and then avenge him came out of that looking normal. She had heard that her adorable lion had gotten stronger, but she had clearly underestimated just how much stronger meant. She had never imagined that he could become something like this. The lion walked over to the lady, chuckling that the young lady seemed to be someone quite important to our main character after all. Perhaps her feelings were not entirely unrequited, or he just happened to really cherish his bond with his big sister, because the youth was not playing around with what they had done to her. The girl was surprised and asked the small lion dude what he meant by all that. The cub just smiled and said that he had never seen his little charge react like that. His contractor showed so much emotion just now, and his face was usually a blank slate. Granted, the dark-haired boy still had an unreadable expression, but Marbus had slowly learnt to figure out what each blank slate meant, and he could tell that the teen was furious right now. He turned his attention to that disgusting, arrogant, and problematic Reeve. The man tried to beg for his life, but the nonsense would end today. That young boy actually crushed the man's face in his hands, just ending his life in the most brutal way possible. Diana was so speechless that her mouth was left hanging open as she saw the dark look in her friend's eyes. Even the other nobles could not believe it, and they were wondering how such a disaster could occur at the exchange event. More importantly, they were now shaking because they totally did not recognize the 14-year-old heir of Marbas. He was moving differently and violently, and it seemed that the other nobles were fast realizing that they should have been showing that kid a bit more respect. They had thought that necromancy had died out of that noble house years ago, but now they could have sworn that they saw the kid just use it. His mana circuit did not seem to have stabilized though. But that was even more terrifying, because this kid held the ability to just pop grown men out of existence before even reaching full maturity with his powers. From now on in high society, Marbas would be treated as one of two things. First, he would either become an overwhelming overlord who makes people flee in fear, or they would settle for the alternative, and the boy would become a target that everyone would try to keep in check and kill. It was not an easy life for those who had the power to create change, especially when the one who held that power was a young boy who did not flinch at killing his elders. The first life that he'd had to take was his own father. He had no mercy for anyone else. The Lord Reeve knelt pitifully, blood dripping down his face as the boy held him. He was frozen in that position for a while until the young Marbas hair pushed him back, letting him sink into the abyss body and soul. Lion always looked cool when he went into kill mode. Now that he had finished his revenge sequence, there was the sound of dark clapping to be heard in the compound. The clapping came from someone dressed in white. That was not a good sign. The boy turned to face this newcomer, who greeted Lion von Marbas, the patriarch of the Marbas family. The prince had finally arrived, and he found the boy very interesting. Now, these two had met very briefly before, and the prince smiled as he regarded the murderous display before him. The dark-haired boy regarded the prince, saying that what just happened would usually be a terrifying sight for the faint of heart. This meant that the prince definitely had some peculiar taste. The prince just chuckled that it was fine. He was just curious about whether the boy's necromancy was back. For hundreds of years of history, there had been no one who could properly handle this matter after all. Now he wondered why, at this time, something like this was resurfacing. The young boy replied that it was a talent, and it was strange even for him. The prince chuckled, asking if the boy was saying that he possessed a great talent that no one else had for hundreds of years. It almost sounded like the child was boasting to the prince. The boy said that he was not sure about that. However, what he was certain of was that he was not yet defeated. The one firm fact that he could confirm was that he was still standing despite multiple attempts to bring him down. That definitely had to count for something. The prince was silent as he considered these words. This talent, anyone could tell it was a threat, and the prince asked ever so sweetly if the boy had any intention of aiming that at the imperial family. Now that question was definitely a warning, and the boy smiled for the first time that night and replied, yes. As long as the imperial family did not become an obstacle to protecting his home, then he had no reason to fight them. However, if the royal family threatened his psychopath heaven, then Lion would have to do what he did best. Such an answer was a shock to everyone listening, though the prince's face remained unreadable. He then suddenly turned around and walked away. The lion demon was quite happy with the situation, praising his little charge for telling them off. There would be many actions trying to keep them in check from now on, but on the contrary, thanks to the scene that had been caused at the exchange event, people would think twice before messing around with the House of Marbas. That being said, they had to grow strong quickly because other powerful houses would not stay silent about this either. The main character agreed with that much. By the way, while they were on the subject matter, the lion was going to warn the youth that the prince was dangerous. He could smell the dark energy coming from that happy, shiny blonde, and it was thick with blood and malice. That one was so demonic that he bore more similarities to Marbas himself. Lion considered this warning, admitting that he had also felt a kind of dangerous darkness coming from the blonde. It was as if he had been engaging in conversation with a demon straight from hell, the dark and terrifying kind that overwhelmed the room with its presence and broke all sorts of happy little things underneath his feet. Later that evening, our dude was able to retire to his room, and the little lion cub was busy acting exhausted as well. They had gathered in the room to de-stress, and he had his servants gather together while they figured out the next appropriate move here. After the incident the other day ended, the young master went inside as if the matter concerning Reeve was nothing. It was probably the prince's doing now that Marbas thought about it. That guy Lewis surely had some kind of sick scheme working inside of him. Things would also probably get more difficult from now on. The youth had managed to handle the down payment for the debt, so now he would have to rig up his funds, and he also needed to maintain the facilities. However, to do that, just as Diana had said, he was going to need an outstanding chancellor. The lady had scolded him when she had heard of the debt issue, and she said that if he kept rolling over money like that just to pay off a debt, he would end up a debtor for the rest of his life. He could not die and pass on his debt to his descendants as his own disappointing parents had done. The boy admitted that he would not like to do that, and the shadow crowed that his master just needed to reach a state of mastery and become an archmage. Then he would not die, and he could live forever. The lion hissed at the crow to be quiet as he chilled on Heaven's lap, saying that he could not bear to watch his contract be a doormat to a debtor for his entire life. They asked if it would be all right though, since an administrator outstanding enough could name their own price with cities or even nations. This was a situation where the main character had to spend money to make money. Worrying about it first was not a very good habit. For now, they were going to go back and plan for the future. The boy also added that he would be sure to find an excellent manager, and he curled his hand into a fist as he swore it. He would do this for the sake of his family. His green eyes burned with passion as he made this pledge. Now that they had made this decision, he was going to post a notice. Whether they were a noble or a slave, he would hire without discrimination. If he saw someone who had the makings of a manager, he planned to entrust the position to them. They, of course, had to be careful to hire someone trustworthy, although he did hope the monthly salary would be on the cheaper side. The lion demon sighed, saying that made his charge look so much less cool, worrying about money at his age. The shadow scoffed that the envoy was foolish for scolding their master, who was wisely trying not to spend more money. The lion sighed that they should get rid of those peanuts first before talking. The shadow hissed that this was his reward for this journey, and he refused to share it. He hugged his precious pot to his chest and refused to let go. It was already costing quite a bit to look after all these demons with their weird interests, but fortunately they did not need to eat too much to survive. On that note, the boy called Helen and told her to hurry and called Pullen. They would now begin the first of the general meetings of the family. So, it was that the people gathered together in the beautiful and high towers of Marbus. Meanwhile, in another deep and beautiful palace, Louis sat in his room of red, deep in thought as he sipped his glass of wine. The elegant sadist chuckled that his opponent was quite an interesting guy, and he seemed to be the one with that demonic scent. This made the prince grin deeply, showing off his fang as the mark of Baal glowed brilliantly on his chest. Of course, this compliment of having an interesting scent applied to him as well, of course, and the prince grinned viciously, just basking in the delight of his natural evil. The city was having a nice and quiet day as the townspeople walked around and just went about their daily business. No one was in a hurry to get anything significant done. They were just living their lives, trying to figure out the next jobs to do to earn a living. So, it was quite fortunate that the main character had put up a notice because he was trying to hire a manager. The people gathered around to see what was going on and who could apply. The details were that the Marbus family was going to recruit a chancellor. They were quite surprised since they thought the family was way too dirt poor to hire a chancellor. They were not exactly wrong about that. They figured their lord must have a reason for suddenly doing that, of course, and since he had saved their lives a considerable number of times. Still, they examined the post and realized that the poster said that they were going to hire someone regardless of their social status. Now that was incredibly odd and new. The man was surprised as they looked at it with curiosity. It was hard to explain it in any other way, but it really seemed like the family was short on funds, because that was easier to believe than the family actually trying to recruit good talent. In the first place, they could not imagine how a slave or a commoner who could not even read could possibly become the chancellor of a duke's household. Well, some slaves were pretty determined and often figured out the reading part on their own sometimes, so our dude was just giving equal opportunity for people like that to apply as well. It seemed that some had heard the call, and they came right up to the poster to take a look. This was the introduction of yet another white-haired character, but this one seemed to come with glasses. It was a quiet girl with big melons, of course, because the plot of this story would collapse if its entire female cast did not have big bahongas. The girl's hand shook as she wondered if this was some kind of opportunity. The young lord sat at his round table with his collection of odd artifacts and people, which included the shadow demon, the lion Marbus, the lord Pullen, his recently acquired bipolar nun, and the wolf boy Valter. The lion demon sighed and understood that they seemed to be facing a problem now that they had made their application as inclusive as possible. In the end, they needed a person who could be put to work for a salary of 10,000 gold coin. In other words, they needed to hire any available person because they were being cheap as heck. It could not be helped given the family's current situation and debt, especially since our dude had gone ahead to do the difficult thing of challenging the imperial family. Now they were being kept in check, and there were restrictions on them so that they could not apply for war reparations either. This was, of course, the doing of that evil prince who would not let them breathe. It was true that the lord had provided a considerable amount of money, but most of it disappeared paying off their debts. Then, they would go ahead and check things out and see who had accepted the job application. But the situation was not looking good. The new hire probably would not even last a full month. This was a serious matter, and the crow yelled that he had to sign a contract too. The master had to provide him with peanuts, and he would do all of the work by himself. For now, the applicants who wished to become the chancellor were gathered outside. The wolf asked if they had met them once before making a decision. The man stood up and said that they would go ahead and do that. Since it was inefficient to just sit around and theorize like this, they had to go ahead and meet the applicants. The green-eyed boy glanced at Lord Pullen and paused to let the noble fix his clothes. Lord Marbus sighed very tiredly, and the young boy sighed as well. Their sweet brunette lord was much like a doting mother. In that case, they would go on. At any rate, they walked out and headed into the training ground. There was a nice seat for the young lord to sit on where he could watch all the violence happening below. There were a bunch of people who did pull up to try their luck at applying for the job. Of course, among them was the white-haired girl with big bahongas who was rather curious to see how this would go. Someone suddenly bumped into her, and she gasped, wondering who on earth it was. She turned and found some smug blonde rats standing there. He smirked and said that he had not even noticed her, because she was just that tiny and insignificant. A clear sign from the get-go that he was nothing but terrible. The man smirked that he did not expect a lowly commoner like her to even show up in a place like this. Everyone was clearly open to applying, and he had no business talking down to her. Bro had only just gotten introduced, and he was already acting like cannon fodder. The girl instantly recognized Alcard de Nejishi. He was the third son of the frontier Nejishi family and the man who relentlessly pursued her. She could not believe this jerk had even followed her all the way here. So, he was not just a rude imbecile, he was also a shameless, disgusting pervert stalker too. Well, she was not digging this weird behavior, and she had to ask why he was even here. The bitter ex and clearly jobless man chuckled that this had everything to do with him. He had come all this way because she was the one who would be his future wife, so he had come to find her. She was clearly not flattered by his perverted and over-the-top advances at all, so it would do him some good to slow down and keep his hands to himself. Still, the man charged forward and continued his ugly flirting, saying that this Saren should stop trying to wiggle away and just give in to him. The girl smacked his hand right off her shoulder because that was how disgusting he was to her. The blonde was not crazy about getting ignored like this. The blonde was so annoyed, and he asked why the girl did not want to give him any booty. At this point, it was too late to erase her status and find a way to climb higher in society. She had been born at rock bottom from the start, and the best thing for her family would be for her to marry him. Yeah, she would rather eat a plate of sand from the looks of things. The girl snapped right back at him that he also thought that he could have anything. The man sneered that he sure had way more access to more stuff that a commoner like her could only dream of. However, she reminded him that he could not have her. Those were fighting words and very dangerous to say to an ego-driven man when you had no protection. The man growled and, of course, reduced himself to cursing at her right away in a very typical way. She growled right back at him and declared that she would climb higher. She was born of lowly birth, and she would not let that stop her at all. Rock bottom was where she was right now, but the girl swore that she would change. She would climb higher, and she would become more than just her status. The man laughed as he guessed why she had come. He laughed that a nobleman would never hire someone like her, a wretch that stank of poverty. At best, she would just end up as his concubine and make his little emo babies. The girl growled that he would become his concubine if that meant climbing higher. She would rather marry a 14-year-old than date trash like the blonde man in front of her. Now that really got that ego-driven maniac heated. Immediately, that monster raised his hand with all intent to punch her in the face, even though she was clearly much smaller than him. However, he was provoked and angry. That was when someone stepped in and the townspeople froze because they realized who had just appeared. The blonde froze as well, terror on his face as the darkness rose from the surrounding area and moved like a storm. He hesitated, wondering what on earth was flooding the area. The white-haired girl was also surprised, and he looked around, wondering what was happening. The Lord Marbus had descended, and it seemed that some people had come to be a bit noisy around here. The boy was not particularly fond of loud noises after all. The dark-haired emo boy had appeared, and the first thing he did was take a seat before his people. Once he was seated on his fancy dancy hair, he introduced himself as the head of the house, Lion von Marbus, and starting now, they would begin the test to select a chancellor for the House of Marbus. The girl looked up in surprise at the young lord that she aimed to serve, and the emotionless human looked right back at her, and all the other applicants. The girl was kind of nervous after all, and the lion demon smiled. It seemed that they had found a rather decent candidate quite quickly, much faster than they had expected too. It seemed there was a way out of their problems after all. The lion demon was already greatly fascinated by the appearance of this white-haired damsel. He could see at least one possible worthy candidate, and it seemed like the boy was thinking exactly what he was thinking. Perhaps this was not a waste of time after all. The young lord of the Marbus family looked out at the people who had come to apply for the position that he had opened. His green eyes scanned the available crowd. Here was yet another ability that the boy had gained upon making a pact with the demon Marbus. He could now let his eyes burn red, and they seemed to share the same fairy vision. Now, He had a piercing gaze that could delve deep into a person's innermost psyche, as such was the way of the demon kind. They knew exactly what talents their prey would possess, and they could thus seduce them with sweet promises of a salve for their deepest insecurities. The giant hand reached out to help them, taking from the little folk and uplifting them from the rubble. Then, once their will was broken, that giant fist would then crush around those helpless fools, because their prey would then find themselves in chains, forever belonging to them. The predator would drink down the souls of those poor and suffering fools, sealing their fate forever in the darkness. The latest subject of the demon Marba's inquisitive gaze was none other than the hopeless but defiant white-haired bespectacled girl. She was a young woman who possessed an iron will far stronger than anyone else in the testing grounds. She looked with hope towards their young master, thinking for sure that he would be the escape and path to the happy and prosperous life that she had always wanted. She was about to apply to work for a demon, but there were worse demons in this universe anyway. The young boy then announced the commencement of the examination to appoint the new steward of the House of Marbas. As much as they liked the girl, they could not just go ahead and let their favoritism show. First, they had to see if she could at least pass the exam. The boy's hand raised, and he said that the first task that he would like to assign to all of them was to gain an accurate understanding of their current predicament. Scrolls were shared out to all of those who had come to apply. Within the rolled-up pieces of paper was a map that was handed out to them. It represented the territory of the Marbas estate as well as its surrounding. One way or another, the boy imagined that this much was common knowledge to most of them anyway. Their house was facing a crisis in terms of its revenue. Through their ties with other nobles' estates, the boy believed that they could somehow overcome this financial dilemma by trading specialty goods and other resources between other estates. Then, the boy whisked out his almighty magical power and produced a little hourglass for his diverse contestant. He was going to give them 10 minutes to figure out a proposal to fix their money issues. Simply put, he was going to find out who was the fastest at thinking on their feet and producing actual solutions. He was not out here looking for a book-trained graduate, he was actively searching for talent. Within seconds, the white-haired lady had obtained the Mao, and she got busy doing her calculations immediately. Quickly, she did some answering of the questions before her, just hurrying to be considered for the position. The lady sighed as she encouraged herself. She had to think very carefully about each answer. The Marbas estate was located in the southern reaches of the continent, and it had little to trade in terms of specialty produce or natural resources. All that they really had was a single mine, so perhaps they could focus on that. However, the estate had yet to even begin developing this mine due to lack of capital, so it already looked like a dead end. Still, the girl focused. The mine was a moot point for now, but another missing input was clearly about. The lady was so busy on her text that she did not notice her ex was totally trying to cheat and copy her answers. She continued to scribble around on the map, and the blonde buffoon had his neck stretched as far as it could go, his eyes burning and focused on what he could see. Incentives for young men and women to migrate to Marbas were few and far between. Hiring knights and mages for the estate retinue was likewise out of the question, especially given the lack of funds. The girl thought very deeply about an advantage that the House of Marbas could rely on, drawing a blank the more she thought about it. The blonde then decided to work some provocation into all of her deep thinking. He scoffed that she would soon see that a country wench like her had no place here. He was just recycling his old cheap insults, so she just shot him a dirty look. She had no time to waste exchanging words with that buffoon when she was fighting for her future, so she just turned away from him and kept working. That evil wretch could clearly see how incredibly talented and smart she was, which was probably why he was so intent on forcing her into marriage. Well, she did not want him, and he cursed at her, telling her to have it her way. Though he was making absolutely no progress as he stared at the map and called it all a pile of nonsense. The more he stared, the less the answer seemed apparent. The sand in the hourglass continued to run out, and people still worked hard to figure out the answer to the question before them. The last grain of sand fell. Those who wished to forfeit were free to leave. Meanwhile, whoever held a proposal worthy of their regard may come forth to the platform to present it. He was even going to give them the decency to hide the rubbish they wrote if they were not feeling confident about it. First, one commoner raised his hand, saying that he would love to give it a go. The boy nodded and let the man speak. Very slowly, the man walked and climbed up the stairs. He bowed first before their lord, and then got to his feet to show off the map that he held. This was the plan that he had come up with. The Marbas estate had always been known as a natural fortress, with the lay of the land and all, but it did not seem to have much in the way of produce or specialty goods. Then he got to thinking that there was a big old mine in the mountain that they had barely broken ground into. Of course, the most obvious and typical solution that anyone would go for was the mine. The man suggested that they could dig down and they could find some nice fortune like sapphires, rubies, or anything like that. There was always the chance that they could find something that the capital would love. It was a great sentiment, but it was unfortunately a sentiment built on hopes and dreams. They had no idea what was down there, and the boy had to ask where they were going to procure the funds to go digging in the mine in the first place. Clearly, the first dude had not thought that far, and he admitted that he was not sure how much money they had in the estate, to be honest. However, he figured that they might have at least enough to dig a hole in the ground. Then he beamed that they could just ask for a hefty loan from the capital, or one from the merchant. That sounded like digging themselves into a very bitter hole considering the debt that they already had. Supposing that such lines of credit were not available to them, this would mean that the entire city would sit and continue to be broke. The poor applicant had no idea what to say to that, truly. He just stared in dismay at the Lord before bowing his apology to Lion. He had not realized that their pockets were truly that dry. That was about as far as he could go with his proposal. With that said, it was time for the next applicant to come up and say something. There was hesitation from the crowd after seeing that dude get disgraced. It seemed most of them had been thinking about the mine, which was kind of pathetic considering the crowd that had gathered. Then the white-haired girl slowly gained the courage to boost herself a step forward. No one was looking forward to looking like an idiot in front of their lord, but they also had to try. Such opportunities may present themselves but once in a lifetime, and she had to seize them before they slipped right through her fingers. With this motivation, the girl stepped forward. The white-haired lady stepped forward. Her dark and poverty-stricken skirts swished around her feet with each step towards a new future. The men below watched as a lady took the stand, and the lion cub watched as well. Everyone was looking at her at this point, like they had been waiting for her to take their hand. The young girl appeared, clutching her map close to her chest as she stepped up to the stage, and a nervous sweat dropped down her cheek. It was a little nerve-wracking to face the Lord like this, but she wanted to give it a try. Some of the haters below had already started hating, of course. They thought it was silly for a girl that age to suddenly go up there, and why she whispered that the house must be really down on hard times to sink so low as to associate with a poor commoner, especially that they would hear the words and seek the help of a common wench. There was a lot of misogyny in the crowd that day. Sexism and classism. They continued to whisper about the family's struggles, and was like the head of the house was not seated in front of them, and able to hear everything they had to say. They mumbled about the house struggling since long before the young lord even took his seat, acting all pitiful that he had to inherit such a difficult burden. Well, the boy had about had enough of their nonsense, and his eyes blazed red as he was still connected to the lion demon. He ignored the naysayers and mentioned to the lion demon that this lady might be of interest to them somehow. The demon also admitted that he felt a lot of potential, as he did in his Beastman warrior. This was the scent of raw talent. The young girl with white hair did have a sparkle of talent just shining within her, and the dark-haired boy nodded to her, telling her to speak her proposal to them. First, they wanted her name and her background since they were already considering hiring her anyway. The young lady introduced herself as Saren, and she had been raised an orphan. Her gaze was sharp and focused with soft turquoise eyes. This newfound ability to discern those with special talents, courtesy of his pact with his master Marbus, was pretty good. It even became more evident only days after his friend encountered the lion demon. The demon had told his young contractor to heed his words, saying that the boy had to command and grow alongside countless vassals and subjects. Only then would the boy reach even a fraction of their ancestors' glory. They would touch upon the glory of the man that they once called the sovereign of lost spirits. The boy said that he did not question the master's wisdom, but surely they would not need to recruit just any riffraff from the streets. It was kind of funny that he was eating those words now. Back then, the young emo lord had thought that the restoration of their house would need much better hands. However, the demon just chuckled that he would still grant the boy the power to separate the wheat from the chaff. The emo boy considered the situation a little, and the lion smiled, telling his contractor to observe the situation a bit. With a flash, he dragged his paw on the floor, and a bright red eye appeared surrounded by magical power. The young hair of Marbus watched curiously as suddenly his vision was filled with intense clarity, and now he could see way more than he did before. He first tested out this power by checking himself out in a mirror, which almost seemed kind of vain, but he did look pretty clean though. He checked out the odd new change to his eyes, and the demon explained that this would grant him clarity when recruiting new allies. The more abundant their talent, the brighter they would shine. He had tested out his little gift while watching the soldiers train in the field. The demon beamed and asked the young lord what he saw. Looking down at the people and activating his shiny red-eye powers, the boy admitted that he saw a plethora of colors. He saw men who shone white, crimson, amber, and countless other colors. Marbus was pleased with this result. Once again, he warned his young charge that the one whose hue glowed brightest would possess the greatest talent. The boy understood the situation and figured that he ought to keep an eye on applicants with the most potent glow. He did have questions to ask of the master though, before they continued this fun new game. Even with powers as brilliant as these, the boy wanted to know if it was in vain to believe that the house of Marbus could be restored. They were in a really tough situation right now with no money and barely any staff, and just a house full of demons. It was difficult, and they had basically the entire kingdom coming after them, especially once it became known that they had a necromancer. It was a tall order for a teenage Rand. He just wanted to know if he was fighting some kind of losing battle. The boy asked what kind of talents he possessed to be of service to that end. The demon smiled at his charge, who sometimes seemed more fit for killing than leading, and then he said that it was a question that needed no answering. This was something that Lion would just have to figure out for himself as time went on. The truth was that the lion demon was also watching the whole process with gleeful anticipation. All that the boy needed to do was to surrender to him in return. Now it was that the boy looked at the girl before him and saw her practically just going with the flow. He stared at the vivid golden light that was just rolling off her in waves. In exceptionally few cases, they may find someone glowing with a black light emblematic of their dark promise. This reminded the boy of Nox, who had met a party that had a rather odd light to him as well. The girl before them held tight to the map in her hand, and she encouraged herself to chase doubt from her body and form. To begin with, she would like to consider her own assessment regarding the current situation facing the House of Marbas. As noted previously, the Marbas territory lacked any sort of unique produce or valuable materials to trade for revenue. As such, it was paramount to explore new avenues for securing capital. Their young leader stared at her, and the coward who had been too scared to come up with anything better started judging, of course. They mumbled that she was just saying what the other guy said, and adding that they could separate as much from a peasant, just being absolute jerks about the whole situation. They muttered that she should have forfeited from the start instead of wasting all of their time. The boy could not stand this level of disrespect to the lady and to him as well. He basically told all those naysayers to shut up immediately, or he would come down and silence them permanently. He had no fondness for heckling nor idle chatter, and they should not at all forget that they were all being tested at this moment. They had all submitted themselves for the exam, and he would not tolerate their nonsense when no one else had come up with any useful solution. That being said, he then turned to the young lady to continue showing off this golden talent of hers. The lady explained that the abandoned mine represented possibility. That was true. However, the lack of workforce to develop the mine to a profitable state had to be considered. She assessed that the greatest challenge in this regard was the scarcity of young workers who chose to migrate here. In other words, her proposal sought to bypass this salient dilemma by enlisting the use of the Lord's greatest asset to work the mines. Basically, she was saying that if they had no living men to wield their tools for the mine, then they could use the undead army that led Marbas to victory in the recent war. Now that was a bold suggestion, and the emo boy stared at her. His face was unreadable, of course, but he was quite intrigued. The lady stared at her young teenage lord, and he stared right back.